Hello dear listeners and readers of Sleep Theories. Before we dive into tonight's mystery, I'd love to know where in the world you're joining us from and what time it is in your corner of the earth. The mysteries we explore know no time zones after all. If you're enjoying these tales of the unexplained, please remember to subscribe to Sleep Theories for more journeys into the shadows that lurk beneath our everyday world. Now let us descend together into the strange depths below Denver's runways. The rental car's headlights cut through the Colorado darkness as Evelyn Hart drove toward the sprawling expanse of Denver International Airport. At 2:17 a.m., the massive structure stood like an alien fortress on the plains, its white peaks resembling a row of ghostly teepees against the night sky. From a distance it looked innocent enough. Just another airport, albeit one of the largest in the world. But Evelyn knew better. Or at least she hoped she did. 3 weeks of anonymous emails had led her here, each message more cryptic than the last, each containing fragments of what could be the biggest story of her career, if it wasn't complete madness. 20 years as an investigative journalist had taught her to follow her instincts. Tonight they were screaming. 53 square miles, she whispered to herself, reciting facts to calm her nerves. Twice the size of Manhattan, built at nearly twice the projected budget. 4 years late in completion. The first oddity greeted her at the entrance. A 32-foot-tall blue Mustang statue with glowing red eyes that locals had dubbed Blucifer. The massive sculpture seemed to track her car with its demonic gaze as she passed. Evelyn suppressed a shiver, remembering that the statue had actually killed its creator when a piece fell and severed an artery in his leg. An ominous guardian for what was supposed to be just an airport. She parked in the long-term lot, nearly empty at this hour, and gathered her equipment. Camera disguised as a pendant, voice recorder hidden in a pen, tablet with the encrypted emails. Everything a modern journalist needed to uncover conspiracy, or confirm paranoia. The terminal stood cavernous and quiet. Her footsteps echoed across the polished floors as she walked through the main concourse. Despite the late hour, the space felt unnaturally vacant. A few cleaning staff moved about like ghosts, and the occasional security guard made perfunctory rounds. Otherwise, the massive building seemed to be holding its breath. Bigger than the city of San Francisco, she muttered. Why build an airport this massive in a city that didn't need it? Evelyn had arranged a room at the airport hotel, giving her a reason to wander the terminals without arousing suspicion. She'd start properly tomorrow, but something compelled her to take a preliminary look around. The vast emptiness of night offered a freedom that daylight crowds would deny. Her attention drifted to the high ceilings, the elaborate art installations, the sheer scale of everything. DIA had cost $4.8 billion, $2 billion over budget. The explanations had never satisfied journalists like her. Something about the math didn't add up, as if the excess billions had built something else entirely. Near the south end of the terminal, she paused before the dedication capstone, a polished granite marker set into the floor. The Masonic square and compass symbol was prominently displayed, along with the date of dedication and, most curiously, reference to something called the New World Airport Commission. Evelyn knelt down, pretending to tie her shoe while snapping a photo with her pendant camera. The New World Airport Commission didn't exist, at least not officially. She'd checked every possible record. No such organisation had ever been registered anywhere in the United States. Hiding in plain sight, she whispered, tracing the Masonic symbol with her finger. The marker mentioned the airport being built for the people of New World. Not Denver, not Colorado, not even America. Just New World. As she stood, a security guard appeared nearby, watching her with unusual intensity. Evelyn smiled casually and moved on. but she could feel his eyes following her. Was she being paranoid, or had she already been marked as someone to watch? Moving toward the hotel, she passed the infamous murals that had spawned countless conspiracy theories. Even at this hour, their vivid imagery was disturbing. Children lying in coffins, a gas-masked figure wielding a scimitar, extinct animals, indigenous people weeping over destruction. The artist claimed they represented peace following environmental apocalypse, but to Evelyn, they looked more like plans than warnings. At the hotel check-in, the night clerk barely acknowledged her, sliding her keycard across the counter without meeting her eyes. "Enjoy your stay at DIA," he said mechanically. "I'm sure I will," Evelyn replied. "It's quite an impressive facility." "Larger than most people realise," the clerk said, finally looking up at her with an unnerving intensity. "Most of it you'll never see." The comment hung in the air between them. Had it been a casual observation or something more? Evelyn nodded politely and walked to the elevator. In her room, she unpacked her equipment and spread the printouts of the encrypted emails across the bed. Each contained fragments of maps, maintenance schedules, strange symbols, and cryptic references to underground levels not shown on any official blueprint. One phrase appeared in every message: Level Subnormal 3. She arranged the pieces, trying to make sense of the puzzle. Through the window, the massive blue Mustang glowed in the distance, its red eyes like beacons in the Colorado night. Beyond it, planes took off and landed on runways designed in a formation that, from above, resembled a swastika. Another coincidence that conspiracy theorists love to mention. Evelyn checked her watch. 3:42 a.m. She should sleep, but her mind raced with questions. Who had sent the emails? Why choose her? And most importantly, what really lay beneath the sterile, controlled environment of Denver International Airport? She took out her recorder pen and spoke softly. "Day 0 at DIA. Tomorrow I begin mapping the visible to find the invisible. If the emails are correct, this isn't just an airport. It's the entrance to something much bigger and much darker." As she set down the pen, the lights in her room flickered briefly. Just an electrical hiccup, surely. But in that moment of darkness, Evelyn could have sworn she heard something humming beneath the floor. A deep, steady vibration, like massive machinery churning in the earth below. Morning brought artificial normality to Denver International Airport. Travellers rushed through security lines, baristas served overpriced coffee, and overhead announcements called for final boardings. Yet to Evelyn's newly attuned senses, everything felt like a performance, a carefully choreographed dance to disguise what lay beneath the surface. She sipped her coffee near the south atrium, pretending to work on her laptop while photographing the murals more thoroughly. The first, titled "Children of the World Dream of Peace," showed a massive military figure in a gas mask wielding a sword and an AK-47, stabbing a dove while surrounded by weeping mothers holding dead babies. Opposite this stood another panel where children of all races gathered around a central figure that glowed with supernatural light. Disturbing, aren't they? Evelyn startled as an elderly man settled beside her. His security badge identified him as Walter Simmons, Maintenance Division. "They're certainly unusual for an airport," she replied carefully. Walter nodded. The artist, Leo Tanguma, claims they represent the triumph of peace over war and environmental stewardship over destruction. That's the official story anyway. "And the unofficial story?" Evelyn prompted. The old man smiled, revealing tobacco-stained teeth. "Every place has stories. This one more than most." He tapped his badge. 32 years in maintenance here, since before they even finished construction. Evelyn closed her laptop. "I'd love to hear more about your experiences." "Would you now?" His eyes narrowed slightly. Most folks don't care about the opinions of old janitors. I'm writing an article about unique airport architecture and art, she lied smoothly. Your perspective would be valuable. Walter studied her for a long moment before nodding toward the dedication capstone. You know what AUAG means in that cornerstone? The letters under the Freemason symbol? Chemical symbols for gold and silver? That's what they tell tourists. Walter leaned closer. In ancient alchemy, they represent the foundation of transformation, breaking down to build anew. Before Evelyn could respond, Walter stood abruptly. Meet me at closing time. Baggage claim level, Carousel 19, if you're really interested in architecture. Without waiting for a response, he shuffled away, disappearing into the crowd. Evelyn spent the next hours methodically photographing every strange element of the airport. The gargoyles emerging from suitcases, the floor tiles with Navajo symbols arranged in patterns that resembled circuitry, and most notably, the time capsule marble inscribed with New World Airport Commission. Near the south terminal, she found another cryptic installation. A small plaque depicting paper airplanes flying around tall buildings, installed years before September 11th. Below it, Freemason symbols were incorporated into the terrazzo floor. Each discovery confirmed what the emails had suggested. DIA was a tapestry of symbolic messaging hidden in plain sight. But who was sending these messages? And to whom? By late afternoon, Evelyn had mapped the entire public area, cross-referencing it with the fragmented information from her anonymous source. Something didn't add up. The airport's underground baggage system, famously dysfunctional, had cost hundreds of millions before being abandoned. Yet construction had continued below ground for years afterward. Equipment logs showed massive tunnel boring machines operating long after the official completion date. At 9:45 p.m, Evelyn made her way to baggage claim, finding Carousel 19 shut down for the night. Walter stood nearby, pretending to mop an already clean floor. "You actually came," he said, sounding surprised. "Follow me, don't speak." He led her through a service door marked Authorised Personnel Only, down a maintenance corridor lined with pipes and electrical conduits. After several turns, Walter used his badge to access another door labelled Tunnel System Grid B. "Why are you showing me this?" Evelyn whispered, as they entered a long concrete tunnel large enough to drive trucks through. "Because I'm retiring next month," Walter replied. 32 years keeping my mouth shut. Maybe it's time somebody knew." The tunnel stretched ahead for what seemed like miles, curving gently downward. Evelyn's GPS on her phone showed them moving beyond the official airport boundaries, yet the concrete passageway continued. 5 subterranean levels, Walter said as they walked. That's what they put in the original plans, but we built 8. The deepest 3 don't officially exist. "Who's they?" Evelyn asked. Walter laughed bitterly. "I've asked myself that for decades. The construction teams were compartmentalised. Different contractors for different sections. Nobody seeing the whole picture. But whoever designed this place, they weren't thinking about luggage." They passed massive air handling systems, water purification equipment and power generators far larger than an airport would require. Self-sufficient, Walter noted, following her gaze. Complete power generation, water purification, air filtration. This place could seal itself off from the outside world indefinitely. After 20 minutes of walking, they reached a junction where the modern concrete tunnel intersected with something else. A rough-hewn passage that appeared to be partially natural, partially excavated from the bedrock. "This wasn't on any blueprint," Walter said. "We found it during excavation. There was talk of ancient tunnels under this whole region. Native American legends about entrances to the underworld." Evelyn photographed the junction with her pendant camera. "What's down there?" "Don't know. It was sealed off immediately. Armed guards for weeks." Walter pointed to a symbol carved into the stone arch. A stylized eye within a triangle. but that wasn't carved by construction workers. As they stood there, a low humming vibration filled the tunnel, the same sound Evelyn had heard in her hotel room. Walter's face paled. "We need to go. Now." "What is that?" Evelyn asked, but Walter was already hurrying back the way they'd come. "Night shift's coming," he hissed. "If they find us here..." They barely made it back to the public area before Walter's radio crackled to life. He answered it, speaking in clipped professional tones about a clean-up needed at Terminal C. "Don't try to find me again," he whispered to Evelyn before leaving. "And whatever you do, stay out the tunnels at night." Back in her hotel room, Evelyn downloaded the images from her camera and compared them with the diagrams from the anonymous emails. The strange carved symbol matched one that appeared repeatedly in her source's messages. Beneath it, her source had written, "The Eye watches the gate." She was drafting notes when her laptop suddenly crashed. When it rebooted, all her photos from the underground tunnel were gone. Even her backup files had been corrupted. A new email arrived, sent from her own account to herself. "Curiosity endangers more than cats. Level subnormal 3 is not for you." Evelyn stared at the message, her hands trembling. Someone had remotely accessed her computer. Someone was watching. Through her window, Lucifer's red eyes glowed in the darkness, patient and knowing. The horse that had killed its creator seemed to be sending her a warning. She closed the curtains but couldn't shake the feeling that she was still being observed. The hum she had heard underground now seemed to permeate everything. The walls, the floor, the very air of the airport hotel room. What exactly had she stumbled into? By her third day at Denver International Airport, Evelyn had established a routine designed to make her presence seem ordinary. Breakfast at the terminal cafe, work on her laptop in public areas, occasional calls to her editor back in Chicago, discussing a mundane article about airport architecture that would never actually be written. All the while, she methodically pieced together the puzzle, cross-referencing Walter's information with her anonymous source's emails. The warning message on her laptop had only convinced her that she was onto something significant. Someone with access to sophisticated hacking tools didn't want her digging deeper, which meant she absolutely had to. The key came in an unexpected form. A maintenance schedule left carelessly on a break room table when Evelyn accidentally entered the wrong door. A quick photograph with her pendant camera captured what she needed. Access codes for the lower service levels, and most importantly, shift change times when the tunnels would be momentarily unmonitored. At 2:47 a.m., dressed in a custodial uniform stolen from a supply closet, Evelyn swiped a copied maintenance badge at a service elevator near the East Terminal. The badge wouldn't pass close inspection, but might work for automated systems. Her heart pounded as the reader flashed green and the doors slid open. Inside, instead of the usual floor buttons, there was a keypad. Evelyn entered the code from the maintenance schedule, 794503. The elevator began to descend. 1 floor, 2 floors, 3. It continued past the standard basement levels into depths that shouldn't exist according to official blueprints. When it finally stopped, the display read simply S3, subnormal 3. The doors opened onto a dimly lit corridor unlike anything in the upper airport. The walls were bare concrete, lined with thick pipes and bundled cables. The air felt different, cooler with a faint metallic taste. And there was that hum again, stronger now, vibrating through the soles of her shoes. Evelyn stepped out cautiously, her pendant camera recording. The corridor stretched ahead, branching into multiple paths. Ventilation ducts large enough for a person to crawl through ran along the ceiling. Every 50 feet, red emergency lights cast an ominous glow. She followed the main passage, noting that unlike service areas meant for maintenance, These corridors were designed for regular foot traffic. The floors were finished with resilient industrial coating. Directional signs pointed to areas labelled with codes rather than names. QB7, processing long-term containment. After several minutes of walking, the corridor widened into a large circular hub with multiple doorways. In the centre stood a scale model of the airport, but not as it currently existed. This version showed DIA with 6 runways instead of 5, additional terminals, and expansive underground structures depicted in cutaway view. Evelyn photographed it from every angle. According to the model's date stamp, this was Denver International, as it would exist in 2030. An expansion already planned but not publicly announced. A doorway labelled Observation drew her attention. Through its small window she could see a darkened room with control panels and screens. Evelyn tried her badge, and to her surprise the door unlocked. Inside, monitors displayed camera feeds from all over the airport. Public areas, service tunnels, even the surrounding airfield. But other screens showed locations she couldn't identify. Underground chambers filled with rows of empty bunks, warehouses stocked with supplies, what appeared to be hydroponic gardens under artificial light. One monitor showed a massive circular room with a strange black structure in its centre, a monolith of some kind, at least 20 feet tall, with a polished obsidian surface. Around it, technicians in white coats took measurements with specialised equipment. Evelyn stared at the scene, transfixed. This was unlike anything she had expected to find beneath an airport. A logbook lay open on the control desk. Recent entries referenced resonance testing and frequency calibration. One notation particularly caught her eye. Portal stability at 87%. Requires additional anchoring before Phase 2. Portal? A sound in the corridor snapped her attention back to her surroundings. Voices approaching. Evelyn quickly turned off her pendant camera and slipped behind a server rack just as the door opened. 2 men in dark uniforms entered, continuing a conversation already in progress. 3rd shipment this week. That's more than the previous 6 months combined. Orders from above. Accelerated timeline. Because of the seismic activity? Partially. Intelligence suggests we may have competitors accessing the network. Shanghai facility reported unusual readings. They moved to the control panels, their backs to Evelyn's hiding place. What about the upper levels? Security protocols. Remain in place. Limited access. Need to know basis. And the journalist? Evelyn's blood ran cold. Being handled. Her breach of the service tunnels was expected. Walter played his role perfectly. He doesn't know he's an asset. Of course not. Carefully cultivated over decades. Retirement package includes memory modification. The men fell silent as they focused on the monitors. One adjusted settings while the other took notes. Evelyn remained frozen behind the server rack, barely breathing. After what seemed like an eternity, they finished their work and moved toward the door. Shift change in 20 minutes. Make sure the containment teams are ready. What about tonight's arrivals? Processing as usual. The VIPs go directly to level S5. After they left, Evelyn waited 5 full minutes before emerging from her hiding place. Her mind raced with questions. Walter had been used to feed her information. But why? What was this facility really for? And most disturbingly, they had expected her to find the tunnels. Her investigation wasn't exposing their secret. It was somehow part of their plan. She needed to see more before escaping. Following the hub's directional signs, she chose the path marked Processing, moving as quietly as possible through the empty corridors. The processing area turned out to be a large chamber filled with equipment that resembled advanced medical scanning technology. Gurneys lined one wall. Isolation rooms with observation windows stood ready. Everything was immaculately clean and appeared to be regularly used. Beyond this area, Evelyn found something even more disturbing. a massive room filled with empty containment units, hundreds of transparent chambers large enough to hold adult humans, connected to life support systems and monitoring equipment. These weren't designed for medical care, they were designed for storage. In an adjacent laboratory, refrigeration units held rows of vials labelled with alphanumeric codes. Research documents scattered on desks referenced extended biostasis and consciousness mapping. This went far beyond any government black site or military installation. Whatever was happening beneath Denver International Airport involved technologies and purposes Evelyn could barely comprehend. As she documented everything with her camera, the ambient hum that permeated the facility suddenly intensified. The lights flickered. An announcement echoed through hidden speakers. "Attention all personnel. Harmonic stabilization sequence initiating. Secure all sensitive materials and proceed to designated safe zones. Resonance testing commencing in 5 minutes." Evelyn knew she needed to leave immediately. She retraced her steps toward the hub, planning to return to the service elevator. But as she rounded a corner, she came face to face with the security team in black tactical gear. They didn't seem surprised to see her. "Evelyn Hart," the leader said calmly. "Your tour ends here." The security team didn't restrain Evelyn. They didn't confiscate her equipment or even search her. Instead, they escorted her through corridors she hadn't yet explored, descending even deeper beneath the airport. "Where are you taking me?" she demanded, trying to maintain some illusion of control. "To what you came to find," the leader replied simply. They arrived at massive double doors emblazoned with the now familiar symbol, the eye within the triangle. 2 guards stood at attention outside, wearing black suits with subtle lapel pins, the square and compass of the Freemasons. The leader of Evelyn's escort team stepped forward, placing his palm on a biometric scanner. "Witness Hart as scheduled," he announced. Scheduled? The door swung open silently, revealing a vast underground chamber unlike anything Evelyn could have imagined. The ceiling arched at least 60 feet above a circular floor the size of a football field. The walls were a strange material that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. And at the centre stood the black monolith she had glimpsed on the security monitors. A perfect obsidian rectangle, its surface rippling occasionally as if it weren't completely solid. Around the chamber's perimeter, tiered seating accommodated what appeared to be viewing galleries. Men and women in formal attire occupied these areas, observing both the monolith and Evelyn's entrance with equal interest. Their faces were partially obscured by the chamber's unusual lighting, but she recognized certain features associated with wealth and power: the confident postures, the expensive watches, the security details hovering nearby. "Council is in session," her escort explained, directing her to a small podium facing the gathered assembly. "You will observe and report." "Report what?" Evelyn asked, bewildered. "The truth. That's what you came for, isn't it?" Before she could respond, the lights dimmed further and a resonant tone filled the chamber. The black monolith pulsed in rhythm with the sound, its surface becoming increasingly fluid. The assembled observers fell silent. A figure in elaborate ceremonial robes stepped onto a platform near the monolith. Though his face was shadowed by a hood, his voice carried effortlessly through the chamber. "The convergence approaches. Phase alignment has reached optimal parameters. The gateway prepares to receive." Digital displays materialized around the chamber, hovering in mid-air. They showed real-time data on geological activity, atmospheric conditions, and various measurements Evelyn couldn't interpret. One screen displayed a global map with pulsing points of light at specific locations. Denver was one, but she also noted similar spots in Antarctica, Siberia, the Gobi Desert, and beneath the Atlantic Ocean. "Our facilities report ready status," the robed figure continued. "The network is synchronized. When the moment arrives, transition will commence according to protocol." Another figure rose from the assembly, this one dressed in a modern business suit. The controlled destabilization proceeds as designed. Economic indicators confirm system stress points have reached critical thresholds. Social fragmentation indexes are at predicted levels. And the narrative control? Asked a woman's voice from another section. Operational through all channels, contradictory information continues to neutralize truth seekers. Those who approach genuine discovery are redirected through our asset network. With sudden clarity, Evelyn understood her role. She wasn't exposing a conspiracy, she was being used to shape the narrative around it. Whatever was happening here, they wanted it partially revealed, through her, in a way they could control. The robed figure gestured toward her. The witness has arrived as arranged. Her presence completes the documentation requirement. All eyes turned to Evelyn. She felt exposed, manipulated, yet strangely empowered by her newfound understanding. "Would you like to address the council, Ms. Hart?" the robed figure asked. Finding her voice, Evelyn stepped to the podium. "What exactly am I witnessing here?" "Preparation," came the simple reply. Denver International was designed from its inception as more than an airport. It is a hub, one of 7 globally, that will facilitate humanity's transition. Transition to what? The robed figure approached the monolith, placing his hand upon its rippling surface. The current iteration of human civilization has reached its sustainability threshold. Environmental collapse, resource depletion, societal fragmentation, all are symptoms of a dying paradigm. The convergence offers an opportunity that appears only once every several millennia. Digital models appeared, showing catastrophic climate scenarios, resource wars, pandemic spread patterns, a comprehensive visualization of civilizational collapse. "This is what you're planning?" Evelyn asked, horrified. "Some kind of managed apocalypse?" A different member of the council spoke up. "Not planning, preparing for inevitabilities while creating sustainable continuity. The underground networks, the seed vaults, the genetic repositories, all ensure that after the reset, reconstruction proceeds under optimal conditions." The monolith's surface suddenly became more agitated, swirling with patterns that seemed to form and dissolve in 3 dimensions. The humming that permeated the facility intensified until Evelyn could feel it in her bones. "The gateway responds," announced the robed figure. "The entities acknowledge our preparations." "Entities?" Evelyn questioned, struggling to process what she was hearing. "Those who have guided human development throughout our history. Some cultures called them gods, others angels or demons. In truth, they are simply beings who exist in dimensions adjacent to our own, with perspectives and technology beyond our comprehension." As if responding to these words, the monolith's surface parted like a curtain, revealing not a solid interior, but what appeared to be a window into somewhere else. A space that didn't conform to normal geometry, filled with shifting forms and impossible colours. Evelyn stepped back involuntarily. "This is insane. This is revelation, Ms. Hart," corrected the robed figure. "What you're seeing has been hidden in plain sight throughout human history. The symbols in our architecture, our currency, our art, all reference this relationship between dimensions. Denver International was built as a modern temple, a place where the veil is deliberately thinned." On the monitors around the chamber, data streams showed escalating patterns, weather systems destabilizing, fault lines accumulating pressure, social unrest spreading across major cities. "The convergence accelerates," announced a technician at a nearby console. "Estimated completion window, 14 months. Evelyn struggled to maintain her journalistic objectivity in the face of what she was witnessing. "And after this convergence, what happens to ordinary people?" The assembled council members exchanged glances, a silent communication passing between them before the robed figure answered. Humanity will continue, Ms. Hart, but in a form better adapted to Earth's changing conditions. Those who understand what's coming have a place in the transition. The seed populations within our facilities will emerge to rebuild according to more sustainable principles. And everyone else? The robed figure's voice softened almost compassionately. Evolution has always involved selection pressures. What's coming is no different from previous extinction events that shaped life on this planet. The difference is that this time consciousness guides the process, rather than blind natural forces. As Evelyn absorbed these words, the monolith's window suddenly contracted, collapsing back into an opaque surface. The humming subsided to its previous level. The monitors showed data returning to baseline readings. The demonstration concludes, this announced the robed figure. The gateway will continue calibration sequences until final alignment. He turned to address Evelyn directly. You came seeking truth about Denver International Airport. Now you have found it. This facility is one node in a global network preparing for humanity's most important transition. What you do with this knowledge is now your choice. Evelyn looked around at the assembled council, at the monitors showing global destabilization, at the black monolith standing like a doorway between worlds. Everything she thought she knew about reality had been overturned in a single night. What choice do I actually have? She asked. Dawn broke over the Rocky Mountains as Evelyn's plane lifted off from Denver International Airport. Through the window she watched the massive white peaks of the terminal recede, knowing now what lay beneath them. Her mind replayed the events of the previous night like scenes from a fever dream. After the gathering in the underground chamber, she had been escorted back to the public areas without threat or violence. No one had confiscated her equipment or warned her to remain silent. They hadn't needed to. Who would believe me? She whispered to herself as the plane banked east. In her carry-on bag, her pendant camera and recorder pen contained the evidence she'd gathered. She had considered deleting it all, but some stubborn journalistic instinct prevented her. Truth was truth, no matter how incomprehensible. The encounter with the council and their black monolith gateway had concluded with a choice, one that still weighed on her as the plane reached cruising altitude. You have 3 options, Miss Hart, the robed figure had told her, as they stood in a private elevator returning to the surface. First, you can attempt to expose what you've seen. Your evidence will be dismissed as elaborate hoaxes. Your professional reputation will be systematically dismantled. This is not a threat, merely a description of established protocols. Evelyn had felt strangely calm. And the second option? You can join us. Your skills as a communicator would be valuable during the transition period. A place would be reserved for you in one of our continuity facilities. You're recruiting me? After I've seen all this? You are always being evaluated, Ms. Hart. From the moment you received the first email, your persistence, your analytical skills, your willingness to question official narratives, these qualities have value. The elevator had stopped at a level Evelyn didn't recognise. A comfortable suite of rooms that resembled an upscale hotel. And the third option, she'd asked? You tell the truth, but in a form that allows people to process it indirectly. Throughout history, revelations too profound for direct acceptance have been transmitted through fiction, through art, through narratives that bypass rational resistance. The robed figure had removed his hood then, revealing the face of an ordinary-looking older man with kind eyes that contrasted with the enormity of what he represented. Humanity needs witnesses, Miss Hart. Not everyone can or should be part of what comes next, but everyone deserves the chance to understand what's happening, even if that understanding comes in forms they can dismiss as entertainment or conspiracy theory. Now, thousands of feet above the plains of Colorado, Evelyn switched on her tablet and began to write. Not an expose or breaking news article as she had initially planned, but something more nuanced. A fictional account that would hide its truth in plain sight, just like the symbols throughout Denver International Airport. Her story would join countless others circulating about DIA's secrets. Most would dismiss it as creative paranoia. Some would recognize fragments of truth. A few might understand its full significance, and perhaps that was enough. The choice weighed on her: complete silence, full disclosure that would be discredited, or this middle path of coded revelation. She had chosen the third option, but still questioned her decision with every sentence she wrote. Her seatmate, an elderly woman with silver hair, glanced over with interest. "Are you a writer?" Evelyn paused, considering how to answer. "I tell stories about things hidden beneath the surface." "Oh, mysteries, I love those," the woman said cheerfully. "What's this one about?" "An airport that's more than it seems," Evelyn replied. "Underground facilities, secret societies, preparations for global catastrophe." The woman chuckled. "Sounds like those conspiracy theories about Denver International. My grandson is obsessed with those. The murals predicting the apocalypse, the secret bunkers for the elite." "Have you ever been there yourself?" Evelyn asked. "Oh yes, many times. It's just an airport. A big one, certainly, but nothing sinister about it that I could see." Evelyn smiled faintly. "That's the point, isn't it? The best hiding place is in plain sight, wrapped in just enough strangeness to discredit anyone who looks too closely." The woman studied her with sudden interest. "You sound like you actually believe these theories." "Let's say I find them creatively inspiring." Evelyn returned to her writing, ending the conversation. As the plane continued eastward, she couldn't shake the memory of the black monolith surface parting to reveal that impossible window into elsewhere. Whatever entities the council communicated with through their gateway, they weren't human. The thought both terrified and fascinated her. Was humanity really approaching some kind of cosmic transition point? Were the elite truly preparing survival facilities while engineering global collapse? Or had she witnessed an elaborate production designed to misdirect investigators like herself? A conspiracy created to hide a more mundane truth about military installations or government continuity programs? The evidence on her devices couldn't answer these questions definitively. The pendant camera had captured images of the underground facilities, the strange medical equipment, even the council chamber. But the monolith's transformation had registered only as a blur of light, the interdimensional window reduced to digital artifacts. Anyone reviewing the footage could dismiss it as clever staging or technical malfunction. Perhaps that was intentional. Perhaps the technology at work in that chamber automatically disrupted recording devices when activated. Or perhaps what she had witnessed simply couldn't be captured by conventional means. These uncertainties formed the perfect foundation for her third option. Tell the truth in a form that would be received as fiction. A narrative that would plant seeds in the collective consciousness. Seeds that might germinate when the convergence they spoke of finally arrived. As Chicago came into view below, Evelyn thought back to her final moments at Denver International. After spending the night in that strange suite, she had been escorted to the main terminal by a nondescript security officer who spoke little. At the security checkpoint, he had finally broken his silence. "You've been shown more than most," he said quietly. "That creates responsibility." "To whom?" Evelyn had asked. "The council? These entities they communicate with?" "To those who won't have the chance to prepare," he replied, his expression softening momentarily. "The coming transition isn't evil, Ms. Hart, it's necessary. But necessary things can still be terrible." With those enigmatic words he had left her to board her flight. No threats, no monitoring that she could detect, just the weight of knowledge and the burden of choice. The plane touched down at O'Hare, jolting Evelyn back to the present. As passengers around her reached for bags and phones, reconnecting to the ordinary world, she felt profoundly disconnected. How did one return to normal life after glimpsing behind the curtain of reality? Her editor would be expecting a story, Her anonymous source, now revealed to be part of the Council's information management strategy, would be monitoring her response. And somewhere beneath the endless concrete runways of Denver International, the future of humanity was being prepared in ways most would never comprehend. Evelyn gathered her belongings and followed the stream of passengers toward the exit. Her phone reconnected to the network, immediately downloading queued messages. One caught her attention, sent from an unknown number with no text, just an image attachment. She opened it to find a photograph of the demonic blue horse statue outside Denver International, its glowing red eyes seemingly focused directly on the camera. Superimposed over the image was a simple message: "The eyes watch, the choice remains yours." Not a threat, a reminder. As she stepped out into the Chicago morning, Evelyn made her final decision. She would write her story not as journalism but as fiction, a tale of underground facilities and secret societies, of strange monoliths and approaching catastrophe. Some would dismiss it as entertainment. Others would recognise fragments of truth woven through the narrative. And perhaps, when the convergence they spoke of finally arrived, some would remember her words and understand what was happening. Small comfort perhaps, but the only kind available in a world where the greatest truths hid beneath the most mundane facades. Her fingers moved across her phone screen, composing a message to her editor. Taking a new direction with the Denver story, not an exposé, something more creative. A conspiracy thriller that asks what might really exist beneath those runways. Trust me on this one. The reply came almost immediately. Sounds intriguing. Send what you have. Evelyn smiled grimly as she flagged down a taxi. Yes, she would send what she had. A story hidden within a story, truth disguised as fiction. Not the exposé she had planned to write, but perhaps something more important. A warning wrapped in entertainment. A revelation coded in narrative. Because somewhere beneath the endless concrete of Denver International, the future of the world waited in the dark. Patient, inevitable, unseen. Tonight's story is called Storm Protocol, and it explores a scenario both startlingly plausible and deeply unsettling. The possibility that the weather, the very skies we depend upon for life, could be manipulated for power. We'll follow Nathan Cole, an atmospheric physicist who stumbles upon hidden files revealing the existence of Project Cirrus, a clandestine initiative that engineers storms, droughts, and natural disasters for geopolitical gain. As Nathan tries to warn the world, he finds himself hunted, discredited, and caught in a swirl of moral dilemmas that threaten his life and everyone else's. Sit back, turn the lights low, and prepare for a journey through 5 chapters of tension, paranoia, and shocking revelations. Whether you listen attentively to every detail, or simply let the words wash over you as you drift off. This is your space to relax and unravel a story that might just leave you questioning the next thunderstorm you see. Now let's begin. May you find both rest and wonder in this tale about secrets hidden behind towering clouds, in a world where not all storms are as natural as they seem. Nathan Cole had never considered himself a whistleblower. At 36, he was a meticulous scientist with a passion for analysing cloud formations and weather systems, working for a government-funded climate agency in a mid-sized city. He spent his days among swirling data sets and satellite imagery, focusing on how storms evolve and how the atmosphere changes across the globe. He believed wholeheartedly in the agency's mission, understanding climate shifts to protect communities from environmental disasters. It was Tuesday morning like any other when the first crack in his reality appeared. Nathan was poring over satellite data from the North Atlantic, a swirling mass of clouds that was intensifying into what meteorologists expected to be a mild tropical storm. Yet, in an older, theoretical predictive model, stored on an internal server, Nathan saw something odd, an exact projection of the storm's path that deviated significantly from the official forecast. More bizarrely, the model was labelled Cirrus Class Tier 4, a classification he'd never encountered, and it showed the storm making a sharp, unnatural turn, intensifying into a Category 3 hurricane. Curiosity piqued. Nathan cross-referenced live data. The real-time satellite feed indeed showed a suspicious shift in the storm's trajectory that aligned perfectly with the model's predictions that no one was publicly citing. If the storm turned out to be as strong as the Tier 4 model suggested, entire coastal regions would be unprepared. He tried to mention it to a senior colleague that afternoon, a data specialist named Ingrid. She gave him a polite smile, then stiffened when she saw the model's label. "Where did you get that file?" she asked quietly, her tone suddenly guarded. "It was in the archived server folders," Nathan replied. "But I've never seen references to Cirrus Class in our usual forecasting. We should alert the hazard management department if this is accurate." Her face grew pale. "Nathan, I suggest you delete that file and forget about it. Sometimes old simulations are just mislabeled or inaccurate. If you talk about it publicly, you'll cause a panic." Something in her eyes told him she was terrified. He nodded numbly, though the numbers in that model were too precise to be accidental. As Ingrid walked away, he felt a chill creeping up his spine. Later that evening, still uneasy, Nathan delved into the server again. He found an entire folder labelled Project Cirrus, restricted behind multiple passwords. He managed to bypass some security protocols, partly out of curiosity, partly out of mounting concern. Inside were numerous references to stratospheric aerosol injections, ionospheric heating, and artificial precipitation triggers. The documentation included scheduling for weather events in regions that, according to official narrative, had been hit by natural disasters. These logs dated back years, some referencing wildfires, others referencing drought patterns in farmland-rich nations. All of it implied a deliberate hand in steering or intensifying these phenomena. His heart pounded. This couldn't be real, could it? The possibility that the government or some clandestine branch was actively engineering weather events for undisclosed purposes defied everything he believed in. The sense of moral betrayal was overwhelming. He scanned more files, discovering reference after reference to manipulations that matched major storms of the past decade. Could it be a hoax or a conspiracy hidden inside official channels? But the data was too consistent, the language too methodical. Each major unpredictable storm, each bizarre drought anomaly, correlated with logs describing successful atmospheric seeding. He realised with dawning horror that he might be looking at evidence of the government's capacity to weaponise the weather. Struggling with the magnitude of it all, he decided to approach his immediate superior the next morning. That was Dr. Malcolm Ashcroft, the director of the Climate Research Division. Ashcroft was a disciplined, no-nonsense official with top-tier security clearance. If anyone could confirm or deny these findings, it would be him. Nathan scheduled a private meeting in Ashcroft's corner office, heart in his throat. The next day, upon entering the office, he felt the tension. The blinds were closed, giving the space a claustrophobic feel. Ashcroft listened to Nathan's account, flipping through the printed examples of the data, his face expressionless. When Nathan finished, Ashcroft leaned back, eyes cold. Coal? We're a climate agency, not a secret weather manipulation outfit, Ashcroft said with practised calm. Those files must be mislabeled or part of some out-of-date project that never got off the ground. I'll have them archived properly. In the meantime, I suggest you focus on your assigned tasks. The words were benign, but a subtle threat underlined them. Nathan insisted, but these references to aerosol injections match the storms from the last year. This can't just be a leftover project. Ashcroft's gaze hardened. You're reading too much into it. Let it go. Dismissed from the office, Nathan left with a sinking feeling that he'd stepped into a hornet's nest. That evening, he returned to his desk only to find all references to Cirrus class or Tier 4 models wiped from the server. Ingrid avoided his gaze, looking frantic and pale. He attempted to log in with his clearance, only to find it revoked. A terse email labelled him for administrative leave pending a departmental audit. The message's subtext was clear. Keep quiet. As the day ended, Nathan exited the building under a darkening sky. A storm front loomed on the horizon, thunder rumbling ominously. It felt symbolic. His world was about to shift, perhaps irreversibly. Searching the online world from home that night, he discovered countless conspiracy theories about weather control, but none that matched the systematic detail of Project Cirrus. Some articles mentioned HAARP or cloud seeding, but all were dismissive. Yet Nathan knew the truth might be hidden in plain sight. The real question was, how far would the perpetrators go to keep it hidden? And could he, an ordinary scientist, find the courage to expose it? 2 days of enforced idleness left Nathan Cole in an anxious whirl. Officially on leave, he was barred from the climate agency's premises. He spent his time combing through personal backups, notes, old research proposals, weather anomaly charts. Tucked among them, he found earlier versions of the Cirrus-class references, not labelled as such, but hinting at advanced geoengineering. The idea weighed heavily on him. Maybe Project Cirrus had roots in the agency's past under different names. Huddled in his small apartment with a mug of coffee gone cold, he typed weather manipulation into countless search engines. The results were mostly sensationalist. Wild claims of chemtrails, HAARP conspiracies, or microwave weapons used by shadowy groups. He had always dismissed such theories as fringe paranoia. Now he suspected they might contain grains of truth. He opened a new email with an attached data set, wrote a short message, and addressed it to Jade Ramirez, an underground investigative journalist he'd read about. Jade was known for exposing corporate cover-ups, mainly big pharma or environmental disasters. She had a reputation for chasing suppressed stories, ignoring official denials. But contacting her carried risks. If she proved untrustworthy, he'd be handing explosive info to the wrong hands. If she was legit, she might become his only lifeline. An hour later, to his surprise, Jade replied with a terse, "Meet me. District 7 coffee shop. 3 p.m, bring your evidence." The directness made his pulse quicken. It was happening. Someone was taking him seriously, or maybe it was a trap. fear gnawed at him. He arrived at the coffee shop, a nondescript spot with battered wooden tables and flickering lights. Jade was waiting, arms folded, scanning the crowd warily. She was in her early 30s, short hair dyed a streak of blue, wearing a leather jacket that had seen better days. The second Nathan approached, her gaze locked onto him. "Cole?" she asked. He nodded, sliding into the seat across from her. "You said you have proof of government weather manipulation. That's a big claim." He took a deep breath, passing a flash drive across the table. "On this, you'll find partial logs referencing Project Cirrus, including time-stamped documents that correspond to real-world storms. I also have correlation data that suggests these events weren't natural." She raised a skeptical eyebrow. "Could be doctored. People fake documents all the time." "I'm not a forger. Check the metadata. It's from official servers. I just stumbled upon it." Jade hesitated, took the drive. "If you're messing with me, I'll know. But if this is real, it's huge." She paused. "Why come to me? Why not mainstream media?" Nathan grimaced. "They'll bury it or brand me a crank. My own office tried to muzzle me. You have a history of exposing cover-ups." She leaned back. "Look, I'll investigate, but I can't guarantee an immediate story. If it's genuine, we'll need proof stronger than a flash drive. We'll need interviews, logs, an angle the public can't dismiss." He nodded, heart pounding. "I'll help in any way I can." They parted with an unspoken understanding. If Jade verified the data, they'd blow the lid off Project Cirrus. He felt simultaneously relieved and terrified. He walked home in the drizzle, scanning for suspicious onlookers. Every silhouette on the sidewalk or parked car seemed menacing. That evening his phone buzzed, an unknown number. He hesitated but answered. A clipped voice said, "Nathan Cole, we advise you to withdraw your claims or face consequences." The line went dead. His blood ran cold. The watchers were on him. Days blurred into nights. Jade remained silent, presumably verifying the files. In that time, Nathan tried to unravel more threads. He recalled references to hot air pattern injections that preceded certain wildfires. Searching wildfire data, he saw a suspicious pattern of intense dryness in spots soon ravaged by flames. Cirrus logs described target dryness increment by 0.5%. He found that a 0.5% shift might be trivial except in the critical moment of spark ignition, enough to tip a region from safe to tinderbox. He also remembered seeing mention of economy disruption tests. Scouring open-source shipping data, he noticed how a large hurricane had ravaged ports in underdeveloped nations, right when they were poised to export vital resources. Could Project Cirrus be a covert economic weapon? The notion was horrifying, yet logically consistent with a conspiracy to manipulate global markets. Finally, Jade called. "Meet me, same place, 2 p.m, we have a problem." That phrase hammered his anxiety. He arrived earlier than planned. She showed up, expression grim. "I cross-checked your files. They match official formats. I also found references to offshore cloud seeding stations owned by shell companies. I tried contacting a few meteorologists who might confirm. Within hours they retracted statements, claiming they never said anything about manufactured storms. They were spooked. Some phone lines went dead. This is bigger than I imagined." They sat in tense silence for a moment. Jade went on. "It's reminiscent of old Cold War projects rumoured to manipulate the weather for strategic advantage. But the scale here is monstrous, modernised, global. Could the government be orchestrating storms to destabilise nations? That's bigger than a one-article scoop. We might be dealing with a militarised operation at the highest level." Nathan's face paled. "What do we do?" "Expose it carefully. We'll gather unassailable proof, on-site photos, whistleblowers inside the operation. I can't publish half-baked data because they'll label it conspiracy nonsense. We need more, but once we have it, we'll go big. Make it impossible for them to bury. He inhaled slowly, bracing himself. That means infiltration, or a direct link to the agency. They locked me out. Any attempt to re-enter is dangerous. She clenched her jaw. We find another lead, someone inside, or we break in somewhere else. This story, if true, changes everything about how we see natural disasters. Before they parted, Jay confided in him a personal note. My brother died in a supposed freak hurricane a few years back. I always felt something was off. This might explain it. I want the truth as much as you do. Her resolve mirrored his. They left the cafe more determined, less alone. Still, doubt lingered. The forces behind weather manipulation likely had near limitless resources. Could two individuals, a disgraced scientist and an underground journalist, truly unmask it? And if they did, would the public accept such a monstrous possibility? Another beep from his phone cut through the gloom. A new text from an untraceable number. You've been warned. Stop now. The intimidation was intensifying, yet it only fueled his conviction. They were on a collision course with a hidden power capable of rewriting the planet's skies. Surrender wasn't an option, not after glimpsing the scale of harm inflicted upon innocent lives. That night, thunder rolled again outside Nathan's window. He wondered if it was a naturally occurring storm or another artificially steered system. In either case, the storm brewing inside his own life was about to get fiercer, driving him deeper into the shadows of a conspiracy that threatened the entire globe. Nathan Cole's days turned into a blur of covert meetings and frantic internet searches, each new revelation pulling him deeper into a labyrinth of conspiracies. Jade Ramirez, juggling her own investigations, collaborated with him on a plan to gather incontrovertible evidence. The stakes escalated when Jade stumbled upon references to Project Stormgate, a decades-old initiative rumoured to be the predecessor of Cirrus. Her findings: Stormgate started in the Cold War era, an attempt to use weather as a silent weapon, spawning floods, droughts, or storms in target regions without direct warfare. It was tested in small-scale scenarios, but never publicly acknowledged. Now it seemed Project Cirrus had modernised Stormgate's mission with advanced technologies like ionospheric heating and aerosol deployment. As Jade pieced together old FOIA, Freedom of Information Act documents, Nathan found corporate ties, shell companies that owned private cloud seeding stations in remote oceans. The trail led to a nondescript facility near the coast. Eyewitness accounts from local fishermen described unmarked planes releasing chemicals into the sky at night. Jade's eyes glinted. That might be our key, vantage point to capture them in the act. Their plan was risky. Slip onto the restricted coastline, photograph or record the planes, and cross-reference flight data. Jade had the gear: a high-zoom camera, a drone for overhead shots. If they caught a plane in action, it could corroborate the logs describing ChemLab 7 deploying aerosol injections. But infiltration carried the risk of immediate arrest or worse, especially if armed guards patrolled. Yet neither Nathan nor Jade hesitated. The storm battered the region, ironically providing them with a cover of gloom and thunder. One drizzly night, they navigated the coastline by a battered off-road vehicle, headlights off. Each minute that passed felt like an eternity. Rain battered the windshield. Jade skillfully drove, guided by the GPS coordinates from local rumours. Eventually they reached a chain-link fence topped with barbed wire. Beyond it lay a row of hangars and a short runway. Faint lights glowed from within. Jade parked behind a natural dune, pulling out a pair of binoculars. We see if anything moves. If a plane takes off, we record. This is the only runway for miles. If they're launching secret ops, it's gotta be here. Nathan's nerves were raw. Hours ticked by in the humid darkness, hearts pounding with each new lightning flash. At around 2 a.m. they spotted activity. Hangar doors slid open, revealing a cargo plane with no visible markings. Workers wearing hooded raincoats hustled about. Through the binoculars, Jade glimpsed canisters being loaded into the plane's cargo hold. She snapped pictures, leaning forward with hushed excitement. As the plane taxied out, Jade launched a small drone. The drone soared up, capturing thermal signatures. A live feed on her laptop showed the canisters inside the hold. The plane took flight, slicing through storm clouds overhead. Jade followed with the drone as best she could, capturing aerial footage of suspicious aerosol jets spraying from the plane's underside. The night vision feed revealed a chemical trail dispersing into the storm. They had proof that matched the Cirrus documentation referencing mid-storm aerosol seeding. Suddenly, warning lights blared on the drone's interface, some kind of jamming signal. The drone feed cut out, the device spiraling. Jade cursed as the laptop screen flickered to static, but they'd already recorded a few minutes of incriminating footage. Gritting her teeth, she saved the partial data to multiple drives. Then came the wail of sirens. Spotlights erupted across the runway, scanning the perimeter. "Time to go," Jade muttered. Nathan nodded, adrenaline surging. They retreated, hearts pounding, water splashing underfoot. They reached the off-road vehicle and sped away. The swirling storm overhead a testament to the operation they'd just witnessed. In the rearview mirror, flashing lights and distant shouts indicated the facility was on high alert. But for now, they were free, with precious evidence in hand. Hours later, they reconvened in Jade's makeshift safe house, a dingy apartment she used for sensitive investigations. She meticulously backed up the footage on encrypted servers. "We have them in the act," she said, breath trembling with excitement. "No official markings, but definitely a plane deploying chemicals into a storm system. The question is, how do we tie it to a government directive?" Nathan rummaged in his bag, pulling out a snippet of log referencing a night ops flight from Hangar 15. The date matched that night. "We link it to that schedule. We still need a direct chain to Director Ashcroft or whomever is behind Project Cirrus. Otherwise they'll claim it's rogue actors or deny the authenticity." A sudden beep from Jade's laptop drew their attention. An intrusion warning popped up. A hacking attempt. Jade hastily scrambled to cut internet access. "They're trying to track us down," she hissed. "We have to move. This place isn't safe anymore." Frantic tension spurred them to pack their gear. Jade stuffed the drives into a sealed bag. They left under the pre-dawn sky, the city's neon glow a silent witness. By sunrise, they'd relocated to an abandoned storage unit on the outskirts. Nerves rattled but resolve firm. From there, Jade made contact with a fellow journalist known for secure data handling. They arranged a possible large-scale leak to multiple independent outlets. Meanwhile, Nathan discovered deeper references in the logs. Storm weapon test, drought expansions, wildfire expansions, hurricane targeting. The text explicitly mentioned impacting global commodity markets, resource control and political leverage. The scope of it was monstrous, pitting entire nations into chaos under the guise of natural disasters. A final piece of the puzzle emerged when Jade hacked into an older database containing Stormgate archives. The archived documents described how initially it was about sabotage, flooding enemy farmland or parching rival economies. Over decades, it evolved. Now, under Project Cirrus, it extended to forging or intensifying storms for strategic advantage across the globe. The authors rationalized it as maintaining global equilibrium, a twisted justification, but the powers behind this operation had no intention of letting them reveal everything. That day, Jade's phone lit up with an unknown text. "We see you. Enough." Then the lights in the storage unit flickered. Nathan's phone rang, the same menacing voice from before. "Hand over your data or face the consequences. We maintain Earth's balance, not you." Shaken, Jade clutched her phone. They are calling it balance? More like playing gods with innocent lives. Nathan's face hardened. "We leak it now, or we lose the chance. But we must go big, or they'll just bury it again." Yet they also sensed that a direct leak might provoke a catastrophic distraction. More than once, Nathan had read references to false flag storms. If cornered, Project Cirrus might create a massive weather event to overshadow the news or discredit their revelations. Could it be done? All the data suggested yes. That realization weighed heavily on them as they prepared to risk everything for the truth. The decision was made. Nathan and Jade would hold a live-stream press conference revealing the existence of Project Cirrus, accompanied by a data dump across multiple independent platforms. The plan: go public at a set time so that even if their feed was cut, many mirrored sites would have the files. Over the next days, they arranged a safe location for the broadcast, a concealed studio belonging to one of Jade's contacts in the alternative media scene. Every hour that passed felt like waiting for an explosion. They received more threats. Online harassment escalated, with trolls labelling Nathan a climate kook, attacking his credibility. Jade's background was smeared with rumours of criminal activity, the typical discrediting tactics. Meanwhile, they fine-tuned the evidence. The Redwood documents, flight footage, satellite patterns, internal logs referencing spiked wildfires, even personal testimonies from 2 ex-technicians who refused to appear on camera but provided voice-distorted statements. During a tense planning session, Jade's phone buzzed. She glanced at it, then shared a sobering look with Nathan. A new storm was forming in the Atlantic, unexpectedly. Meteorologists were baffled by its rapid intensification. Forecast agencies predicted it might reach Category 5 within mere days. Jade's eyes darkened. This is it. They're launching a major event to overshadow our story, or to threaten the entire region if we proceed. Nathan's throat constricted. The storm's projected path included a major city on the east coast. If they are steering it, they might time it to strike exactly when we go live, he said bleakly. They'll claim all resources must focus on evacuation, making our data release look irresponsible or overshadowing it completely. Jade exhaled slowly. We can't let them turn this into a black hole. We move forward but expedite. The public needs to see the link between the storm's unnatural path and these documents. Maybe we can turn the storm into proof rather than a distraction. A day before the planned broadcast, trouble arrived. Jade's contact at the alternative studio called, voice trembling. Men had shown up asking about her, threatening staff. The studio was compromised. They'd need a new location. Tension soared. Time was running out. The monstrous hurricane, now named Bronte, was intensifying. Official announcements labelled it unprecedented warming anomalies fueling a freak acceleration. But Nathan suspected advanced ionospheric pulses were funneling energy into the system. Desperate, Jade found a last-minute solution. A small basement in a friendly journalist's home with a decent internet link and a backup generator. They'd rig up a camera, a laptop and start streaming. They just needed the final hours to hold together. If the broadcast reached enough eyes, maybe the settled scandal would be too big to ignore. The chosen night arrived. Thunder rumbled outside ironically. Hurricane Bronte churned ominously off the coast, barreling toward landfall. In that cramped basement, Jade tested the camera feed, ensuring encryption. Nathan paced restlessly, triple-checking the data. Both were drenched in anxiety, hearts pounding with each lightning flash. Midnight neared. The broadcast was set for 12:30 a.m., a prime time for online watchers worldwide. 12:29 a.m., countdown. Jade's contact signalled readiness. The live feed commenced. Jade introduced herself, welcomed viewers, then turned the camera to Nathan. He swallowed hard, launching into an explanation. Who he was, his credentials, how he discovered the hidden files. He presented the evidence, documents from Redwood, the suspicious flight footage, references to decades-long weather warfare operations. Jade then interjected with cross-checks, verifying the logs, and describing the shell companies and infiltration attempts. They explained that at this very moment, a massive hurricane was being manipulated off the coast. We have reason to believe Hurricane Bronte's path is not just a result of random climate variables, Jade said. It aligns with newly uncovered data from Project Cirrus, indicating a strategic intensification. This is weather warfare happening in real time. Viewers began flooding the chat with shock, skepticism, outrage. Some called them heroes, others called them frauds. But the numbers soared, thousands, then tens of thousands. They posted the data links, telling watchers to mirror it, share it on every platform. The momentum built until the feed abruptly cut to static. Panic seized them. Jade's laptop beeped a flurry of network error messages. "We're under a major DDoS attack," she hissed. "They're flooding our connection." She scrambled to switch to a backup server, but that too faltered. Meanwhile, pounding footsteps echoed upstairs. The door above them rattled. In a burst of fear, Nathan realized their location had been compromised. "We have to get out now," Jade nodded, grabbing the drives. The feed was partially restored for a moment, just enough for Jade to shout, "Share the data! Spread the word!" Then static again. The basement door smashed open, men in dark tactical gear rushing in. Gunshots cracked. Jade cried out as a bullet grazed her arm. Nathan dove behind a table, terror flooding him. The men advanced, ignoring the computers, focusing on them. One demanded, "Stop resisting, surrender the data," and a sudden swirl of wind buffeted the small basement window, a sign the hurricane's outer bands might be hitting the coast sooner than predicted. The timing was no coincidence. Jade, bleeding and gasping, managed to throw a flash drive into a small backpack, then shoved it at Nathan. She whispered, "Go. Expose them. Don't let it die here." Heart thudding, he nodded. Through the confusion, he spotted a back window leading into an alley. He pried it open, crawling out. Shouts followed him. He ran through torrential rain, the city's streets nearly deserted. Sirens blared in the distance as emergency services braced for the monstrous storm. In a reflection across a puddle, he glimpsed the swirling clouds overhead, lightning flickering. Nature or manipulated chaos? Frantic, he found temporary shelter in a battered shed behind a closed shop, mind spinning. Jade was likely captured or severely wounded. The broadcast was cut, but if even a fraction of viewers saw it, the data might have spread. He clung to that hope, yet powerful forces would do everything to discredit or bury it. Exhausted and soaked, he sat with the backpack, cradling the last surviving copy of raw data. The hurricane roared closer. He saw news alerts on his phone, describing Bronte's escalation to a Category 5, hitting land in record time. Government statements said, no one could have predicted such an abrupt intensification. He realised with heartbreak that if Jade was right, this was a deliberate cataclysm to overshadow the story or punish a rebellious coastal region. Innocent lives treated as collateral damage. He had one option left. Get out of the city, find a stable internet connection, and upload everything again. The question, would he manage before the storm or the men in black found him? Time was short, and the storm surge unstoppable. He staggered to his feet, adrenaline fueling him. If he gave up now, it was over. Jade's sacrifice would be for nothing. Lightning tore across the sky, thunder shaking the streets. He braced himself. The final confrontation with this hidden power approached. The storm was here, and the truth might be drowned unless he found a way to break through. Summoning his last reserves of courage, Nathan Cole stepped back into the raging night. Hurricane Bronte made landfall at dawn, battering the coastline with ferocious winds and torrential rain. Nathan Cole, clutching the precious flash drive, navigated deserted streets as chaos swirled around him. Fallen power lines crackled, storefronts lay shattered, and floodwaters rose with terrifying speed. Emergency sirens wailed, overshadowed by the storm's fury. He had to reach higher ground, find a vantage point to broadcast the data again. Every corner reminded him that thousands of citizens were in harm's way, while the orchestrators of this disaster likely watched from safe bunkers. The frustration burned within him. He was a single voice against an operation spanning decades. Yet he pressed on, heart pounding. Eventually, he found an abandoned internet cafe near the city's central hill. Power was out, but the building had a backup generator and a battered satellite uplink, possibly left by the owner or used for emergency communications. Breaking in, he discovered partial power to the router. He rigged up a laptop from behind the counter, hooking it to the generator. The signal was weak but present. As wind rattled the building, water seeping under doors, he typed feverishly. He connected to multiple activist forums, dropping the raw Cirrus data, the flight footage, the redwood logs, everything. He posted disclaimers. I am Nathan Cole, climate goal scientist. Hurricane Bronte is not fully natural. This data proves orchestrated intensification. Share widely. He prayed someone somewhere would read it. Midway through uploading, an external crash jarred him. Someone was forcing entry, no time to hide. The door splintered, revealing two black-clad figures, guns raised. They must have tracked his phone or spotted him. He dove behind the desk. Bullets ripped through monitors. Sparks flew. He glimpsed the upload progress. Still at 60%. He needed to buy time. One soldier advanced. Nathan grabbed a loose metal bar, swung it in desperation. The soldier dodged, pinned him against the wall. A blow to Nathan's stomach left him gasping. The other soldier aimed at the laptop, likely to destroy it. Summoning courage, Nathan twisted free, shouldering the soldier away from the device. Another scuffle ensued. In the chaos, the desk toppled, smashing the soldier's knee. A muffled scream. The second soldier steadied his gun again, finger tightening on the trigger. A flash of lightning illuminated the cafe. In that split second, an echoing gunshot rang out. But it wasn't from the soldier's weapon. It came from behind him. The soldier crumpled, shot from behind by a new arrival. Jade Ramirez, pale and injured but alive, stood at the doorway, pistol shaking in her grip. Her jacket was tattered, her face drawn with pain. Couldn't let them kill you, she rasped. She'd somehow escaped captivity or fought her way free. The first soldier crawled away, cursing, but Jade's aim pinned him. The second soldier lay still. Outside, hurricane winds howled, rattling shattered windows. Nathan coughed, stumbling to check the upload. 95%. He gulped relief. Jade limped forward, eyes flicking to the screen. We can't let them stop that upload. That's the world's best chance. He nodded. She collapsed into a chair, wincing from her wound. He rummaged for a medical kit, found only basic supplies. The battered generator sputtered. They both froze, watching the flickering light. If the generator died beforehand, it was all for nothing. 99%. Another surge of wind battered the structure. A portion of the ceiling collapsed near the entrance. Water gushed in. The soldier pinned by Jade struggled, but Jade glared. Don't! The soldier froze, cursing under his breath. Ding! 100%. Upload complete, the screen read. The data was out, mirrored across activist sites, cloud storage platforms, social media. Possibly unstoppable now. A wave of exhausted triumph pulsed in Nathan's chest. They'd done it! Jade gave a weak smile. The soldier scowled, presumably knowing their secret was laid bare. "You fools," he spat. "Doesn't matter. The media will discredit it. Our people are everywhere." Suddenly, the cafe's front collapsed inward with a crash. The swirling storm poured in. The soldier used the distraction to lunge at Jade. She fired, but her aim wavered. He knocked the gun aside, grappling her to the floor. Nathan, ignoring the chaos, tackled the soldier off her. They tumbled across broken glass. Another gust tore through the building. Water rushed around them, threatening to submerge the entire lower floor. In the final struggle, Jade seized the pistol again, pressing it to the soldier's helmet. This time he froze, eyes wide with genuine fear. "Enough!" Jade wheezed, tears in her eyes. Nathan saw how close she was to crossing a moral line, but the soldier slumped, raising his hands in surrender. She exhaled, dropping the gun, letting him live. They turned to see the laptop battered by debris. The generator stuttered, finally shutting down. Darkness enveloped them, except for flickers of lightning from the raging hurricane. But the data was out, their mission accomplished. Now survival was the question. The soldier muttered something about an extraction team. Jade and Nathan realized no extraction was coming for them. They had to flee. They forced the soldier to remain behind, pinned under debris. Or they might let him go, but time was short, the building was collapsing. Gathering their last bits of energy, Jade and Nathan waded through swirling floodwaters, forging a path outside into the watery streets. The soldiers' curses echoed behind them, lost in the wind. Outside, the city was battered. Debris flew. They trudged to higher ground, half carrying each other. Eventually, they reached a partially intact overpass. Jade collapsed, her wound and blood loss taking their toll. Nathan tried to keep her conscious, shouting her name over the gale. Distant sirens wailed. Overhead, the swirling eye of the hurricane approached with eerie calm, lightning illuminating the sky in strobe-like flashes. In the morning's bleak light, rescue teams might find them or might not. But by then, the story would be global. The data would spread. Some outlets would dismiss it as a hoax or AI fabricated. Others might investigate deeper. The public might question why storms are intensifying in strange patterns, why entire weather fronts shift unpredictably. Maybe more whistleblowers would step forward, or maybe the mainstream would bury it. Nathan could only hope their evidence was strong enough. In the final hour before exhaustion took him, Nathan gazed at the watery horizon. He felt no triumph, only a grim sense of duty fulfilled. He'd never see the world the same again, and even if he vanished beneath the waves of official denial, the seeds of truth were planted. Somewhere far away, director Malcolm Ashcroft or men like him would watch the outcome. Perhaps they'd blame nature for the city's ruin, denouncing the so-called storm protocol leaks as conspiratorial nonsense. But the next storms, the next droughts, some might begin to suspect. A crack had formed in the carefully maintained facade. As Nathan's eyelids grew heavy, the wind's roar dulled in his ears. Jade lay beside him, battered but alive. He whispered to her, "We did it. The storm might pass." Her faint nod was the last thing he saw before darkness claimed him. Whether he'd wake to a city ravaged by a manipulated hurricane or a new dawn of truth, no one could say. But for that moment, the only certainty was that the secret was out, and storms would never again be seen as purely natural phenomena, not after the revelations of the storm protocol. Cut the recording, Jason said, spinning his chair to face Maya. Did you get the email? Maya nodded, tucking a strand of black hair behind her ear. Desert Valley Logistics. You got the job. Background check cleared somehow. Not somehow, Jason grinned, looking more like an excited kid than a 31-year-old man. 6 months of careful planning, fake references, clean digital footprint, the works. Maya's expression remained skeptical. Food service delivery to a military installation isn't exactly breaking into Area 51, Jason. It's getting me through the front door, he countered, and that's more than anyone else has managed. The plan had been brewing for over a year. Jason had been tracking Desert Valley Logistics, a civilian contractor that supplied meal services to various military installations across Nevada, including the Nevada Test and Training Range, home to the facility known as Area 51. Maya pulled up the encrypted files on her tablet. Let's go through it again. I start the job on Monday, standard deliveries for the first month, building trust. Then I start mapping routes, security patterns, checkpoint procedures, while wearing specially designed glasses with microscopic cameras, Maya added, which, by the way, cost us nearly all our equipment budget. Worth it, Jason insisted. Undetectable to standard security sweeps, the images get transmitted to your setup in the van through the modified watch. The plan was intricate. Jason would work the job legitimately, slowly gathering intelligence. Maya would build a mobile command center in a van, equipped with signal boosters, satellite uplinks, and a complex VPN system to mask their broadcast location. After months of preparation and dry runs, Jason would make his move during a scheduled delivery, breaking away from the designated path to explore and document the facility's most restricted areas. You know this isn't just trespassing, right? Maya said. This is federal property, highly classified. We're talking serious prison time. Jason's face grew serious. Do you know why I do this, Maya? For the views? The subscribers? No. He turned to a corkboard on the wall covered in newspaper clippings, printed forum posts and red string connecting various points. My dad worked at Groom Lake for 12 years. Came home one day with headaches that never stopped. 2 months later, brain cancer. Stage 4. No history in our family. Maya's expression softened. Jason, he tried to tell my mum something before he died. Something about non-terrestrial intelligence, about things in the sky that weren't from here. They had him on so many medications she thought he was delirious. Jason's voice cracked slightly. But I believe him, and I need proof. Maya sighed, knowing there was no talking him out of it. The stream goes to a secure server first, she said, returning to the plan. If anything happens to you, it automatically uploads to 17 different platforms simultaneously. Dead man's switch, Jason nodded. Perfect. Not the term I'd use, Maya muttered. The next 6 weeks passed in a blur of preparation. Jason settled into his delivery job, memorizing protocols and building a reputation as a reliable, if unmemorable, employee. Maya transformed an old van into a mobile broadcast studio with backup generators, multiple internet connections and emergency protocols. They tested the equipment repeatedly in the desert, finding the ideal spots where Maya could park without arousing suspicion while maintaining signal strength. The hidden cameras worked flawlessly, transmitting crystal-clear footage to Maya's receivers. Jason's followers noticed his reduced posting schedule, but he kept them engaged with cryptic updates, researching something big, truth is coming, and some secrets can't stay buried. His subscriber count finally crossed the 1 million mark. Though he barely acknowledged it, his mind was elsewhere. 2 days before the planned infiltration, Maya caught Jason staring at an old photograph of his father. We can still back out, she said quietly. Jason shook his head. We've come too far. And if there's nothing to find? If it's just a regular military base? Then I'll report that. But it's not, Jason insisted. Remember the truck driver from last month? The one who claimed he saw something during a late-night delivery, Maya remembered. A post on a fringe forum describing unusual aircraft movements and what the poster called non-standard personnel, with strange physical characteristics. The post had been removed within hours, and the account deleted. Could be a hoax, she said. Or it could be confirmation, Jason countered. Either way, we're going to find out. The night before the operation, neither of them could sleep. Jason ran through the plan one final time while Maya triple-checked her equipment. Camera feeds are clear, she confirmed. Audio is good. Encrypted channel is ready. Jason nodded, unexpectedly quiet. Having second thoughts? Maya asked. No, he said after a moment. Just thinking about how this might be the most important thing we ever do. Maya reached out and squeezed his hand. Just stick to the plan. Get in. Document what you can. Get out. No heroics. Yes, ma'am, Jason replied with a small smile. Neither of them mentioned what they were both thinking, that by this time tomorrow they might have changed history or disappeared from it entirely. The Nevada desert stretched endlessly under the morning sun as Jason guided the delivery truck along the lonely highway. The air conditioning struggled against the heat, and his palms were slick with sweat on the steering wheel. Checkpoint 1 is coming up in 2 miles, his voice came through his nearly invisible earpiece. Remember, just like any other delivery. Copy that, Jason murmured, adjusting his uniform shirt. The Desert Valley Logistics logo felt like a disguise now, not just work attire. The first checkpoint was routine, a guard station at the edge of the Nevada Test and Training Range. Jason had been through it dozens of times over the past months. He handed over his ID badge, manifest and delivery authorization. "Morning, Reeve," said the guard, a man named Peterson who Jason had become casually friendly with. "Early today." Traffic was light, Jason replied with a rehearsed ease. His glasses were recording everything, transmitting to Maya in the van parked 3 miles back. "All clear," Peterson said after checking the documents. "Stay on the designated route." Jason nodded and pulled forward. The first gate lifted, and he entered the outer perimeter of the restricted area. His heart pounded as the truck rumbled down the road, kicking up dust behind it. "First checkpoint clear," he whispered to Maya. "How's the feed?" "Crystal clear," she replied. 35 people already watching the private stream. "Remember, I'm not releasing this publicly until you're safely out." The road stretched ahead for miles, empty desert on both sides, watched by distant camera towers. Jason had mapped them all during previous deliveries. He knew their blind spots, their ranges. "Second checkpoint in sight," he reported after 15 minutes of driving. This one was different, more serious. Armed military personnel instead of civilian contractors. Jason felt his pulse quicken as he pulled to a stop. 2 guards approached the truck. One took his paperwork while the other walked around the vehicle with a mirror on a pole, checking underneath for anything suspicious. "Please step out of the vehicle, sir," the first guard requested. Jason complied, feeling unusually aware of the weight of the hidden camera glasses on his face, the watch on his wrist quietly transmitting everything back to Maya. "Routine inspection," guard explained, though his tone suggested there was nothing routine about it. "Arms out, please." Jason extended his arms as the guard passed a handheld scanner over him. The device beeped over his watch. "Standard issue company tracker," Jason explained before the guard could ask. "All delivery personnel wear them. Safety protocol." The guard nodded, seemingly satisfied. Jason had carefully modified the watch to appear as a simple GPS tracker if scanned, concealing its true communications capabilities. "Your delivery today is for the mess hall?" the guard asked, consulting the manifest. "Yes, sir. Weekly supply run. Nothing exciting. Just food." The guard's eyes lingered on Jason's face a moment too long. "You've been doing this route for a while now." "About 3 months," Jason replied, keeping his voice steady. "It's a good gig. No traffic out here." After what felt like an eternity, the guard handed back his paperwork. "Proceed to delivery point, Charlie. Do not deviate from the marked route. Any unauthorized stops or detours will result in immediate detention." "Understood," Jason said, climbing back into the truck. As the second gate opened, Jason felt a shift in the air. He was entering Area 51 proper now, a place few civilians had ever seen from the inside. "I'm in," he whispered to Maya as he drove through. "Second checkpoint cleared." "Viewer count is climbing," Maya reported. "People are sharing the private link. Nearly 200 watching now." The road ahead dipped down into a valley. From this vantage point, Jason could see the sprawling complex for the first time without obstruction. It was larger than he'd imagined, a collection of hangars, administration buildings, and structures with no obvious purpose, all protected by layers of security, fences, and what he assumed were motion sensors. "This is it, Maya," he said quietly. "No turning back now." The delivery route led him to a loading dock attached to what appeared to be a commissary building. As he'd done many times before, Jason backed the truck up to the platform and put it in park. "Routine delivery," he announced to the 2 workers waiting for him. "I've got 26 crates for you today." One of the workers, a heavy-set man named Garza, who Jason recognized from previous deliveries, nodded. "We'll take it from here." This was the moment of truth. The point where Jason was supposed to stay with the truck while the workers unloaded it. Instead, he casually reached for a clipboard. "Actually," he said, "I need to verify the cold storage items personally. New company policy after the spoilage incident last month." Garza looked annoyed but shrugged. "Fine, follow me." This was exactly what Jason had hoped for, an invitation inside. He followed Garza through a set of double doors into the facility, mentally mapping every turn they took. "Feed still good," he whispered, when Garza was a few steps ahead. "Perfect," Maya confirmed in his ear. "But be careful, this is already further than we planned for the first phase." They entered a large kitchen area, then through another door to a walk-in refrigerator. Jason made a show of checking temperatures and inspecting packages, while his glasses recorded everything. "I need to use the restroom," Jason said after completing his inspection. "Is there one I can use?" Garza pointed down a hallway. "Through there, first door on the left." Jason nodded thanks and walked in that direction, heart hammering in his chest. The moment Garza was out of sight, he took the first right instead of the left, heading deeper into the facility. "Jason," Maya's voice had an edge of panic. "What are you doing? This isn't the plan." "Change of plans," he whispered back. "I might not get another chance this good." He moved quickly but naturally, as if he belonged there. The corridors were surprisingly mundane. White walls, linoleum floors, occasional bulletin boards with safety notices and shift schedules. 600 viewers now, Maya reported. Word is spreading fast. Jason approached a junction where the institutional appearance of the hallway changed. The new corridor had darker walls and no windows. A keypad security system guarded the entrance. "Dead end," Jason murmured, preparing to turn back. Just then, the door opened. A woman in a lab coat emerged, engrossed in reading something on a tablet. Jason made a split-second decision. "Excuse me," he called out, adopting a confused tone. "I think I'm lost. Looking for the loading dock?" The woman looked up, startled. "How did you get in this section?" "Through there," Jason pointed vaguely behind him. "I'm with the food delivery. First time on this route." She looked suspicious, but seemed to accept his explanation. "This is a restricted area. Go back the way you came, take the second left and follow the signs." "Thanks," Jason said, already planning his next move. As the woman walked away, he noticed she hadn't fully closed the door behind her. The security lock hadn't engaged. "Jason, don't," Maya warned, reading his thoughts. But it was too late. Jason slipped through the door before it closed completely, entering the restricted area. "I'm in," he whispered, feeling a rush of adrenaline. "And Maya, you won't believe what I'm seeing." "Define what you're seeing," Maya demanded, her voice tense in Jason's ear, "and start moving back toward the exit. Now." Jason stood frozen in the corridor, his mind struggling to process what lay before him. Unlike the ordinary hallways of the main facility, this section felt alien, in both design and purpose. "The walls," he whispered, turning slowly so his glasses could capture everything. "They're lined with some kind of metal, not steel, something else. It has a dull glow." The corridor curved gently, illuminated by recessed lighting that pulsed subtly, almost like a heartbeat. There were no doors visible, no obvious junctions or branches, just the single path leading forward. "Viewer count just past 1,000, Maya reported. "The stream is spreading like wildfire." "But Jason, seriously, you need to retreat. This wasn't part of the plan." "I can't," Jason replied, his voice filled with wonder as he began walking forward. "Not when I'm this close." The floor beneath his feet hummed with barely perceptible vibrations. As he advanced, the temperature dropped noticeably, his breath beginning to form small clouds in front of him. "There are markings on the walls," he continued, his glasses focusing on strange symbols etched into the metal. "Not English, not anything I recognize." "Jason, security will notice you're missing any minute now," Maya warned. "Wait." Jason stopped abruptly. "Do you hear that?" Through the earpiece, Maya could hear it too, a low melodic hum that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It rose and fell in patterns that felt almost intentional, like communication. "What is that?" she whispered. "I don't know," Jason replied, continuing forward. The corridor widened gradually, opening into a circular chamber. "But I think I'm about to find out." He stepped into the chamber and gasped audibly. The room was dominated by a suspended structure at its centre, an object that defied easy description. It appeared partly organic, partly technological, hovering 3 feet above the floor without any visible means of support. "Are you seeing this, Maya?" Jason's voice trembled. "Tell me you're recording this." "I'm recording," she confirmed, her skepticism momentarily forgotten. "But Jason, what is that thing?" The object pulsed with internal light, blues and purples that shifted and swirled beneath what looked like a translucent membrane. It was roughly ovoid, perhaps 10 feet in diameter, with appendages or protrusions that extended and retracted slowly, as if exploring the air around it. "It's responding to my presence," Jason whispered, taking a step closer. The light patterns changed when I entered. Around the chamber's perimeter, computer workstations and scientific equipment formed a ring. Jason approached one cautiously, his glasses capturing the displays. The screens showed diagrams, measurements, and scrolling data, all monitoring the floating entity. "This is it, Maya," Jason said, his voice filled with vindication. "This is what my father was talking about. Non-terrestrial intelligence. It's not just a ship or technology they're hiding here. It's a living being. Or something that appears to be living," Maya cautioned. "Be careful, Jason." Jason circled the chamber, documenting everything. The walls were covered with the same strange symbols he'd seen in the corridor, but here they were arranged in patterns, almost like astronomical charts. "These look like star maps," he murmured, focusing his glasses on them, "but not of our solar system." The humming sound grew louder as he moved closer to the suspended entity. The temperature dropped further, frost beginning to form on nearby surfaces. 2,000 viewers now, Maya reported, and I'm seeing messages coming in. People are asking if this is real or some elaborate hoax. It's real, Jason assured her, reaching out toward the entity. I can feel the cold radiating from it. There's a kind of static electricity in the air. Just as his hand came within inches of the membrane, a voice spoke, not from the entity, but from behind him. I wouldn't do that if I were you. Jason spun around to find a man in a white lab coat standing at the chamber entrance. Unlike the scientist Jason had imagined working at such a facility, this man appeared ordinary, middle-aged, slightly balding, with round glasses and a calm demeanour. You don't have clearance to be here, the man said, making no move to sound an alarm or call security. What is this thing? Jason demanded, gesturing toward the floating entity. That's classified, the scientist replied, then tilted his head slightly. You already knew that, didn't you, Mr. Reeve? Jason felt his blood run cold. You know who I am. We know about your channel, your theories. The scientist stepped further into the room. We've been watching your progress for some time. We? Jason asked, backing away slightly. The project team, the man clarified. Though I suspect you're more interested in what that is than who we are. The entity pulsed brighter, its appendages moving more rapidly, as if agitated by their conversation. Is it alive? Jason asked, his journalist instincts taking over despite his fear. In a manner of speaking, the scientist answered. Though not in any way we traditionally define life. It exists simultaneously in multiple states and possibly multiple dimensions. And you're studying it. We're communicating with it, the scientist corrected. Or trying to. It's been challenging. Jason's mind raced. This was beyond anything he'd imagined finding, not just proof of alien life, but active research, communication. How long has it been here? Since 47, the scientist said matter-of-factly. Though not in this form, it's been evolving. A sudden alarm blared through the facility, red lights flashing in the corridor outside. That would be security noticing your absence, the scientist said, sighing. I had hoped for more time. Time for what? Jason asked, backing toward another exit on the far side of the chamber. To explain, the scientist said. There are things you should know before you share this with the world. He gestured toward Jason's glasses. Yes, I know you're streaming. That's why I approached you instead of simply having security arrest you. Why tell me anything? Jason asked, confusion mixing with suspicion. Because it wants me to, the scientist replied, pointing to the entity. It's been waiting for someone like you. Before Jason could respond, the entity pulsed brilliantly, the light almost blinding. In his ear, Maya cried out, Jason, the feed is glitching! The suspended object began to rotate rapidly, its membrane becoming transparent, revealing intricate structures within, organic technology beyond human understanding. What's happening? Jason demanded. Contact, the scientist said, his voice filled with wonder. It's never done this before. The entity emitted a piercing tone that made Jason clutch at his ears. Then, impossibly, he heard a voice in his head, not in English or any human language, but somehow perfectly comprehensible. You have found us, at last. Maya, are you getting this? Jason gasped, his voice barely audible over the high-pitched tone resonating through the chamber. The audio's distorted, Maya replied, panic evident in her voice. Viewer count is exploding, over 20,000 now, but the feed keeps glitching. The entity pulsed with increasing intensity, its light casting strange shadows across the room. The scientist stood transfixed, making no move to interfere. We have waited, the voice continued in Jason's mind, through cycles of your star, waiting for one who would see. See what more? Jason asked aloud, unsure if he needed to speak for the entity to understand him. The truth between worlds. The scientist had moved to a console and was frantically typing, his eyes wide with excitement. "It's never communicated this clearly before," he said, half to himself. "Not in 75 years of study." Security alarms continued to blare outside, but strangely no guards had appeared yet. Jason glanced nervously at the doors, then back at the entity. "What are you?" he asked. The entity's appendages extended, creating a complex geometric pattern in the air. The temperature in the room plummeted further, frost forming on Jason's eyebrows and lashes. "We are observers, collectors of knowledge, travellers between possibilities." "Aliens," Jason breathed. "No," the voice corrected. "Not foreign, not extraterrestrial. We have always been here, in the spaces between what you perceive as reality." The scientist laughed softly. "That's what we've been trying to tell the higher-ups for decades. They're not from another planet, they're from another dimension that intersects with ours." The entity pulsed in what Jason somehow knew was agreement. "Your kind sees 3 dimensions, sometimes glimpses a 4th. We exist in many more." "And you've been here since 1947? Jason asked. "A part of us manifested then," the voice explained, "when your weapon tore holes in the fabric between states of being." "Nuclear testing," the scientist clarified. "The Trinity test and subsequent detonations created quantum disturbances we still don't fully understand." Jason's mind reeled with the implications. "So Roswell, not a spacecraft crash," the scientist said, "but a dimensional incursion point. This entity, or a part of it, phased into our reality." "Maya," Jason whispered, "are you hearing this?" "Partially," she replied. "The signal's weakening. But Jason, something else is happening. There's chatter on emergency channels, military movements." Jason looked at the scientist. Why now? Why communicate with me after all this time? The man shook his head. "I don't know. It's never shown interest in our communications before. It observes. It allows us to run tests. But direct interaction? Never." "Because you are the messenger," the voice told Jason, "the one who will share truth." "Through my channel," Jason realized. "My followers." Awareness must spread. The barriers thin. The entity's light suddenly intensified, forming distinct patterns that Jason somehow recognized as mathematical equations, complex formulas describing multidimensional space. "It's showing me something," Jason whispered, struggling to comprehend the information flooding his mind. "Coordinates? No. Prediction models." The scientist moved closer, his face illuminated by the pulsing light. "What does it mean?" he asked, and Jason wasn't sure if the question was directed at him or the entity. "Your weapons tear reality again," the voice explained. "Not with physical force, but with observation. The watchers change what is watched." "Quantum observation principles," the scientist murmured. "But on a macro scale." "The sky darkens," the entity continued. "They come through the tears." "Who?" Jason demanded. "Who comes through?" Instead of answering directly, the entity projected images into Jason's mind. Shadows moving between stars, vast intelligences that dwarfed human understanding, entities that existed in spectrums beyond light and darkness. "Others," Jason gasped. "Other beings from beyond our dimension." "The others do not observe. They consume." The scientist had gone pale. "It's trying to warn us," he whispered. "Warning about what?" Jason asked, his voice trembling. Before the entity could respond, a new alarm sounded, deeper, more urgent than the security alerts. Red emergency lights began flashing in patterns Jason hadn't seen before. The scientist looked up, his face contorted with panic. "They're initiating containment protocols," he said. "Full facility lockdown." "Because of me?" Jason asked. "No." The scientist's voice was grim. because of that. He pointed to the entity, which had begun to change. Its membrane was rippling, the light within flickering between its usual blue-purple hues and a deep, unsettling crimson. Too late. The voice in Jason's mind had changed, becoming distorted, fragmented. Tear already opening. They sense me. They come. Jason! Maya's voice crackled through the earpiece. Something's interfering with all signals in the area. The stream is breaking up. The entity convulsed, its appendages whipping violently through the air. One of them passed through a nearby console, which sparked and went dark. It's phase shifting, the scientist explained, backing away, losing cohesion in our dimension. The chamber doors suddenly slid open, and armed personnel rushed in. Not regular military, but figures in specialised containment suits with unfamiliar insignia. "On the ground, now!" one of them shouted. Jason raised his hands, but remained standing. "People need to know what's happening here," he said, gesturing toward his glasses. "Thousands are watching." "Not anymore," the leader replied. "All signals from this facility have been blocked." Jason glanced at the scientist, who nodded grimly, confirming the claim. "It doesn't matter," Jason insisted. "The stream was distributed through multiple relays. You can't erase what people have already seen." The entity emitted a high-pitched whine that made the armed personnel wince. The lights in the chamber flickered, and for a moment, reality itself seemed to waver, like heat shimmer on the desert pavement. "Tell them," the voice commanded in Jason's mind, weaker now. "The sky has changed. The stars move. They come." "Sir," one of the armed figures addressed the scientist. "Project Overthrow has been authorized. We need to move you to a safe location." The scientist's face drained of color. "That protocol hasn't been activated since 1979. "What's Project Overthrow?" Jason demanded. "Dimensional reset," the scientist replied quietly. "They are going to try to sever the connection." "And what happens to the entity?" The scientist looked at the floating form, which was becoming increasingly unstable. "It gets pushed back to its own dimensional plane, along with anything else that doesn't belong in ours." The implication was clear and terrifying. "Maya," Jason whispered, though he wasn't sure if she could still hear him. "If you're getting this, download everything. Back it up. Share it everywhere." The armed personnel surrounded Jason, weapons trained on him. "Jason Reeve," the leader said formally, "you are hereby detained under National Security Directive 133. Surrender all recording devices immediately." As they moved to apprehend him, the entity let out a final piercing cry, both audible and psychic, that dropped everyone in the room to their knees. "Remember," the voice echoed in Jason's mind as his vision began to blur, "the sky used to be bluer." The last thing Jason saw before losing consciousness was the entity collapsing in on itself, forming a swirling vortex of light and shadow that seemed to bend the very fabric of reality around it. And then, darkness. 3 days later, Maya Torres sat alone in her apartment, surrounded by computer equipment and empty coffee cups. Dark circles underscored her eyes, testament to sleepless nights spent searching, analysing, uploading. The live stream had cut out exactly 73 minutes after Jason entered the restricted area. The final images, the entity collapsing, the armed personnel moving in, Jason falling, had been seen by over 50,000 viewers before the feed died. Then came the denials. Official statements described the footage as an elaborate hoax. Social media platforms flagged and restricted the clips. Major news networks refused to cover the story. Within hours, the original stream had been scrubbed from most platforms, though copies continued to appear and disappear across the internet in a digital game of whack-a-mole. Maya had spent the first 24 hours trying to contact Jason, calling his phone, messaging his accounts, even reaching out to Desert Valley Logistics. All she received were automated responses or redirections. It was as if Jason Reeve had never existed. She stared at her main monitor, where frame-by-frame analysis of the final moments played on loop. The entity's collapse, the strange distortion of space around it. Details that no special effects team could have fabricated on the fly. Her phone buzzed with a notification. Another takedown notice for a mirror of the stream she'd uploaded to an obscure video platform. They can't erase it all, she murmured to herself, a mantra she'd repeated countless times since Jason disappeared. Too many people saw. A knock at her door startled her. She wasn't expecting anyone, and few people knew where she lived. Cautiously, she approached the door and peered through the peephole. A delivery person stood outside holding a small package. "Delivery for Torres," the person called through the door. Maya hesitated, then opened the door halfway, security chain still engaged. "I didn't order anything," the delivery person shrugged. "Just doing my job, ma'am." They held out a small padded envelope and a digital signature pad. "Sign here." Maya signed and took the package, closing and locking the door immediately after. The envelope had no return address, just her name printed in block letters. With trembling fingers, she opened it. Inside was the single USB drive, black, unmarked, ordinary. She stared at it for a long moment, then carried it to her isolation computer, a machine not connected to the internet, used specifically for examining suspicious files. She inserted the drive and waited as the system scanned it for malware. Finding none, she opened the sole file on the drive, an audio recording labelled simply "Final." Jason's voice filled the room, distorted and distant, as if speaking through layers of interference. "Maya, if you're hearing this, the dead man's switch worked. I don't know what happened after they took me. I don't know if I'm still here, but I need you to understand what I learned." Maya's eyes filled with tears as she listened to Jason describe what the entity had shown him in those final moments. Glimpses of other dimensions, warnings about tears in reality, beings that existed beyond human comprehension. "The entity wasn't just communicating with me," Jason's voice continued. "It was using me, using us, to spread awareness. It needed people to know, because something is coming, Maya. Something that's been trying to break through for decades." The recording crackled with static. "They'll try to discredit the footage. They'll say it was all fake, but thousands saw it live. The truth is out there now, fragmented but spreading, and that's what the entity wanted. Not just one person knowing everything, but millions knowing pieces. Collective awareness." Maya wiped her eyes, listening intently as Jason's voice grew fainter. "I don't think I'm coming back from this, Maya, but I need you to keep fighting. Keep sharing what we found, and watch the skies. It showed me that the colour is changing. Subtle shifts most people won't notice. The sky used to be bluer." The recording ended with a burst of static, then silence. Maya sat motionless for several minutes, processing what she'd heard. Then, with newfound determination, she moved to her main computer and began typing, creating new accounts, finding new platforms, preparing to spread Jason's final message. As she worked, her phone buzzed with messages from followers, friends, fellow researchers, all asking the same questions. Was it real? Where was Jason? What had they discovered? The answers weren't simple, but the mission was clear. The truth needed to spread, piece by piece, person by person. Outside her window, Maya paused to look at the evening sky. Had the blue always been this shade? Was it changing as Jason claimed? She couldn't be certain, but she was sure of one thing. Jason Reeves' last stream had started something that couldn't be contained. The questions he'd raised couldn't be unasked. The glimpse he had provided of entities beyond human understanding, of dimensional barriers thinning, had planted seeds of awareness in thousands of minds. Her computer pinged with notifications as new copies of the stream appeared online, shared by strangers who refused to let Elliot Gray had always been good at spotting inconsistencies. As a tech support specialist, his job depended on finding the small errors that caused systems to crash. The misplaced semicolon, the corrupted file, the incompatible update. He approached the world with the same meticulous attention to detail, which is why the logo on his breakfast cereal box stopped him cold one Tuesday morning. The familiar cartoon toucan smiled back at him. But something was wrong. The beak was different, straighter, less curved than he remembered, and the colours seemed off, somehow brighter yet less vibrant. "That's weird," he muttered, turning the box in his hands. "Did they rebrand?" He pulled out his phone and searched for the cereal's logo history. According to the internet, the logo had always looked exactly as it did on the box in his hands. There were no recent redesigns, no marketing campaigns announcing a new look. Elliot shrugged it off as a quirk of memory. He'd been working too hard lately, averaging 60-hour weeks at the IT help desk, where days blurred together in an endless stream of "have you tried turning it off and on again?" Maybe his brain was just glitching from exhaustion. But over the next few weeks, more discrepancies appeared. A fast food chain's logo had a different apostrophe placement than he remembered. A famous movie quote everyone referenced wasn't actually in the film when he rewatched it. The colour of a popular soda can seemed wrong. Hadn't it always been a slightly darker shade? Each inconsistency was minor, easily dismissed, but they accumulated, creating a growing sense of unease, like walking through a familiar house where all the furniture had been shifted an inch to the left. Then came the day he found the VHS tape while cleaning out his storage closet. It was an old copy of Interview with a Vampire, or so he thought. But when he looked at the label, it clearly read, Interview with a Vampire. The difference was subtle, just one word changed from the to a, but it felt profoundly wrong. "That's not right," he said aloud to his empty apartment. "It's Interview with the Vampire. It's always been the..." He searched online and found the movie only listed as Interview with a Vampire everywhere. Official sites, streaming platforms, even vintage movie posters, all showed the title with A instead of the. Elliot placed the tape on his coffee table and stared at it, a cold feeling spreading through his chest. He took a photo of it with his phone, then went to make some coffee, trying to shake off the unsettled feeling. When he returned 10 minutes later, he glanced at the tape again and froze. The label now read, Interview with a Vampire. Elliot looked at the photo he'd just taken on his phone. It showed Interview with a Vampire as well. There was no evidence that it had ever been different, but he knew what he had seen. He wasn't crazy. That night, unable to sleep, Elliot searched online for explanations. He found himself on a forum thread about something called the Mandela effect, a phenomenon where large groups of people share the same false memories. The name came from thousands of people who distinctly remembered Nelson Mandela dying in prison in the 1980s, despite the fact that he was released in 1990 and died in 2013. The thread was filled with examples, children's books with slightly different titles than remembered, movie lines misquoted by millions, geographical changes that couldn't possibly be real. People remembered a country existing that wasn't on any current map. Historical events with altered details, famous logos with subtle differences. One comment caught his attention. These aren't memory errors. They're timeline fractures. Reality is being rewritten, and some of us can feel it happening. The comment was from a user named Zero Anchor, who had linked to a podcast called Fracture Lines by someone named Rhea Maddox. Elliot clicked the link and found himself listening to a woman with a measured, intense voice, discussing the theory that the Mandela effect wasn't about false memories at all, but evidence of shifting realities. Memory doesn't work this way, Rhea was saying. Mass confabulation doesn't explain why millions of people independently remember the same specific details differently. What we're experiencing are echoes of timeline divergence, moments where reality has been altered. But our memories haven't fully adjusted to the new narrative. It sounded insane, yet Elliot couldn't stop listening. For most people, the dissonance appears as confusion, then acceptance of the new reality, Rhea continued. But some of us, those with stronger memory anchoring, retain impressions from the previous timeline. We remember how things were before the shift. Elliot scrolled through the episode list and saw titles like The Missing Geography Problem, Collective False Memory Syndrome, and Analog versus Digital Evidence. He clicked on the last one and heard Rhea explaining that digital information seemed to update automatically with reality shifts, while physical items, books, tapes, printed materials, sometimes lag behind, creating temporary anchor artifacts that proved the changes were real. It was almost 3 a.m. when Elliot finally created an account on the forum and posted his own experience with a VHS tape. He expected to be ignored or ridiculed. Instead, he woke to 17 responses, including a private message from Zero Anchor. The tape changed because you observed it twice across a shift window. This is important evidence. Check your childhood photos and books. Look for other inconsistencies. You're an anchor. One of the few can perceive the changes. Be careful who you tell. They're watching those of us who notice. Elliot stared at the message for a long time. Part of him wanted to delete his account, forget the whole thing, and blame it all on stress and sleep deprivation. But a deeper part, the part that had always helped him spot the errors others missed, knew something profound was happening. He typed back, "Who's watching? Who is they?" The reply came minutes later. The stabilizers. Their job is to smooth out inconsistencies in the narrative, including people who remember too much. I'm going to connect you with someone who can help. Her name is Rhea Maddox. She found proof of the deleted timeline, the original one. Elliot was about to reply when his phone buzzed with an email notification. The sender was Rhea Maddox herself. The subject line read, "Re, your VHS anomaly." The email was brief. "What you experienced is real. You're not losing your mind, but discussing this over digital channels isn't safe. Meet me tomorrow, 2 p.m. at the Central Library's 3rd floor microfilm section. Come alone and don't bring your phone." Elliot stared at his screen, heart racing. This was madness. Meeting a stranger based on an internet conspiracy theory? following instructions that sounded like something from a spy thriller. Yet the alternative, accepting that his mind was fabricating these inconsistencies, seemed worse somehow. He glanced again at the VHS tape sitting on his coffee table. Interview with a Vampire, the label read. But he knew, with absolute certainty, that wasn't right. Something had changed, and he needed to know why. The next day, Elliot called in sick to work for the first time in 3 years. As he approached the library, he felt simultaneously ridiculous and terrified. He left his phone at home as instructed, which felt like leaving a limb behind. The microfilm section was nearly empty when he arrived. Just an elderly man scrolling through old newspaper archives, and a woman in her late 30s with curly dark hair tied back in a loose ponytail, wearing a vintage band t-shirt and looking thoroughly out of place among the antiquated equipment. She looked up as he approached. "You must be Elliot." "How did you know?" he asked. "You have that look," she replied, "like someone who's just realised the world isn't what they thought it was." "I'm Ria," the woman said, extending her hand. "Thanks for coming, and for leaving your phone behind." Elliot shook her hand. "Is that really necessary? The no phones thing? Digital footprints are easily manipulated during shifts," she replied matter-of-factly. "What we're discussing shouldn't be traceable." She gestured to the chair beside her. "You experienced a real-time shift with that VHS tape. That's rare. Most people only notice the inconsistencies after the fact. So you believe the tape actually changed? That I'm not just misremembering?" Ria's expression was sympathetic but intense. "Memory is imperfect, yes. But when millions of people independently remember the same incorrect details about the same things..." She shook her head. "That's not how memory errors work." She pulled out a manila folder from her messenger bag. "These are what we call anchor artifacts, physical evidence of timeline discrepancies. Inside were photographs of items with subtle inconsistencies, a children's book series with a differently spelled title than what was currently published, a map showing geographical features that no longer existed, a newspaper headline about an event that official history said happened differently. Some of these were caught during transition periods," Ria explained. "Windows when reality is updating itself. Digital records can form instantly, but physical objects sometimes lag. If you document them quickly enough, you can preserve evidence of the shift." Elliot examined a photograph of a dollar bill with the Treasury Secretary's signature slightly different from current currency. It looked so ordinary, yet so wrong. "Why is this happening?" he asked. "And why do only some people notice it?" "That's what we're trying to figure out. The leading theory is that certain individuals have stronger memory anchoring, a neurological resistance to timeline reconciliation." She lowered her voice. "But the bigger question is whether these shifts are natural phenomena or deliberate manipulations." Elliot blinked. "Manipulations? By whom?" "That's where it gets complicated. 3 months ago, a former government physicist contacted me. He claimed to have worked on something called Project Phantom, a classified program using quantum computing to model alternate history scenarios. Like simulations? More than simulations. They were mapping probability pathways, parallel timelines where history took different turns. But something went wrong. The boundaries between potential realities began to blur." Elliot felt a chill. "That sounds insane." "I know. I thought so too." She pulled out another folder, this one containing pages of redacted documents with government letterheads. "Until I received these." The visible portions detailed funding for a reality stabilization protocol and memory reconciliation research. One page mentioned perceptual anomalies following timeline adjustments and identifying resistant subjects. "Where did you get these?" Elliot asked, his mouth dry. "From someone I call the archivist. He collects evidence of the shifts, analogue materials primarily. He wants to meet you." Meet me? Why? Because you witnessed an active transition. Most people only notice the discrepancies after reality is restabilized. She leaned closer. And because you mentioned having dreams about a sister. Elliot stared at her. I never said anything about dreams or a sister. Ria's expression shifted subtly. You did, in your forum post. No, Elliot said firmly. I only mentioned the VHS tape. They looked at each other in silence for a moment. Show me the post, Elliot finally said. Ria pulled out a printed copy of the forum thread. There, under his username, was a paragraph he had no memory of writing. And lately I've been having these dreams about growing up with a sister named Eliza who played the piano. But I've always been an only child. Sometimes I wake up with memories of her that feel more real than my actual childhood. Elliot's hands trembled slightly. I didn't write this. I don't have these dreams. Are you certain? Ria asked quietly. And suddenly he wasn't. Because now that she mentioned it, he could picture a girl with dark hair like his, playing a baby grand piano in a living room he recognised as his childhood home. He could hear the music, Chopin, her favourite. He remembered teasing her about it, but that was impossible. He'd grown up alone with his mother in an apartment too small for a piano. What's happening to me? He whispered. Your memories are reconciling, Ria said. The shifts are becoming more frequent. The timelines are bleeding together. Elliot pushed the papers away, suddenly needing air. This is crazy. I should go. Before you do, Ria said, sliding a small leather notebook across the table. Write down everything you remember about your life. Family members, childhood homes, major events. Do it now while you still remember your original timeline. My original timeline, Elliot repeated, the words sounding absurd. Please, Ria insisted. You'll thank me later. Something in her tone made him comply. He spent 20 minutes writing down basic fact about his life. Born in Chicago, moved to Boston at age 8 after his father died, grew up in apartment 3B on Marlborough Street with his mother Margaret, attended Emerson College. When he finished, Ria handed him a business card with just a phone number. Call this if you notice more changes. It's a secure line. Do I need to worry about these stabilizers you mentioned? Just be careful. Pay attention to patterns. If you see the same strangers repeatedly in different places, or if anyone takes too much interest in your memory problems, don't engage. Call me immediately. As Elliot left the library, the logical part of his brain insisted this was all elaborate nonsense, a conspiracy theory built around common memory errors. But another part of him, the part that had always noticed when things weren't quite right, couldn't shake the feeling that Ria was telling the truth. That night, he dreamed of playing hide-and-seek with a dark-haired girl in a house with a baby grand piano in the living room. When he woke, he was crying without knowing why. The anomalies accelerated over the next week. A building on his route to work had always been blue, until suddenly it had always been green. A popular movie he'd seen multiple times now had a different ending. The corner store had always been a laundromat, according to everyone but him. He began documenting everything in the notebook Ria had given him, comparing his memories against current reality. The discrepancies were mounting, but the dreams about his sister were what truly unnerved him. They weren't like normal dreams, vague and fading upon waking. These were vivid, detailed memories. Eliza's piano recital when she was 12, the Christmas she gave him a hand-knitted scarf, the day she left for Juilliard while he helped carry her suitcases. One morning, driven by a compulsion he couldn't explain, Elliot called his mother. "Hey, Mum, I was just thinking about old times," he said casually after their usual pleasantries. "Remember that piano we had in the living room when I was a kid?" "Piano?" His mother sounded confused. "Elliot, we never had a piano. The apartment was tiny. Where would we have put one?" "Right, of course," he said quickly. "I must be thinking of someone else's house. Are you feeling all right, honey? You sound strange." "Just tired." Hey, random question. Do I have any old family photos you could send me? I was feeling nostalgic. 2 hours later, his mother texted him several scanned photographs. Elliot at various ages, always alone or with his mother. No sister, no piano, no house. But when he looked at the images, they seemed wrong somehow, like looking at doctored photos where something had been carefully erased. There were odd gaps in group arrangements, strange empty spaces on couches, his mother's arm positioned as if around another child who wasn't there. That night, he received a text from an unknown number. They know you're noticing. Be at Franklin Park, East Entrance, 7 a.m. tomorrow. Leave your phone at home again. R. Franklin Park was quiet at 7 a.m. with only a few joggers breaking the morning stillness. Elliot stood nervously at the east entrance, feeling exposed without his phone. After 10 minutes, a black sedan with tinted windows pulled up alongside him. The rear door opened. "Get in," Rhea said from inside. "Quickly." The car pulled away as soon as he closed the door. Besides Rhea, there was a driver Elliot couldn't see clearly through a privacy partition. "Sorry for the drama," Rhea said, "but things have escalated. The archivist doesn't usually agree to meet people directly, but after what happened to your forum post, he made an exception." "What do you mean, what happened to my post?" "It changed 3 more times since I showed it to you. Each version included different details about your sister, who apparently never existed in this timeline." Elliot's stomach tightened. "Where are we going?" "Somewhere offline." The car took them to an industrial area outside the city, eventually stopping at what appeared to be an abandoned storage facility. Rhea led him through a series of security doors, each requiring different access codes, until they reached a vast room lined with shelves of analog media. Books, VHS tapes, vinyl records, newspapers, physical photographs. In the centre stood a figure that could only be the archivist, a tall, thin person of indeterminate age wearing mirrored sunglasses that obscured their eyes completely. Their gender was ambiguous. Their voice, when they spoke, neither distinctly male nor female. "Elliot Gray," the archivist said. "Memory anchor, rating 8.2. Original timeline designation Delta 5. "How do you know that?" Elliot asked. "The same way I know you had a sister named Eliza who attended Juilliard until she was erased during the 2018 reconciliation event." Elliot felt his knees weaken. "So it's true? I had a sister who doesn't exist anymore." "In your original timeline? Well, yes. In this current dominant reality, you've always been an only child." The archivist gestured to the surrounding archive. "I maintain physical records from multiple timeline versions. Analog media is resistant to complete reconciliation during shifts. But why? What's causing these changes?" The archivist moved to a table covered with documents and opened a folder. In 2014, the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency initiated Project Phantom, Probabilistic Historical Analysis and Narrative Trajectory Optimization Module. It was designed to model how small historical changes might affect global stability. They spread out several redacted documents similar to what Rhea had shown him. The technology allowed them to not just simulate alternate histories, but temporarily access parallel timelines where those alterations had actually occurred. "That's impossible," Elliot said automatically. "The quantum mechanics are complex, but the practical outcome is simple. They discovered they could pull information from timelines where history took different turns. The initial goal was intelligence gathering, seeing how different decisions might play out without committing to them in our reality." The archivist placed a hand on a stack of newspapers with conflicting headlines about the same historical events. But they went further. They found they could stabilize connections to preferred timelines, essentially grafting elements from one reality onto ours if the outcomes were deemed superior. "You're saying the government is editing reality?" Elliot said incredulously. "Not directly, the process is more like merging branches of code. They select a parallel timeline with a preferred outcome, strengthen the quantum entanglement between that reality and ours, and allow reconciliation to occur naturally. Most people's memories simply adjust to the new narrative. Except people like us, Rhea added. Precisely. Approximately 8% of the population has strong memory anchoring, resistance to timeline reconciliation. You remember elements from the original timeline even after reality has been rewritten. The archivist removed their mirrored glasses, revealing eyes with heterochromia. One blue, one brown. I was part of the original Phantom team. When I realised what was happening, I began preserving physical evidence from pre-shift realities. Elliot struggled to process everything. But why would they erase my sister? What possible benefit? Your sister is collateral damage, the archivist interrupted. Most personal changes are side effects, not targets. The program focuses on larger historical trajectories, preventing conflicts, stabilising economies, neutralising threats. Individual lives are considered acceptable variations. They are playing God, Elliot whispered. They believe they're ensuring national security and global stability, the archivist corrected. The ethical implications are secondary concerns, Rhea spoke up. Show him the frequency patterns. The archivist nodded and led them to a computer station. The only modern technology visible in the archive, the screen displayed waveform patterns. During shifts, we detect specific electromagnetic frequencies being broadcast globally. They appear to facilitate the reconciliation process, helping reality rewrite itself more efficiently. These signatures have been increasing in frequency and duration. Elliot studied the wavelengths, something thick nagging at his memory. I've seen these patterns before. The archivist and Rhea exchanged glances. Where? The archivist asked intensely. I don't know. In dreams, maybe. They feel familiar somehow. The archivist's expression changed slightly. That shouldn't be possible unless... They moved to another computer and pulled up Elliot's details. When exactly did you start noticing the discrepancies? About a month ago. The serial logo was the first thing. And the dreams about your sister? Just this past week. The archivist typed rapidly, then stepped back from the screen. You're not just sensing the shifts, you're remembering across them. That's exceptionally rare. A memory anchor rating above 9.0. What does that mean? Elliot asked. It means, the archivist said slowly, that you're not originally from this timeline at all. Not from this timeline, Elliot repeated. What does that mean? The archivist returned to the computer. These readings suggest you're experiencing memory bleed through from at least 3 distinct timeline variants. The dominant one, which I suspect is your origin timeline, includes your sister Eliza. I don't understand. If I'm from another timeline, how did I get here? You've always been here, Rhea explained. But the you in this timeline has been overwritten by versions from other realities during reconciliation events. Your consciousness is a composite, primarily anchored to your origin timeline, but existing in this current reality. The archivist pulled up another set of waveforms on the screen. These frequency patterns match brain activity we've recorded in high-level anchors during active shifts. Somehow you're resonating with the transition signal itself. Elliot's head throbbed. This is insane. What's insane, said the archivist, is that they're accelerating the program. The shifts are becoming more frequent, more extensive. They're no longer just tweaking historical events. They are making fundamental alterations to reality's baseline. Why? Something has them scared. Based on my intelligence, they encountered something in a potential future timeline that they're desperately trying to prevent. Whatever it is, they believe it justifies the increasing instability of these reality manipulations. The archivist turned to face Elliot directly. But they've overlooked something critical. Each shift creates more anchors, people who can sense the changes, and the borders between timelines are weakening. Memory bleed through is increasing. People like you are remembering lives from worlds that supposedly never existed. A loud alarm suddenly blared throughout the facility. Red lights flashed along the ceiling. "Proximity alert," the archivist said, immediately moving to a security monitor. "They've found us. We need to move." "Who found us?" Elliot asked, panic rising. "Stabilizers," Rhea answered, already gathering documents into a bag. Their job is to eliminate inconsistencies, including people who remember too much. On the security monitor, Elliot could see several black SUVs surrounding the building and men in tactical gear deploying outside. "Is there another way out?" he asked. "Through the archive," the archivist said, leading them deeper into the rows of shelving. "Take this." They handed Elliot a small metal device that looked like an old MP3 player. "It contains everything we know about Phantom, the reconciliation frequencies, and your original timeline. Keep it analog, don't transfer it to any digital system." As they hurried through the archive, Elliot glimpsed shelves containing thousands of items. Books with titles he recognised, but with subtle differences. Newspapers reporting on events he'd never heard of. Photographs of public figures in situations that had never happened. "How much of history have they changed?" he asked breathlessly. "More than anyone realises," the archivist replied. "Major historical events remain structurally intact, but details shift constantly. Sometimes entire months of global history are retconned to prevent a single undesirable outcome." They reached a service elevator at the back of the facility. The archivist input a code and the doors opened. "This leads to a maintenance tunnel that exits half a mile east. Follow it, then get to this address." They handed Elliot a piece of paper. "Memorize it, then destroy it." "You're not coming?" "I need to preserve what I can of the archive. Rhea will go with you." As if on cue, the lights in the facility flickered, and a new alarm sounded. "They're initiating an electromagnetic pulse," the archivist said urgently. "Go now!" Elliot and Rhea entered the elevator. As the doors closed, Elliot caught a final glimpse of the archivist returning to the heart of the archive, moving with calm purpose despite the chaos. The elevator descended rapidly. When it stopped, they found themselves in a concrete tunnel dimly lit by emergency lights. "This way," Rhea said, leading him east. They moved quickly through the tunnel, the sound of their footsteps echoing off the walls. After what felt like an eternity, they reached a ladder leading up to a hatch. "Let me check first," Rhea said, climbing up and carefully pushing open the hatch. After a moment, she gestured for Elliot to follow. They emerged in what appeared to be an abandoned subway maintenance shed. Through small grimy windows, Elliot could see they were in an industrial area different from where they'd entered the archive. "What now?" he asked. "Now we get to the safe house," and Rhea stopped mid-sentence, her eyes widening as she looked over Elliot's shoulder. Elliot turned to find a man standing in the doorway behind them. Average height, unremarkable features, wearing a grey suit. Despite his ordinary appearance, something about him sent a chill down Elliot's spine. He smiled pleasantly, but the expression didn't reach his eyes. "Miss Grey," the man said. "I'm Agent Darrow. I think it's time we had a conversation about your memory issues." "Run!" Rhea shouted, shoving Elliot toward a side door. They burst out into an alley and sprinted away from the maintenance shed. Behind them, Elliot heard no pursuit, just Agent Darrow's voice, eerily calm and somehow audible despite the distance. "We only want to help you realign, Mr. Grey. This confusion doesn't have to continue." They ran for several blocks, weaving through alleys and side streets until Rhea finally pulled Elliot into an empty storefront with newspaper-covered windows. Both were breathing hard. "How did they find us?" Elliot gasped. "I don't know," Rhea said. "The archive has been secure for years. She looked at him intently. Unless they were tracking you. How? I left my phone behind. Not electronically. They might be tracking your anchor signature, the unique way your consciousness resonates with timeline shifts. Elliot leaned against a wall, trying to process everything. This Agent Darrow, is he going to kill us? Not exactly, Rhea said grimly. Stabilizers don't typically eliminate anchors physically. They realign them. What does that mean? They have technology that can reset your memory anchor points. You forget the original timeline completely. Your memories reconcile with the current reality, and you stop noticing the shifts. The thought of losing his memories, of forgetting Eliza completely, terrified Elliot more than the prospect of physical harm. We need to keep moving, Rhea said. The safe house is about 2 miles from here. As they prepared to leave, Elliot noticed Rhea checking a small device similar to a radiation counter. What's that? Shift detector. It measures anomalies in background electromagnetic frequencies that precede reconciliation events. She frowned at the reading. The levels are rising. Another shift is coming, a big one. How long do we have? Hours, maybe less. We need to get somewhere shielded before it hits. They left the storefront cautiously, staying on side streets and avoiding security cameras. As they walked, Elliot noticed something strange, subtle inconsistencies in the world around him, as if reality itself was becoming less stable. Street signs momentarily displayed different names before snapping back. Buildings briefly flickered between different architectural styles. Are you seeing this? He asked Rhea. The overlay effect, yes. It happens just before major shifts. The timelines bleed together briefly before one becomes dominant. They were crossing through a small park when Elliot saw a figure seated on a bench ahead, Agent Darrow, calmly feeding pigeons. How is he finding us? Elliot whispered, pulling Rhea behind a tree. I told you, they can track anchor signatures, and Darrow isn't ordinary, he's a high-level stabilizer. Some say they've been so thoroughly reconciled across multiple timelines that they coexist simultaneously in all of them. Agent Darrow looked directly at their hiding spot and smiled. He stood up and began walking toward them. This way, Rhea hissed, pulling Elliot toward a crowded street market. They lost themselves in the crowd, ducking between vendor stalls and groups of shoppers. After several minutes of evasive maneuvering, they seemed to have escaped pursuit. We're close to the safe house, Rhea said. Just a few more blocks. As they turned a corner, Elliot froze. Ahead was a small boutique with a familiar logo, one he recognized but couldn't place. Then it hit him. It was the original logo of the cereal brand, the one he remembered from before the first shift he'd noticed. That's impossible, he murmured, approaching the store window. Inside, he could see products with packaging he remembered from his original timeline. Brands with their old logos, designs that had changed weeks ago. Rhea, look at this. Everything in there is from before the shift started. But when he turned, Rhea was gone. In her place stood Agent Darrow, smiling mildly. Reality is fracturing, Mr. Grey, Darrow said conversationally. The boundaries between timelines are becoming dangerously thin. People like you are making it worse. What did you do with Rhea? Elliot demanded. Ms. Maddox has been realigned. She's much happier now, I assure you. Darrow gestured to the store window. What you're seeing is timeline bleed through. Pockets of alternative reality manifesting in our baseline. It's becoming more common and more dangerous. Elliot backed away. I know about Project Phantom, about the timeline manipulations. Then you understand the necessity of what we do. History is being optimized, Mr. Grey. Catastrophes prevented, wars averted. The small cost is worth the greater stability. Small cost? You erase my sister from existence. Darrow's expression remained pleasant but empty. In the grand scheme, individual variations are statistically insignificant. She wasn't insignificant to me. Your subjective experience is noted but irrelevant to the broader initiative. Darrow stepped closer. Your anchor rating is exceptionally high. You're remembering across multiple timeline variants, creating instability in the reconciliation process. We need you to realign. And if I refuse? This isn't a request, Mr. Gray. The next shift is imminent. Either you realign voluntarily, or will be forced to take more aggressive measures. Elliot felt the metal device the archivist had given him pressing against his leg through his pocket. It contained everything they knew about Phantom, possibly enough to expose the program if he could get it to the right people. What exactly is coming? Elliot asked. What did Phantom see in the future timeline that has you all so scared? Something flickered across Darrow's face, the first genuine emotion Elliot had seen from him. Collapse, Darrow said quietly. Complete timeline dissolution. The end of causal reality as we understand it. He straightened his already perfect tie. We're trying to prevent that. The shifts, the reconciliations, they're necessary stabilization measures. By destroying lives, erasing people, by making surgical adjustments to prevent greater harm. Darrow extended his hand. Come with me now, and I promise the realignment will be painless. You won't remember any of this confusion. You'll have a new life, complete and consistent. For a moment, Elliot wavered. The thought of escaping this nightmare of no longer feeling reality shift beneath his feet was tempting, but the image of Our story begins in the hush of classified hallways, where a program reminiscent of the real-life MK Ultra is in full clandestine swing. The term MK Ultra once dominated whispered conversations about CIA-led experiments in mind control during the 1950s through the 1970s. LSD, hypnosis, electroshock therapy. All these manipulations found their ominous place under the banner of national security. In that era, certain individuals were treated less like humans and more like lab specimens, subjected to psychological torment to test the boundaries of the human mind. In this retelling, you'll meet Dr. Elliot Voss, a brilliant neuroscientist initially enamoured with the idea of unlocking the brain's hidden capabilities. But once he steps into the labyrinthine research facility, known only as Project Echo, the illusions of noble science start to crumble. He sees sedation wards where detainees mumble to themselves, the aftermath of near-endless LSD runs, the blank stares of men and women forcibly parted from their own memories. Realising that the line between experiment and torture has been crossed, Voss chooses the perilous path of quiet rebellion. His antagonist, Agent Monroe Thatch, the stoic operative tasked with ensuring Project Echo remains undisturbed. Thatch views the program as a necessary evil in the arms race for psychological supremacy, and he's willing to bury any traitor who jeopardizes it. Meanwhile, among the catatonic subjects is Mara, once a sharp-witted journalist, now a disoriented test subject fighting to piece her identity back together. With Voss's help, she might just reclaim her mind and bring the truth to light. Across 5 parts, we'll trace how Voss moves from compliance to conscience, from naive fascination to outraged horror. We'll witness him sabotage experiments, forge documents, and orchestrate escapes. But each step he takes invites deeper suspicion from the Watchers, who guard Project Echo's secrets. At stake is not just his life, but the remnants of Mara's stolen memories and the fates of countless unnamed victims. Ultimately, Voss stands at the crossroads: vanish into the shadows forever, or blow the whistle on an atrocity that has no place in any civilization. Both choices carry lethal risks, so settle in with your blankets and your cautious curiosity. We're about to peel back the layers of a conspiracy that merges technology, psychology, and a ruthless government's quest for absolute control. May this story remind you that even in the darkest corners, a glimmer of empathy can ignite and transform. Grab a late-night snack or a soothing tea, and let's open the locked doors behind which Project Echo lurks. Dr. Elliot Voss first glimpsed the Project Echo compound on a drizzly autumn morning. He'd been flown in on a battered twin-prop plane, landing at a disused airstrip far from any major city. A black sedan awaited him, its driver silent as he whisked Voss down roads so winding that even the day's faint sunlight seemed lost. At last, the car halted before a nondescript concrete building fenced by barbed wire, security cameras angled on every approach. A discreet sign read, Department of Psychological Research, Federal Program 17. But the rumour mill called it something else. A black site where boundaries of science and morality dissolved in the name of defence. Once inside, Voss was greeted by a perfunctory handshake from Agent Monroe Thatch, an older man with close-cropped grey hair and a near-permanent scowl. "Welcome to Echo," he said, voice devoid of warmth. "Your credentials speak volumes, Doctor. We trust you'll find your calling here." Voss forced a polite nod. Months earlier, he'd been approached by government contacts praising his neurology research, claiming they needed innovative strategies for advanced interrogation and memory therapy. Even then, he'd sensed the undercurrent of something sinister, yet his curiosity and a sense of patriotic duty had led him to accept, perhaps too eagerly, he now thought. They stepped into an elevator that sank deep underground, well below the building's official levels. The corridor that welcomed them looked more hospital than dungeon. Sterilised floors, white walls, overhead fluorescents humming. But as they proceeded, Voss spotted armed guards at certain doorways, and the tension in the air was palpable. Thatch introduced him to a small cluster of lab-coated staff, who each nodded in clipped greetings. The orientation took the form of a restricted briefing. Project Echo was studying the interface between psychoactive substances and forced conditioning techniques. On the surface, they used the language of legitimate research, personality reformation, deep memory reprogramming. But as Voss scanned the faces of these staffers, he saw flickers of discomfort in some, while others seemed unnervingly at ease with such manipulations. Agents in suits hovered at the edges, ensuring no one forgot that everything was both top secret and mandatory. Before long, Thatch ushered Voss into a conference room. A dull projector displayed slides, images of men in straitjackets, eyes wide with confusion, graphs charting sedation levels for cooperative compliance. This was the first explicit hint that the subjects here were not volunteers. "We have various populations," Thatch said matter-of-factly. "Some from prisons, some who can't be officially recognised as detainees, subversives, potential traitors, or undesirables. We measure responses to LSD variants, isolation stints, hypnotic triggers." Each phrase rang alarm bells in Voss's conscience. Voss tried to keep his expression neutral. "And my role?" he asked. "How do I fit into the existing protocols?" Thatch tapped the slides. "We need your expertise to refine the memory disruption procedures. Our prior staff had trouble achieving stable amnesia in certain subjects. We want them to forget everything or reshape their personalities entirely. You are, from your academic work, well versed in neural plasticity, yes?" Swallowing a surge of unease, Voss nodded. Indeed, he'd studied how neural pathways could be altered or overwritten, but never had he imagined applying this knowledge in forced experiments. He recalled the hopeful dream he once held, curing PTSD or reversing degenerative conditions. This was the polar opposite, weaponizing the brain's malleability. After the briefing, a short tour followed. Thatch escorted him through labyrinthine halls where observation windows peered into small windowless rooms. In one, a woman lay strapped to a table, an IV drip in her arm. "She's on the new LSD compound," a passing technician murmured. "Round-the-clock infusion for 3 days now. We're observing the break in her sense of time." Voss's stomach churned. The woman's vacant gaze signalled mental devastation. Indeed, her identity, her sense of reality, was being shredded systematically. They continued to a sealed chamber. Through the one-way glass, Voss saw a figure in a corner, rocking back and forth, muttering a phrase. A guard whispered that this man repeated the phrase, "I am safe, I am safe," for 72 hours under forced wakefulness. The staff measured at which point the mind caved. Voss felt his hand tremble on the doorknob. This was beyond any ethical boundary he knew. The final stop was a small lab assigned to Voss. Tidy. State-of-the-art machinery for EEG scans, chemical mixers and sedation equipment lined the counters. "Your workspace," Thatch said. "You'll liaise with lead researcher Dr. Klein on the next steps. Our aim, refine memory erasures so the subject retains basic function but loses prior allegiances. Field-operable assets, so to speak." He gave Voss a near smile, vile in its sincerity. After Thatch left, Voss sank into the lone office chair. He exhaled shakily. This was a realm of nightmares turned real, the hushed side of psyops he'd only read about in declassified rumours. Could he back out now? The door to the corridor was locked from the outside. Even if it wasn't, the entire facility was under watch. He was effectively a captive too, albeit a well-treated one. In that moment, part of Voss wanted to sabotage everything. Another part rationalised. If he left, they'd find a less scrupulous doctor. He might at least mitigate harm from within. Thus, he resolved to remain, observe carefully and decide how to protect these victims, if possible. He sensed that playing along for now was the only immediate recourse, but his heart hammered with the realisation that each day in Project Echo threatened to stain his conscience forever. Thus began his first evening. After an oppressive dinner in a staff cafeteria where conversation was stifled by suspicion, Voss retired to a Spartan dorm room. He stared at the overhead light, mind replaying the images of hollow-eyed subjects. He opened a small notebook, writing, "Day 1 at Echo. Real, or is it a waking nightmare?" He paused, pen trembling, then added, "I must help them. I can't be complicit in this horror." The vow took shape in those lines. A vow that would soon pit him against the entire apparatus, and dangerously close to losing his own mind in the process. Over the ensuing weeks, Dr. Elliot Voss settled into a grim routine. By day, he wore a veneer of compliance. He joined team meetings, contributed to progress updates, and delivered mild improvements to the sedation protocols. By evening, he returned to his dorm, scrawling private notes in code about each subject he encountered. He'd never explicitly told himself he was building evidence for a leak, yet the thought loomed. If any chance arose to blow the whistle, these notes and data might be invaluable. One of the earliest glimpses of his moral rebellion emerged in the sedation labs. He discovered that a single LSD variant caused catastrophic neural collapse in half the test subjects. The lead researcher, Dr. Klein, considered that a necessary risk, but Voss quietly replaced that batch with a milder compound during an overnight supply swap. The next day's tests yielded lower compliance rates, incensing Klein, but no catastrophic breakdowns. The staff remained puzzled, blaming supply chain inconsistencies. Meanwhile, a cluster of subjects escaped the worst of LSD's ravaging effect. This small subversion boosted Voss's resolve. If he could keep individuals alive, or at least less harmed, he'd salvage a shred of decency. Soon, he seized further chances. In the psychological reprogramming ward, the official logs demanded daily electroshock of certain subjects to keep them pliant. Voss tampered with the voltage calibrations in the machines. The staff, trusting the readouts, believed they were delivering the full jolt, but in reality the shock was far lower. Enough for the outward show, but sparing vital neural tissue. Some subjects began to regain flickers of their personalities, though the guards or lesser staff seldom noticed these subtle awakenings. Yet each small act risked detection. Agent Monroe Thatch remained vigilant. He frequently examined lab results, noticing anomalies. Hard-coded instructions from the top required consistent escalation of dose, yet Voss's logs sometimes reported plateau or slight reduction. Thatch confronted him once, an intense stare across Voss's desk. "Why are your sedation numbers not matching the forecast curves?" Voss feigned confusion. "The subjects show sensitivity. Pushing them further could cause organ failure. We need them stable, not comatose, for accurate data." Thatch's eyes narrowed. "Proceed carefully, Doctor. We can't have emotional squeamishness hamper results. The program demands unwavering commitment." At night, Voss's nightmares grew. He saw faces of the men and women trapped in the wards, calling out for help in twisted illusions. The next day he would pass them in hallways, or watch from the observation deck while they were forced through group suggestion experiments. Some faintly recognised him as a kinder presence, though fear kept them from speaking. In that swirl of oppression, one subject emerged who stirred Voss's determination to new heights. Subject number 23, Mara. She'd been a journalist, rumoured to have pried too deeply into rumoured CIA black sites. Kidnapped from her apartment, she ended up in Echo. Initially sedated to the brink of catatonia, she now hovered in a half-lucid state, memories fraying at the edges. The logs indicated repeated LSD trials, amnestic injections, and forced re-education sessions. One afternoon, while scanning her EEG patterns, Voss recognised signs of partial memory recall. He discreetly adjusted her medication, lowering the sedation so she might piece together her identity. Over the next few days, Mara began to speak in hushed fragments. "They took me. I was investigating. Hush, hush." She'd blink, tears sliding down her cheeks. Voss murmured calm reassurances, feigning routine checks whenever staff were near. But in whispered intervals he told her, "You're not crazy. You were a journalist. They want you silent." She stared wide-eyed, a glimmer of trust in him forming. Around that time, Voss orchestrated his first genuine escape for a group of 3. They were lesser-known detainees, men rumoured to be either drifters or misidentified suspects. Official logs had them listed as unresponsive, terminated. In reality, Voss manipulated the monthly disposal protocol used for expired subjects. He bribed a facility ambulance driver, forging documents that indicated the men's bodies needed to be incinerated off-site. The driver, half sympathetic, half eager for the hush money, smuggled them out alive, releasing them near a safe contact in a neighbouring state. The official story read, 3 deceased, remains destroyed. None in the facility questioned it, as the programme's culture was that death often came with high-intensity testing. Days later, Voss glimpsed a brief mention in an underground newsletter about 2 men claiming to have escaped a mind-controlled black site. The reference was oblique, overshadowed by bigger news, but it confirmed the men had survived. The satisfaction balanced the daily dread. He was making a difference. Inevitably, suspicious details mounted. Thatch compiled a list of oddities, sedation logs not aligning with standard progression, and apparent sabotage of LSD supplies, puzzling anomalies in electroshock calibrations. He confronted Dr. Klein, who shrugged and pinned blame on incompetent lab techs. Thatch, unconvinced, began monitoring the labs more closely. Surveillance cameras were installed in corridors where previously only guards roamed. The staff's tension soared. People whispered about a traitor in the ranks. Mara's partial awakening threatened to accelerate that tension. She recalled scattered details. I wrote about covert experiments. I found leads. Then they came. She became convinced she had evidence locked away in some safe deposit box. If only she could get out, contact her old editor. Voss realised that if they freed Mara and she reconnected with her network, the entire Echo operation could be exposed. He urged caution, but the time might come for a major leak. He began compiling more thorough evidence, tapes of sessions, chemical batch numbers, statements from staff. This was no longer small sabotage. It was heading for an all-out revelation, if they pulled it off. But the noose tightened. One evening, a junior staffer who'd glimpsed Voss's tampered logs confronted him quietly. "Doctor, I know you're altering the dosage records. If they discover it, we're done. I can't lose my job." Fear emanated from the staffer's eyes. Voss tried to reassure him, claiming it was only calibrations to ensure stable data. The staffer seemed partly convinced, yet the whisper that a traitor existed was out. Faced with the inevitability that Thatch would soon piece it all together, Voss concluded they had to act soon. He told Mara, "When I trigger your final sedation test tomorrow, it'll be a ruse. We'll fake your body as deceased. If all goes well, I'll place you on the same disposal run that I used before. You must get out, find a journalist or safe contact, and blow the lid off Project Echo. That's the only way to stop them from hunting me or recapturing you." Mara, trembling, agreed. Her memories, though incomplete, burned with enough clarity to know that once outside she could expose everything, including the role of powerful officials. Thus the quiet revolt escalated into a plan for a full-blown leak. Voss spent a sleepless night forging documents, labelling Mara's condition as terminal adverse LSD reaction. A single slip, a single suspicious guard, and it would fail. He prayed that luck or justice would be on their side. The next day, under the fluorescent hum of the sedation ward, he prepared the final dose for Mara. If all went to plan, it would appear lethal to those who glanced at the monitors. If not, they'd both pay with their lives. The morning air in the sedation ward felt stale, as if all the walls exhaled dread. Dr. Elliot Voss had planned Mara's final sedation meticulously. He'd prepared a specialised injection that would mimic the vital signs of death for about an hour, just enough time for her to pass official checks. He also had the help of a sympathetic nurse, quietly convinced these subjects were being tortured rather than treated. The nurse would sign the forged death certificate, then assist in transferring Mara to the disposal route. Agent Monroe Thatch, always on the prowl, decided to personally oversee the sedation ward's operations that day. Perhaps the intensifying rumours spurred him to watch for sabotage. At 8 a.m. he strode in, nodding curtly at staff. Voss's pulse pounded. If Thatch insisted on verifying each injection or examining the body, the entire plan might collapse. In a stroke of fortune, a separate incident across the facility demanded Thatcher's immediate attention. A subject in the LSD reconditioning chamber had violently lashed out, injuring a technician. Alarms blared. Thatch barked an apology to Voss. "Carry on without me," then rushed off. Voss allowed himself a momentary breath of relief. With the path cleared, Voss proceeded. He found Mara lying on a gurney in a semi-daze, the sedation regimen intentionally minimal these past few days. She locked eyes with him, and in that silent exchange he sensed her fear and determination. "This is it," he whispered. "Once the injection takes hold, you'll appear in a comatose or near-death state. The nurse will record your final breath." Mara nodded, voice shaky. "What if I don't wake up? Or if they discover the ruse?" Voss swallowed. "We have no alternative. Trust me." He administered the injection, then monitored her vitals. Within minutes, Mara's heartbeat slowed to an almost imperceptible rate, her respiration dropping to faint levels. She looked disturbingly lifeless, though a doctor examining closely might sense the subtle difference. The nurse hovered by Voss's side, forging the official time of death. "Deceased, subject number 23, LSD-induced catatonia and systemic shock," the chart read. Mara was wheeled to the body disposal unit, a euphemism for the corridor leading to the incinerator. There, a gurney waited to be rolled inside. The staff who typically oversaw this station were accustomed to treating each body as just another casualty in the programme's pursuit of progress. Voss told them, "She's gone. The logs are signed." They glanced at the form, nodded. No further questions. It stung him that human life had become so trivial here. But in their numb acceptance lay an advantage. None suspected deception. A short while later, a security alarm beeped at the disposal gate. An ambulance was inbound to handle off-site incineration for multiple bodies that had piled up. One of them was Mara. This was the route Voss had used before to free detainees. He parted from the nurse with a subtle nod, hoping to see Mara again, but uncertain. The plan demanded that once out, she find the safe contact, blow the whistle, and vanish. Voss felt both terror and hope swirling in his chest as the ambulance rolled out of the facility gates. But fate had a twist. Within an hour, Agent Thatch returned to Voss's lab. The earlier incident was resolved, yet Thatch's mood bristled with suspicion. He asked, "So, Doctor?" "Voss, I see you had a death this morning. Another LSD complication?" Voss feigned sorrow. "Yes, subject number 23. She'd been on advanced trials." The data spiked unpredictably. She passed quickly. Thatcher's gaze drilled into him. "I find it odd. 23 was stable just days ago with talk of new protocols. What changed so drastically?" A wave of anxiety threatened Voss's composure. The final LSD variant proved lethal in her case. "I regret we couldn't intervene." She collapsed swiftly. He managed to keep his voice steady, though Thatcher's posture indicated mistrust. "Show me the logs. All details," Thatch demanded. Together they pored over the sedation records, ECG readouts, all forged or manipulated by Voss. The reading seemed consistent on the surface. Thatch narrowed his eyes. "We're losing an unusual number of subjects to adverse reactions lately. Doesn't that hamper your data?" Voss contrived a clinical tone. "Yes, it does. We're pushing the boundaries of LSD derivatives. Mortality is high." A moment of tension. Then Thatch grunted. "I'll be investigating further," and stepped out. The door slid shut with a whisper, leaving Voss trembling. It was only a matter of time before Thatch demanded a more thorough autopsy or recheck number 23's body. By then, though, the ambulance would have disposed of the corpse. At least that was the official story. With luck, Mara would be far from here. Sure enough, the next day, Thatch tried to confirm number 23's remains. He encountered only an empty incinerator schedule slot. The staff told him it had gone out in the morning run. Thatch demanded the driver's route logs, but the driver was back with the vehicle. Everything in standard order, none the wiser. Thatcher's frustration soared. "A body disappears too conveniently," he said, glaring at Voss. "Coincidence? Or are you playing me?" Voss feigned indignation. "Agent, do you suggest I orchestrated a false death? For what purpose?" Thatch's silence was telling. Meanwhile, outside the facility, the nurse's contact was supposed to rouse Mara from her artificially induced near-death state. She would then slip away to meet the journalist or safe house. Voss could only hope all went well. The entire plan hinged on her regaining enough clarity to recall the horrors she endured. If her memory was still patchy, the leak might falter, but it was a risk worth taking. Back inside Echo, a storm brewed. Thatch intensified background checks on staff, scanned data meticulously. The higher-ups demanded results from the memory-wiping trials, yet logs showed uncharacteristic anomalies. Soon, an emergency staff meeting was called. All scientists, doctors and technicians had to attend. Voss recognised the gravity. This was likely Thatch's tactic to corner the saboteur publicly. Sure enough, at that meeting, Thatch revealed new security protocols. Cameras would be installed in the labs, sedation wards, even staff hallways. "Too many irregularities have plagued us," he said icily. "No more. We suspect an insider facilitating leaks or faking data. Any who conspire will face immediate repercussions." The room fell into anxious silence. Some staff, not complicit, still had known nothing about the recent escapes, but their fear soared. Meanwhile, Voss watched Thatch's gaze linger on him a beat too long. The message was clear. "I'm on to you." Still reeling, Voss retreated to his dorm that evening. He realised Mara's rescue was the high point. With security tightening, he might not manage another extraction. The next big step was a direct leak, one that pinned the entire operation to the public eye. Could he do it alone? Did Mara truly escape, or had something gone wrong? The swirling questions tormented him, but time was short. If Thatch pinned evidence on him, it was over. If he fled, they'd hunt him. The only real hope was to blow the whistle widely enough that the conspirators couldn't bury him quietly. Thus, the stage was set for a final confrontation. Voss would gather the microfilm archives, documentation of the program's origins, the internal memos from a shadowy chain of command. He'd risk everything to get them out. The fate of hundreds of detainees, and perhaps his own life, hung on a knife's edge. Within days, Agent Monroe Thatch escalated the crackdown. Hallway cameras, strictly monitored lab sign-ins, unannounced searches, all inflicted a new climate of fear upon Project Echo. Whispers died in mid-sentence for fear a microphone lurked. Researchers who once looked uneasy about the cruelty now simply kept silent, hoping to avoid suspicion themselves. For Dr. Elliot Voss, each hour felt like borrowed time. He was certain Thatch suspected him. So Voss pinned his hopes on finalising a damning compilation of Project Echo's existence. Coded references to their LSD experiments, video transcripts of detainee re-education sessions, personal diaries from staff who'd once believed in the patriotic cause. Voss had gleaned access to them all, storing them on microfilm hidden inside a hollowed chemistry manual. He typed the data each night behind locked office doors, praying the new cameras wouldn't see beyond. With cunning, he'd set up a loop feed for his lab's camera, replaying innocuous footage to fool real-time watchers. His biggest challenge, ironically, was the unpredictability of some staff. The friendliest among them had grown quiet, fearing Thatch's wrath. Another might inadvertently reveal something, or sabotage him for personal safety. Voss accepted that he must act swiftly, alone. He arranged a coded call to a journalist contact, a friend of a friend who sometimes reported hush-hush intel for a fringe newspaper. The talk was brief, full of oblique references. "I have new notes on the echotherapy project to deliver. Must meet at Vantage West Corridor." The reporter, uneasy but intrigued, agreed on a location and date. If all went right, Voss would slip out under pretext of an off-site sample run and deliver the microfilm. Yet he knew the facility wasn't easy to exit. The gates were under watch, and Thatch had a knack for surprise checks. As the day approached, Voss pressed forward with final tasks. He ensured the LSD formula in the labs was replaced with a less harmful version. He tried to reduce the voltage on each electroshock machine to mitigate damage. He even left instructions in obscure codes for future staff who might find them, explaining how to sabotage the worst procedures. If he were caught or forced to vanish, at least some seeds of resistance would remain. The morning of the planned leak was grimly still. A hush had settled through the corridors, as if fate itself held its breath. Voss told his colleagues he'd be driving out with a disposal unit, carrying tissue samples for analysis at a far lab facility. This was partly legitimate. Small tissue vials from certain autopsies, but hidden among them was the microfilm sealed in a cryo container. The guard at the vehicle bay gave a cursory check, seeing only typical lab gear. He waved Voss on. For a moment, Voss's heart soared. Oh shit, I've been there. Perhaps it would be that easy. But as he started the engine, a black car screeched into the bay. Thatch stepped out, an armed subordinate behind him. He signalled the guard to stand aside, then approached Voss's driver window. "Going somewhere, Doctor?" Thatch's tone was ice. Voss forced calm smile. "Yes, the usual tissue disposal run plus some off-site analysis. You know the routine." Thatch's eyes scanned the interior. "Mind if I ride along? I'd like to see these labs for myself." His expression made it clear this was no polite request. Voss's pulse hammered. If Thatch rode with him, he'd discover the microfilm. "Of course," Voss managed, summoning a neutral voice. Thatch climbed in the passenger seat, the subordinate in the back. They drove out from Project Echo's gate, the morning sky heavy with clouds. Tension thickened in the silent car ride. Voss tried to maintain composure, his mind racing for a plan B. A direct confrontation would be suicidal. Midway down a secluded forest road, Thatch spoke at last. "We found evidence you manipulated sedation logs. Several detainees who died show no trace in the incineration records, Dr. Voss. I suspect you've been playing a dangerous game. Care to admit it?" Voss's knuckles whitened on the steering wheel. He tried a bluff. "If there are discrepancies, it must be the staff's mistakes, not mine. You know how incompetent some have been." Thatcher's glare indicated disbelief. "Spare me, I've heard the rumours. The missing LSD shipments, the lower shock intensities. You've grown a conscience." They reached a deserted stretch of highway. Thatch ordered Voss to pull over. The subordinate brandished a sidearm. Once parked, Thatch commanded Voss to pop the trunk. "Let's see what you're really transporting." Voss stepped out, half resigning himself to the inevitable. Inside the trunk, the cryo container with tissue samples lay in plain view. Thatch motioned the subordinate to open it. At that instant Voss lunged, not for the guard, but to slam the trunk shut, nearly smashing the subordinate's hand. The gun fired a wild shot. Voss ducked, adrenaline roaring. If he could just grab the microfilm and run. Thatch seized Voss by the collar. The two grappled. Another shot rang out, grazing Voss's shoulder. He cried out. Blood spattered the ground. Thatch, face twisted in fury, pinned Voss. "You think you can leak our secrets?" he spat. "We'll bury you in a black site deeper than Echo." The subordinate rummaged through the trunk, yanking out the cryo container. He discovered the microfilm canister. Thatch snatched it, expression triumphant. "So you do have a little trove of evidence?" "Our worst fear confirmed." "No matter. It ends now." Voss, panting, stared at the muzzle aimed his way. His chance to free those detainees, to protect Mara's testimony, to reveal the monstrous program, all pinned on an impossible moment. Then from behind the car a figure appeared, the nurse who had helped orchestrate escapes. She'd followed, suspecting a trap. She brandished an old revolver with trembling hands. "Drop the weapon!" she hissed at the subordinate. Thatch turned, firing swiftly. The nurse was no marksman. Her shot went wide, but Thatch's bullet struck her square, dropping her instantly. Voss's eyes widened in horror. In that split second, the subordinate was momentarily distracted. Voss lunged for the microfilm canister in Thatch's grip. They struggled over it, arms locked in mortal tension. A single shot thundered again. This time it was the subordinate's gun, finishing off the nurse. Voss felt hope draining. With a savage twist, Thatch hammered Voss's wounded shoulder. Pain flared, and this canister slipped from Voss's hand onto the roadside. The subordinate kicked it away, retrieving it for Thatch. Blood dripped from Voss's mouth as he coughed out words. "You can't hide everything," Thatch sneered. "We don't need to hide everything, just enough. And you, de Voss, will be a tragic accident. A meltdown in the lab, perhaps. Or a recorded suicide." He nodded to the subordinate. "Bag him. We're returning to Echo." Chained and bleeding in the back seat, to Elliot Voss felt each bump in the road jar the bullet wound in his shoulder. His vision blurred from blood loss and shock. Agent Monroe, Thatch and the subordinate drove them back to Project Echo. The microfilm canister sat at Thatch's side, a trophy of victory. The hush in the car was broken only by Voss's ragged breathing. On arrival, Voss was taken to an isolated sublevel, a reprocessing wing he'd never visited. Harsh fluorescent lights glinted on cold steel chairs, arrays of sedation syringes. Thatch dismissed the subordinate, wanting this done quietly. "You had potential, Voss," he said, spitting the words with scorn, "but you let sentiment ruin you. Now you'll vanish." Voss's mind reeled. He pictured the detainees he'd saved, the mild sabotage. He thought of Mara, hopefully outside, ready to speak to the world. If she succeeded in contacting journalists, maybe Project Echo could still be exposed. But if Thatcher's men recaptured her, everything was lost. Voss's blood chilled. As Thatch prepared a lethal injection, likely to pass off as an on-site lab accident, a siren blared overhead. A frantic voice on the intercom. "Security breach! Unidentified infiltration at the main gate!" Thatch froze, cursing. He shoved the syringe into a tray and stormed out to address the alarm. Voss slumped, battered but not quite dead, cuffed to a gurney. The minutes crawled. Eventually, a trembling lab assistant approached. She recognized Voss and mumbled, "I can't believe this. They said you're a traitor, but you always were kind to the subjects." Summoning the last shred of empathy, she unfastened his cuffs. "Go. If they find me, I'll say you overpowered me." Voss, eyes brimming with gratitude, mustered enough energy to stand. He grabbed a lab coat to stanch his wound and stumbled through deserted corridors. The facility was in partial lockdown, but the sudden infiltration at the gate seemed to have drawn most guards there. Flickering overhead lights cast an eerie gloom. Up ahead, echoing footsteps. Voss ducked into a storeroom. He discovered some unmarked personal protective gear, a face mask, a battered cap. Slipping them on, he limped toward the exit he used for the ambulance route. If he reached that door, maybe he could slip away in the chaos. Near the ambulance bay, however, he found a half-dozen armed men scurrying about. They wore suits, not standard security gear, possibly CIA watchers responding to the infiltration. Hiding behind crates, Voss overheard scraps of chatter. "We have the microfilm. We can't let the infiltration succeed. Thatch has Voss in custody." They seemed uncertain if the infiltration was a decoy for Voss's breakout or something else. Voss realised with sinking dread that he had no chance to pass here unnoticed. He pivoted back into the labyrinth. The alarm klaxon reverberated. Doors slammed, the facility's auto-lock mechanisms sealing entire wings. Voss's only option was to climb upward via the service stairs. Each step flared agony in his shoulder. Nonetheless, he pressed on, mind swirling with a single impetus. Get out, ensure the truth emerges. If the infiltration was Mara, or someone allied with her, that might buy him precious time. On the upper level, he discovered chaos. Lights flickered, staff ran in multiple directions, a few labs had been forcibly opened, detainees stumbling out in confusion. Something big was happening. A nurse he recognised as sympathetic dashed by, eyes wide with terror. She gasped upon seeing him alive. "They're releasing the subjects," she whispered. "All the sedation wards, a meltdown. Don't know who triggered it." Then she hurried off, guiding a confused detainee. Amid the swirling panic, Voss glimpsed an improbable figure. Mara, hair dishevelled, brandishing a small pistol, leading a line of unsteady detainees. A battered staff ID hung from her neck. She caught Voss's eye across the corridor, relief flooding her face. Somehow she'd come back inside. "Doctor!" she called. He staggered over. She explained in breathless words. After the ambulance escape, she made contact with a covert group determined to rescue more detainees. They'd planned a covert infiltration. Freed from sedation, her memories consolidated enough to rally them. Her presence here was a miracle, if a dangerous one. "We must get out, with evidence," Voss said. She grimaced. "I found some documents, but no sign of the microfilm. Thatch has it, right?" He nodded, bitterness surging. All their collected proof was in enemy hands. But a partial record might still suffice. The large group of detainees, though traumatized, could testify to the horrors. "Let's go," Voss urged. They wove through trembling corridors, stepping over debris. Sirens wailed anew. Occasional gunshots rattled the air. Some detainees, in a frenzy, attacked guards, others cowered. The building's hush had become pandemonium. At an emergency exit, they found Thatch blocking the way, pistol drawn, his face a mask of cold wrath. "This ends now," he spat. "Voss, you have no idea the forces you're up against." He aimed at Voss, but Mara levelled her gun in return, unsteady but determined. A standoff formed. Thatcher's men advanced from behind. Voss realised time was up. If they captured the detainees, everything was undone. Mara squeezed the trigger, a shot that nicked Thatcher's arm. He hissed in pain, returning fire. Bullets shattered glass. The detainees scattered, some fleeing through the partially open door. Voss shoved an overturned desk for cover. Another bullet hammered into the metal, sparks flying. At that juncture, a cluster of detainees overcame Thatcher's men from behind, tackling them with raw desperation. In the chaos, Thatch was pulled down. Mara seized the chance, pulling Voss to his feet. He reeled from blood loss. She half carried him through the door. Fresh air greeted them. An overcast sky, a swirl of government vehicles half ablaze as the infiltration group clashed with security. Some unknown allies beckoned them into an unmarked van. Within minutes the van sped off. Shots echoed behind, but the van's driver evaded pursuit along a back road. Inside, Voss slumped, vision tunnelling. Mara pressed cloth to his shoulder, tears filling her eyes. "Stay with me, Doc. You gave me back my mind. We'll save you too." He blinked, half conscious. The detainees huddled around, a battered congregation yearning for freedom. Days later, as Voss hovered in a safe house, drifting in and out of fever, the infiltration group compiled testimonies from rescued detainees. Some had partial memory, others remembered it all. Though the microfilm was lost, they had enough direct eyewitness accounts. They fed these stories to a handful of clandestine journalists. In bold headlines, overshadowed by official denials, the name Project Echo emerged in fringe publications. The CIA quickly labelled it baseless conspiracy. Most mainstream outlets scorned it for lacking conclusive proof. Yet behind the scenes, ripples formed. Some in the government quietly ended Echo's operations, fearing exposure. The lab was quietly disbanded, the staff reassigned. Officially to Elliot Voss, perished in a laboratory accident. No body recovered. The facility's halls were sanitised and repurposed. As for Mara, she went underground, carrying a bound, battered journal of Voss's secret notes. She vowed to keep telling the story, no matter how many times official channels tried to bury it. In the hush of a distant city, a final scene unfolds. Mara walking alone, hood drawn. She clutches that worn journal. She passes a street corner where a newspaper kiosk displays a rag with a headline about experimental mind control, real or hoax. She tucks the journal under her arm, gazing at the curious passers-by. A faint, determined smile crosses her face. For though Dr. Elliot Voss gave his life, the truth behind Project Echo lives on, quietly awaiting the moment to spark a wider awakening. And for those who read the small print or listen with open ears, the echoes of that horrifying program ring out, an unsettling reminder of how easily the boundaries of science and morality can shatter when power goes unchecked. The radio transmitter hummed to life with a familiar electric wheeze, its vintage dials glowing amber in the dimness of the shed. Mattie Connors wiped dust from the frequency display, her fingers leaving clean trails across the aged panel. Her father's ancient ham radio equipment had sat untouched for nearly a decade, but tonight, on her 25th birthday, seemed like the perfect time to resurrect it. "Come on, old friend," she whispered, turning the tuning knob delicately. "Let's see if you still work." Outside, beyond the weathered walls of the equipment shed, cornstalks whispered in the summer night. The Connors farm stretched for 40 acres in all directions, a modest plot by Iowa standards, but enough to keep her father in business after her mother passed. Enough to keep Mattie trapped in Granger when her engineering scholarship fell through. Enough empty space to broadcast music that no one would hear. The transmitter's needle jumped, finding power. Static hissed through the speakers. Mattie checked her phone's FM radio app, searching for an empty frequency to experiment with. Most of the dial was dead air this far from Des Moines, just how she wanted it. She settled on 88.1 FM, twisted the broadcast dial to match, and waited. The static changed. Not suddenly, but in such a subtle shift that she almost missed it. The white noise acquired rhythm, a soft, regular thump that reminded her of a heartbeat, but mechanical, precise, too regular for anything natural. "That's weird," she muttered, checking connections. The transmitter wasn't actually broadcasting yet. It was receiving. The rhythmic pulse continued, now joined by a faint high-pitched tone that danced above the lower beat. It reminded her of the harmonic pattern generators she'd built during her brief engineering stint at Iowa State. The sound was almost mathematical in its precision. Mattie glanced at her watch. 3:33 a.m. She grabbed her phone and started recording, holding the microphone close to the radio's speaker. After a full minute, the signal abruptly cut off, returning to pure static. Back in her bedroom, Mattie downloaded the audio file and opened her sound editing software. She hadn't used these programs since dropping out of college, but some skills never quite disappeared. She ran the signal through a spectrogram analysis, watching as the visual representation of the sound materialized on her screen. What she saw made her sit back in her chair. The patterns weren't random. The high-pitched overtones, when mapped visually, created distinct numerical sequences. First 7 prime numbers, then what appeared to be the beginning of a Fibonacci sequence. This wasn't terrestrial interference or random cosmic noise. This was structured, intelligent. "What the hell?" she whispered, running the analysis again. By sunrise, Mattie had created 3 different spectrograms and converted portions of the signal into numerical values. She'd spent hours on Reddit forums for audio engineers and amateur astronomers, eventually posting her findings with a simple question. Found weird signal on 88.1 FM in rural Iowa. Any ideas what this could be? She attached the audio file and her preliminary analysis before collapsing into bed, the morning chores temporarily forgotten. Her last conscious thought was that she should check the frequency again the following night. When she woke at noon, her post had been removed, not just downvoted or flagged, completely gone, as if it had never existed. Her browser history showed she'd visited the site, but the post itself had vanished. More disturbing still, the audio file she'd uploaded to her cloud drive was gone too. "Dad," she called, heading downstairs, "did you use my computer this morning?" Walter Connors sat at the kitchen table, his weathered hands wrapped around a coffee mug. At 63, he maintained the stoic demeanour of someone who had spent a lifetime watching seeds grow into crops, only to be harvested and planted again. Patience lived in the creases around his eyes. "Didn't touch it," he replied, not looking up from his newspaper. "Why?" "Some files went missing," Mattie said, pouring herself coffee. "Weird stuff I recorded last night on your old radio setup." Her father's hand stilled, coffee mug halfway to his lips. What frequency? The question struck her as odd. 88.1. Why? Walter carefully folded his newspaper, a deliberate movement that Matty recognised as his way of buying time. That old transmitter picks up all kinds of interference, probably just noise from the power lines. Power line noise doesn't transmit prime number sequences, Dad. The kitchen fell silent except for the ticking of the ancient wall clock. Walter cleared his throat. "Sometimes it's better not to broadcast what you hear," he said finally, "especially around here." "What's that supposed to mean?" Matty pressed. Walter stood, rinsing his mug at the sink. "Just saying some signals aren't meant to be shared." He left for the fields before she could question him further, but his reaction only intensified her curiosity. What did her father know about a random radio frequency? Why would he care if she shared what she'd found? That afternoon, Matty drove into town, laptop tucked under her arm. The Granger Public Library was small but offered free Wi-Fi that wasn't linked to her home network. She uploaded her recordings again, this time to a more obscure forum dedicated to unexplained radio phenomena. Within an hour she had 3 responses. Definitely artificial. Pattern repeats exactly every 42.7 seconds. Looks like SETI stuff. Where exactly did you record this? Check your DMS. The direct message came from a user named RadioSilence_1977. Take this down immediately. They monitor these forums. 88.1 is part of Node 0. Not your discovery, not the first time. Call the number in your area that ends with 3333 if you need to understand why this matters. Matty stared at the message, a chill running through her despite the summer heat. She started typing a response when the library's internet connection suddenly dropped. The librarian announced they were experiencing technical difficulties. By the time Matty returned home, her forum post had vanished too. That evening, as sunset painted the cornfields in golden shadow, Matty noticed something unusual from her bedroom window. A utility truck parked at the edge of their property. 2 men in matching grey uniforms stood beside it, looking toward the house. Though too distant to see clearly, something about their synchronised movements seemed unnatural, as if they were mirrors of each other. When she blinked, they were gone. The truck, too. Only empty road remained. At exactly 3:33 a.m, Matty sat in the equipment shed, headphones on, the radio tuned to 88.1 FM. The signal returned, stronger tonight, its pulsing rhythm somehow more urgent. The mathematical sequences had evolved, growing more complex. In the distance, she could have sworn she heard the cornstalks rustling in perfect synchronization with the beat. Matty woke to the sound of her computer rebooting, the distinctive startup chime jolting her from sleep. The clock on her nightstand read 3:33 a.m. She hadn't set an alarm. Rubbing sleep from her eyes, she watched as her screen flashed to life, opened a blank document, and displayed a single line of text. Not for you to hear. The cursor blinked rhythmically before the computer shut itself down. Matty sat frozen, heart hammering in her chest. She hadn't touched the keyboard. She hadn't even been near the computer. Morning brought no clarity, only more questions. While checking the fence line after breakfast, she discovered a perfect circle in the cornfield, about 10 feet in diameter, where the stalks lay flat against the ground, spiralling inward toward a centre point. The corn wasn't broken or damaged, just uniformly bent as if pressed down by an invisible hand. "Dad!" she called out, finding Walter inspecting an irrigation pump nearby. "Come look at this." Her father approached slowly, his face unreadable as he surveyed the formation. "Wind damage," he said flatly. "Wind doesn't create perfect circles with mathematical precision," Matty argued, "and it doesn't just happen to show up after I record that signal." Walter sighed heavily. "Leave it alone, Matty. Please." "Why won't you tell me what you know about this?" She gestured toward the flattened corn. "This isn't normal, and you're acting like it's just another Tuesday." Her father removed his cap, running a hand through thinning grey hair. "I worked radar systems before I inherited this farm. Air Force, 1985 to 1991, stationed up at the North Dakota border most of that time." This wasn't news to Matty. but his tone suggested he was building to something important. There were frequencies we were told never to acknowledge, he continued. Signals that appeared on our scopes that we logged as equipment malfunction, even when we knew better. The brass called them ambient anomalies. We called them visitors. Matty stared at him. Are you saying you detected UFOs? I'm saying some things in this world speak in ways we're not meant to understand. And answering back, he paused, looking directly at her. That's when trouble starts. Before she could press further, the distant sound of a vehicle drew their attention. The same utility truck from yesterday approached along the access road, moving unhurriedly. Go inside, Walter said quietly. Who are they? Don't know, don't want to, just go. Matty retreated to the house, but watched from the kitchen window as her father met the truck at the end of their driveway. Two men emerged, identical in height and build, wearing matching grey uniforms. Even from this distance, their movements seemed eerily coordinated. He spoke briefly with Walter, who nodded several times. One of them handed him what appeared to be a business card. Then they departed, the truck disappearing down the dusty road. Walter returned to the house, his expression troubled. Electric company, he said, before Matty could ask. Checking lines. In matching uniforms with synchronized walks? Come on, Dad. He placed the card on the counter. It was blank except for a phone number, one that ended in 3333. Sometimes, Walter said carefully, it's better to ask permission than forgiveness. That afternoon, while her father napped, Matty drove to the Granger Historical Society, a glorified storage room attached to the town hall. The elderly volunteer seemed surprised to have a visitor. Looking for information on any radio stations or transmission towers that might have operated around here, Matty explained, especially during the Cold War. The woman pursed her lips. That'd be the old emergency broadcast station, I suppose. Closed down in 97 or thereabouts. Never did much broadcasting that I recall. Where was it located? About 8 miles north of town. Nothing left now but the foundation. With directions in hand, Matty found the site easily enough. A concrete slab obscured by weeds, with the rusted remains of a tower anchor still visible. What caught her attention, however, was what lay beneath. A sealed metal hatch, its surface weathered but intact, emblazoned with faded government markings. She photographed everything, particularly the designation stencilled on the hatch. ARCS Node 0. Back home, Matty began researching ARCS, and found sparse references to the Agricultural Region Communication System, ostensibly created to warn rural communities of nuclear threats. But one declassified document mentioned passive monitoring capabilities and anomalous frequency capture. She expanded her search to include other similar stations and discovered something remarkable. Satellite maps showed 6 former ARCS stations formed a perfect hexagon across Iowa, Nebraska, and South Dakota, with Granger precisely at its centre. That night, at 3:33 a.m, the signal returned, stronger, clearer. But this time, embedded within its mathematical pattern was something new. Her name, converted to binary code. The signal knew who was listening. As dawn broke, Matty found a note slipped under the front door. Do not transmit. It hers. Later that morning, while checking the cattle, she noticed they were huddled at the far end of the pasture, as far from the corn as possible. Their behaviour was unusual, heads lowered, refusing to graze despite the lush grass. When she tried approaching them, they backed away, eyes wide with unmistakable fear. By noon, the corn had changed. Subtle at first, just a slight variance in the direction of growth. But as Matty walked the rows, she realised entire sections were now growing in clockwise spirals rather than straight lines. The stalks twisted around each other in patterns that mimicked the frequency readouts from her computer. She tried calling the number on the blank card. A mechanical voice answered, reciting what sounded like random numbers before disconnecting. When she redialed, a different voice answered, human this time, but strangely flat. Connor's residence, 88.1 observation, the voice stated, not a question. Who is this? Matty demanded. How do you know my frequency? Your frequency? The voice sounded almost amused. It's been transmitting since 1941. You're just the newest receiver. The line went dead. When Walter returned from town with supplies, Matty confronted him with her discoveries. What's Node 0, Dad? What's really under that concrete slab north of town? Her father's shoulders sagged. I signed papers, Matty. We all did. Everyone who's owned this land since the 40s. Signed what? Easement agreements, monitoring rights. He gestured vaguely toward the corn. They said it was dormant. Hasn't sent a readable signal in decades. Who's they? People who know enough to be afraid, Walter answered, and smart enough not to interfere. That night Matty dreamed of cornfields that moved like ocean waves, pulsing in rhythm to an unseen heartbeat. In the dream, she walked to the centre of their property where the ground began to split open, revealing not soil but a vast mechanical eye, ancient yet somehow alive, peering up at the stars. She awoke to find her bedroom filled with a pale blue light that seemed to emanate from nowhere and everywhere at once. Her computer screen showed spectrogram patterns forming and dissolving without input. In the corner of her room stood two identical silhouettes, the men from the utility truck, though she hadn't heard anyone enter the house. She's resonating now, one said, voice oddly distorted. Becoming antenna, the other replied. Matty reached for the bedside lamp, but the figures were gone before the light came on. The locals called it pressure front weather, that peculiar stillness before a storm when the air feels charged with anticipation. But the clouds gathering over Granger that morning carried no rain, only an unnatural darkness that seemed to absorb the sunlight. Matty stood on the porch, watching barn swallows dart nervously across the sky before disappearing entirely. Even the insects had gone quiet. The corn, however, hadn't stopped its strange transformation, now growing nearly 6 inches taller than normal, with stalks that twisted toward the centre of the property instead of reaching for the sun. Her phone vibrated with a text from an unknown number. The pattern completes today. Stay indoors after sunset. She tried responding, but the message bounced back as undeliverable. Walter had left before dawn for a farm supply auction in Des Moines, leaving Matty alone with her mounting questions and the increasingly alien landscape of their once familiar farm. She decided it was time to find answers elsewhere. The Granger Public Library's local history section was modest, but contained yellowed newspaper archives dating back to the 1930s. Matty requested everything they had about the founding of the emergency broadcast station. Funny you should ask, the librarian said, retrieving a dusty folder. Someone else was looking into those old stations just last month, left this research behind. The folder contained photocopied articles about the station's construction in 1941, alongside what appeared to be handwritten research notes in Cyrillic script. Clipped to these was a faded black and white photograph showing 7 men in military uniforms standing before the partially constructed radio tower. On the back, someone had written, Joint Monitoring Initiative, US-USSR, 1941. This can't be right, Matty muttered. The Americans and Soviets weren't allies until months after Pearl Harbor, which happened in December 1941. Yet this photo was dated April 1941, 8 months earlier. Stranger still was the diagram that fell from between the pages, a technical schematic labelled Receiving Configuration, Subterranean Frequency Capture. The drawing showed the radio tower's foundations extending far deeper than necessary, connecting to what appeared to be a pre-existing underground structure. As she photographed these documents with her phone, Matty noticed a sealed envelope tucked into the folder's pocket. Inside was a handwritten letter, the paper brittle with age. August 15th, 1982. To whoever finds this account, my name is Alexei Baranov, formerly captain of Soviet Air Defense Forces. I am what your government calls a defector, Though I did not leave for politics or freedom. I left because both our nations lie about what sleeps beneath your American heartland. In 1982, I was assigned to a joint monitoring project, officially designated as atmospheric research, but our true purpose was to track signals from an object discovered in 1926. American farmers found it after a meteorite impact, except it was no meteorite. The object was manufactured, ancient, and buried far deeper than any natural impact could explain. Neither government wished to acknowledge it publicly. Instead, they built a network of listening posts disguised as rural radio stations. 6 stations to triangulate, with Granger at the centre. For decades, the object remained dormant, emitting only faint pulses at regular intervals, like a heartbeat in hibernation. But something has changed. The mathematicians say the pattern is evolving, becoming more complex. The object is waking up. It sends signals outward now, not just to our stations, but to the stars. I write this because I believe people deserve warning. When the pattern completes, when it establishes the connection it seeks, I fear what might answer. If you are reading this, look to the fields. They will change first. A.B. Mattie's hands trembled as she folded the letter. The date, 1982, coincided with her father's early Air Force service. Had he known about this all along? Outside the library, the strange weather had intensified. The sky had darkened to a greenish copper hue that typically preceded tornadoes, yet the air remained perfectly still. Her phone showed no service, and the town seemed eerily deserted for a weekday afternoon. As she drove back toward the farm, Mattie noticed something impossible. The cornfields along the highway had changed direction since morning. Miles of crops that had previously grown in conventional rows now formed elaborate spiral patterns visible even from ground level. The effect was disorienting, creating optical illusions that made the landscape appear to breathe. The utility truck waited at her driveway, the identical men standing motionless beside it. This time Mattie didn't avoid them. She parked directly in front and got out. "Who are you really?" she demanded. "What's happening to our farm?" The men regarded her with identical blank expressions. Up close, their similarities were even more unsettling. Not just their builds and uniforms, but their faces shared the same flat affect, as if emotions were concepts they'd only recently encountered. "Resonance testing," one said. "Calibration complete," added the other. "That doesn't tell me anything," Mattie pressed. "What's underneath our farm? What's ARCS Node 0? The first man tilted his head. "Not what? Who?" "It was always listening," said the second. "Now it's answering." "Answering what?" The question it was sent to ask. They handed her another blank card, this one containing only geographic coordinates. Without another word, they returned to their truck and drove away. Mattie entered the coordinates into her phone's map application. They matched the exact centre of their property, a spot where the corn grew tallest, where the spiral patterns converged. By the time she reached the house, the sun had nearly set, casting long shadows through the twisted cornfields. The coordinates led to a section they rarely farmed, a slight depression that tended to flood during heavy rains. Her father had always avoided planting there, claiming the soil was poor. Now she understood why. The ground at the centre had changed, the soil darkening to an almost metallic sheen. As twilight deepened, the dirt began to emit a faint luminescence, pulsing with the same rhythm as the radio signal. Mattie's phone chimed with a text from her father. "Don't go near the centre field. Coming home now." Too late. She was already standing at the edge of the depression, watching as the ground continued its transformation. The dirt was shifting, revealing glimpses of something solid underneath. Something with geometric patterns etched into its surface. Her phone rang. Unknown caller. "Matilda Connors," said a voice she recognised from her earlier call. "You need to leave immediately. The pattern completes at 3:33. "What happens then?" she asked. It finishes constructing the receiver, and then it waits for instructions. From who? A pause. We don't know. That's what scares us. The ground beneath her feet trembled slightly, and Matty stepped back as a section of soil collapsed, revealing a small portion of what lay beneath, a metallic surface with inscribed symbols that resembled mathematical equations. The exposed section pulsed with soft blue light, the same colour that had filled her bedroom nights before. Her phone's screen flickered, then displayed a single message. Coordinates matched. Receiver identified. As darkness fell completely, Matty noticed something else. The stars above the farm were disappearing one by one, as if being systematically erased from the night sky. In their place, a subtle pattern was forming in the darkness, the same spiral configuration she'd seen in her spectrogram analysis. At precisely 3:33 a.m, every electronic device on the farm activated simultaneously. The house lights, the computer, the old radio transmitter in the shed, each emitted the same pulsing pattern, now loud enough to feel in her chest. The ground at the centre of the depression split open like a blooming flower, soil falling away to reveal more of the object beneath, a vast circular disc of impossible age, its surface covered in mathematical symbols that rearranged themselves as she watched. From this exposed section, a beam of coherent light shot straight upward into the night sky, piercing the spiral void where stars had been. The transmission had begun. Walter's truck skidded to a halt in the driveway, headlights illuminating Matty's frozen figure at the field's edge. He ran toward her, panic evident in every movement. "Get back to the house," he shouted over the now audible hum emanating from the exposed disc. "It's not safe." Matty couldn't move, transfixed by the beam of light connecting earth to sky. "What is it, Dad? Really?" Walter reached her side, breathless. "They called it a beacon when I was stationed at the monitoring facility, supposedly dormant for millennia until a lightning strike partially activated it in 1926. They built the listening posts to study it without disturbing it further." "They who?" "Started as a joint Soviet-American project before the Cold War, later expanded to include others, scientists, military, people who understood the implications." The humming intensified, and the beam of light widened, creating a cylindrical column that distorted everything seen through it. The air within seemed to bend, creating impossible geometries. "We need to go," Walter insisted, tugging her arm. "They're evacuating everyone within the zone." "Evacuating? Why now?" "Because it's never done this before." He gestured toward the light. "It's been receiving for decades, signals from somewhere beyond our solar system. Now it's transmitting back." The ground trembled again, more sections of soil collapsing to reveal additional portions of the buried disc, far larger than Matty had initially imagined. Not just a probe or small craft, but something massive. As they retreated toward the house, the utility truck returned, accompanied now by 3 identical black SUVs. Men in dark uniforms poured out, carrying equipment Matty didn't recognise. One approached them directly, older than the rest, with the bearing of someone accustomed to authority. "Walter," he acknowledged with a nod. "Ms. Connors." "This is Director Chambers," Walter explained tersely. "He oversees the monitoring program." Chambers gestured toward the activity behind him. "We're setting up a containment perimeter. That signal you discovered, Ms. Connors, the one at 88.1 FM, it was never meant to be heard by human ears. It was a maintenance frequency designed to keep the beacon in dormant mode. And when I started recording it, you created feedback," Chambers confirmed. "The system detected active monitoring and interpreted it as an activation command." One of the twins from the utility truck approached, handing Chambers a tablet. "Triangulation complete," he reported. "Signal target identified." "Where's it transmitting to?" Matty asked. Chambers studied the tablet, his expression grim. "Approximately 96 light-years from Earth. The star system we've been monitoring since 1977, when we detected the first response to the beacon's passive emissions." "Response? You mean..." "Yes, Ms. Connors. Something out there has been listening too. And now, thanks to your interference, they know exactly where to find us. The blue light emanating from the exposed sections of the disk intensified, causing shadows to shift unnaturally across the landscape. The cornstalks nearest the light began to crystallize, transforming into glassy structures that refracted the beam into thousands of smaller projections. "What happens now?" Walter asked, voice tight with tension. "We wait," Chambers replied. "The transmission sequence takes approximately 6 hours to complete. After that," he shrugged. "Truthfully, we don't know." Matty felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. "Why did you let us live here if you knew this thing was buried on our property?" "Monitoring requires proximity," Chambers explained. "The original agreement with your grandfather included specific provisions, one being that the family would never use unauthorized radio equipment near the site. Your father understood this." Walter looked away, unable to meet her accusing gaze. "The beacon technology," Chambers continued, "operates on principles we still don't fully comprehend. It doesn't just transmit information, it transmits patterns, consciousness, identity, and now it's transmitting you, Ms. Connors." "Me?" "You were the first human to interact directly with its communication protocols in over 70 years. It imprinted on your brainwave patterns, your voice, your physical presence. Every mathematical sequence it's now broadcasting contains elements of your neural signature." One of the technicians called out from near the light column. "Sir, we're detecting matter phase transitions." The crystallization effect had accelerated, spreading beyond the corn to the surrounding soil. The ground itself was transforming, molecular structures rearranging into lattice patterns that mimic the mathematical sequences from the radio signals. "Full evacuation," Chambers ordered. 1 mile perimeter, effective immediately. As personnel rushed to comply, Matty noticed something else. Her skin was beginning to shimmer with the same blue luminescence as the disk. When she moved, after images trailed behind her hands, as if reality couldn't quite keep up with her movements. "What's happening to me?" she whispered. Walter grabbed her shoulders, his face pale with fear. "Matty, listen to me. Before your mother died, she made me promise to tell you the truth if this day ever came." "What truth?" "You were adopted." The words tumbled out in a rush. "Found as an infant in 1998, at the centre of a crop formation less than a mile from here. No records, no identification, just a baby in perfect health, with unusual brainwave patterns. The monitoring agency arranged everything." Matty stared at him in disbelief. "You're saying I came from this?" She gestured toward the disk. "Not exactly," Chambers interjected. "More accurately, you were sent in response to it. The beacon has been sending passive signals since its partial activation in 1926. In 1977, something responded, a brief pattern that our scientists interpreted as acknowledgement. Then, in 1998, a localized distortion appeared over this field, lasting only seconds. Afterward, we found you." The implications crashed over Matty in sickening waves. "I'm not human?" "Biologically, you're completely human," Chambers assured her. "But your purpose, your placement here, was deliberate. You were meant to establish connection with the beacon when the time was right. And now?" "Now you're the translator," he said simply. "The only consciousness on Earth capable of interpreting what comes next." The light column suddenly pulsed, expanding outward in a concentric ripple that passed harmlessly through everything it touched. As it washed over Matty, however, her perception shifted dramatically. The world around her seemed to slow, colours bleeding into unfamiliar spectrums. Thoughts that weren't her own began flowing through her consciousness. Mathematical concepts too complex for human language, spatial relationships that violated known physics. She collapsed to her knees, overwhelmed by the influx of information. Through the cacophony in her mind, a single coherent message formed. Signal received. Prepare for response. The evacuation proceeded with practiced efficiency, government vehicles ferrying local residents to designated safe zones, while explanations of a chemical spill circulated. Matty watched from behind the tinted windows of Chambers' command SUV, her body still occasionally rippling with blue luminescence. The projection flickered, then stabilised into a geometric form that constantly shifted between shapes, cube to sphere to pyramid to forms with no names in human mathematics. Then it spoke, not with sound, but with patterns of light and mathematical concepts that translated into understanding within Matty's mind. The words formed in her consciousness, accompanied by emotions and concepts that had no direct human equivalents. She found herself responding in kind, her thoughts somehow transmitting through the same channel. "Why contact us now?" she asked. The being, for Matty now understood it was a form of consciousness, albeit utterly alien, projected a series of images into her mind. Earth's history compressed into moments, human technological development accelerating, radio waves expanding outward into space, nuclear weapons, digital information networks, artificial intelligence emerging. "You've been watching us evolve," she realised. The beacon was monitoring our progress. Determination of what? The implications stunned her. This wasn't first contact, it was a judgment. The entity transmitted additional context. Other civilizations encountered, some thriving in communion with the Watchers, others deemed threatening and contained. Chambers had moved closer, sensing the exchange. "What's it saying?" "They're deciding our fate," Matty replied, cold fear spreading through her. "Whether humanity represents a threat or an opportunity." The geometric form pulsed, transmitting directly. With these concepts came understanding. Matty herself represented the experiment. A human enhanced with their communication capabilities, placed to develop naturally within human society. Her responses, her choices, her very existence would factor into their determination. "How do I demonstrate?" she asked. "If I go with you?" "Humanity proceeds, unhindered data collection expands. And if I stay, containment protocols activate. Developmental limitations imposed." Hello, and welcome to a very special deep dive story, a tale of high-stakes deception, hidden files, and one whistleblower's desperate race to release the truth. Before we set off on this conspiracy-laced journey, I'd love to know, where are you tuning in from around the world, and what time is it right now as you settle in to hear this story? If you're comfortable, feel free to comment. It's always fascinating to see how narratives bring us together across different places and hours. And if you enjoy these longer, immersive retellings that blend mystery, history, and a hushed, thoughtful tone, then I invite you to subscribe to Sleep Theories. It's the perfect place to explore fictional conspiracies, whispered secrets, and big questions that can gently carry your mind toward rest. Our story is called False Skies, a conspiracy thriller about a government's darkest deception and the whistleblower who exposed it. It imagines a world where the worst terror attack in modern history was not only foreseen, but deliberately orchestrated to spark endless war and funnel billions into a sprawling military-industrial complex. Now, 2 decades later, an unassuming former FBI data analyst named Thomas Keane leaks hidden documents that point to a monstrous betrayal and becomes the most wanted man in the nation. Pursued by a shadowy agency determined to keep the official version sealed, Keane races to share the truth with a public reeling from revelations that might reshape the entire post-attack world order. If you find your eyes growing heavy at any point, that's okay. This story is meant to be richly detailed. Perhaps you'll drift to sleep while pondering how fear can become a profitable enterprise, or maybe you'll stay riveted till the final word, uncovering each layer with breathless suspense. Either way, I hope you come away with new insights into how power, once obtained, can cling fiercely to the shadows. Shall we begin? Then settle in, let your breathing slow, and imagine the flicker of old computer screens, top-secret binders, and a few missing pages that change the course of entire nations. This is False Skies, told in 5 parts, each revealing a deeper rung of the labyrinth. Listen closely. The greatest secrets often hide in the quiet corners of official stories. Thomas Keane didn't feel like a revolutionary when he first pressed send. He was simply a man weighed down by guilt, holding a flash drive stuffed with revelations that haunted him for years. The file name he'd chosen of Black Dust gave no hint to the explosive contents. A trove of classified FBI memos, shipping manifests, and encrypted communications that, if authenticated, would confirm every darkest rumour about the worst terrorist attack in modern memory. The day of the leak dawned cloudy, ironically anticlimactic for a moment that might reshape history. Keane sat in a dingy motel room near a dusty highway, a battered laptop perched on a wobbly table. The place smelled of stale coffee and regret, but it had functioning Wi-Fi. He checked his secure connection one last time, heart thrumming. With trembling fingers, he uploaded Black Dust to an overseas whistleblower website known for releasing hidden archives. He paused, typed a short note, for the thousands who died and the millions misled. Then he pressed send. Within the hour, that file reached multiple journalists and a global news outlet with a reputation for defying government censors. The outlet's editorial board pored over it, verifying bits of data in a hush of excitement and alarm. By the end of the day, the first breaking story appeared online, overshadowed by disclaimers. Unverified documents claimed to reveal inside plot behind 20-year-old attack. Skeptics rolled their eyes. Conspiracy theorists hailed it as the smoking gun they'd always wanted. Most mainstream media initially dismissed it, an editing glitch, a potential hoax, or AI-generated forgery, the official line insisted. Yet some found the content too consistent to be random fakes. A set of typed memos from high-level intelligence briefings dated months before the attack, discussing the necessity of a catalytic event to unify public support for indefinite overseas campaigns. Detailed logs showed insurance policy expansions on certain tower floors days prior. Even stand-down orders for certain war games suspiciously matched the real timeline. Keane watched from his motel room's flickering TV as a breathless anchor tried to explain the leak, disclaiming that the White House calls it foreign propaganda. He sighed. The official denial had begun. Next would come the manhunt for the leaker. He closed his laptop, stuffed it in a bag and left the motel. Time to vanish. He'd served in the FBI's data analytics wing for nearly a decade, compiling anomaly reports around that fateful day. Step by step, he realised too many coincidences tied private defence contractors, intelligence heads, and financial bigwigs, all who profited from the subsequent wars. He quietly copied reams of old files, awaiting the day he had the courage to blow the whistle. That day had come. Elsewhere, powerful wars mobilised. The intelligence community's upper echelons recognised the name Thomas Keane from previous security audits. They suspected him. Within hours, calls went out from a hush-hush division to find him, brand him as a threat to national security. The director of an ultra-secret agency, Eldridge Shaw, personally oversaw the containment plan. He believed the official story must remain unchallenged, or the entire post-attack order might unravel. By midnight, bulletins labelled Keane suspected hacker and domestic threat. Agents started combing digital footprints, scouring camera feeds from near the FBI building. Shaw himself made a call to a contact at the large media conglomerates, instructing them to bury coverage of the story until further notice. The compliance was near instant. Mainstream news gave minimal airtime to the leak, overshadowing it with other headlines. But the genie was out of the bottle. On social media, the hashtag #BlackDust soared, with amateurs dissecting every memo line. A few data experts cross-referenced the IP addresses in the communications, linking them to known government subdomains. Even the partial revelation stunned the public. If the documents were genuine, it implied that some element within the US establishment not only predicted but abetted the terror event, ensuring maximum casualties for maximum political effect. The phrase false skies emerged, referencing how the public's reality had been manufactured like a painted ceiling above them, concealing the real orchestrators. Within a day, small protests flared outside federal buildings in major cities. People demanded clarity. The government's official statement repeated the forgery or foreign propaganda claim. That evening, hackers with anarchy streaks threatened to leak more verifying files if the mainstream media didn't pick it up. Tensions soared. Meanwhile, the stock market wobbled as rumours of insider deals from decades prior re-emerged. Some corporations connected to military contracting faced plunging shares. Keane watched from a safe house now, a friend's abandoned cabin in the woods. He had only the radio for news, and the swirl of distrust and fury filtered through the static. He dreaded how quickly the establishment might label him a traitor. Indeed, the next morning the FBI publicly named him as a prime suspect in a mass leak of classified data, painting him as an extremist. His old colleagues, uncertain, gave no comment. But behind the scenes, many believed the documents might be real. After all, they recognised Keane's skill in combing data for anomalies. Among the swirl stood a figure named Sarah Voss, an investigative journalist blacklisted from major networks for challenging official 9/11 narratives in the past. She recognised the pattern in these newly leaked documents. They matched puzzle pieces she'd glimpsed in hushed conversation with insiders. She reached out to the new site that hosted the files, leaving an encrypted message. "I can help verify. Let me speak to the source." That message eventually found its way to Keane via an online confidant, setting the stage for an alliance that might shake the entire narrative. Thus, from a dusty hideout, Keane typed a coded reply. The story's real race began. Could he deliver evidence to a credible journalist and blow the entire false narrative wide open before the apparatus of Homeland Security, the very system built on the official source ceremony, crushed him? The next step would be forging that alliance with Voss and hoping her instincts for truth outweighed her fear of retribution. For if the government's darkest deception was about to be exposed, those who profited from war would not hesitate to silence him, or anyone else, to keep the official illusions intact. 2 days after the leak, the national conversation roiled in confusion. Official channels insisted the black dust documents were an elaborate hoax. Yet smaller media sites posted side-by-side comparisons with legitimate CIA or FBI formatting, showing consistent digital footprints. The public found itself caught between an official narrative and a swirling impetus to question everything. Some believed wholeheartedly in the new revelations, others recoiled or felt threatened by the idea that the last 2 decades of conflict might have been orchestrated. Thomas Keane was already on every national watch list. He'd been a mid-level FBI data analyst until 2 years prior, known for thoroughness but also for quietly raising flags about inconsistent intelligence reports pre-9/11. The day he left the bureau, no one suspected he'd spent months copying old files slated for permanent seal. Now his old supervisors told the press that he was mentally unstable, harbouring extremist theories. They withheld mention that those same theories had nearly led to internal inquiries years ago, until higher-ups quashed them. In a suburban neighbourhood outside the capital, a black SUV pulled up to a modest house. 4 men in plain suits stepped out. They were from a specialised domestic counter-intel unit, effectively an arm of the Black Archive, a covert group rumoured to be tied to intelligence and corporate interests. They forced the occupant, a middle-aged data engineer who once worked with Keane, to open his home computer. They rifled through his messages, seizing any mention of Thomas or black dust or files. This was repeated across multiple homes of ex-FBI colleagues, all without official warrants. The Watchers answered to a higher chain, operating in the shadows. Director Eldridge Shaw, head of a new consolidated intelligence agency formed after 9/11, presided over these manhunts from a sleek government tower. He remembered the day of the attacks vividly, the chaos that allowed the Patriot Act and massive expansions of surveillance. He'd advanced quickly by endorsing these expansions and forging alliances with top defence contractors. Now, seeing the leaked docs threaten that entire architecture, Shaw was determined to snuff out the source. Reeve, or Keane, whatever his name is, must be found, he told subordinates. We cannot let fantasies unravel 2 decades of progress. As the manhunt escalated, Keane lurked in the outskirts. He recognised the checkposts on highways, the routine scanning of licence plates. He switched vehicles, used an old identity pass, and avoided all major city centres. He survived on snack bars and occasional small store purchases with cash only. At night, he found a cheap motel, paying in a borrowed name. Every moment felt like it might bring a black SUV squealing into the lot. The tension weighed on him, gnawing at his nerves. Sarah Voss, the investigative reporter, finally established contact with him through a secure chat app. "We need to meet," she wrote. "I can help verify these files properly. People trust me to an extent in the alternative media sphere. We must do it soon. The window is closing." Keane hesitated, knowing any in-person meeting risked being traced. But if they never took that risk, the documents might remain in a swirl of unverified rumour, easy for the mainstream to dismiss. They arranged a rendezvous in a small coastal town's library after hours. The next day, as Keane approached the library, he spotted an unmarked sedan idling in the parking lot. Fear pricked him. Watchers might be tailing. To confirm, he looped around the block. The sedan didn't move, possibly just a random visitor. Summoning courage, he stepped inside. Voss, a tall woman with a worn leather jacket, recognised him from the scattered photos circulated in the media. They sat in a corner among dusty shelves. She offered a handshake, voice calm but urgent. "Thomas, I believe you. The official story has always had holes. Let's finalise the proof so we can break it wide open." Keane exhaled relief, sliding a small USB drive across the table. "This is a more complete set than what was posted. Contains direct memos about the stand-down orders, the deals with defence contractors, the flight path manipulations. Also internal emails referencing the hijackers as assets gone rogue. He paused, tears flickering in his eyes. They used the tragedy for indefinite war, Sarah. They let it happen, or worse, engineered it. Sarah's breath caught. She skimmed a few files on her laptop, eyes widening at references to bank accounts, coded references to Operation Silence. She nodded. This is explosive, but we need a big platform, enough to force coverage. If we just post it on my blog, they'll discredit or block it. We'll get shut down. She explained a plan. Find a mainstream journalist with a rebellious streak, or do a well-publicised live event that too many watchers can't black out entirely. Suddenly, a muffled scuffle at the library entrance startled them. A figure in dark clothes peered in, Keen tensed. Sarah pressed the laptop closed. They ducked behind shelves as footsteps approached, but the library's old caretaker bumbled out, greeting them obliviously. The suspicious figure, glimpsed through the glass, retreated. Possibly a false alarm, possibly a watcher verifying the location. They parted ways quickly, agreeing to meet again in 48 hours near a major city, planning an infiltration of a local news station that might still allow an unfiltered broadcast. Danger soared. If watchers caught wind of their plan, they'd likely come down with lethal force. That evening, Keane received a frantic text from a friend who had once helped him interpret old FA logs. "One of our guys is dead. A boat accident. They're picking us off." The message cut short. Keane shuddered. The watchers had begun eliminating secondary sources who could confirm the leak's authenticity. He realised the ephemeral window for truth was closing. On the streets, protests flared up as rumours swirled of official foreknowledge. Some saw it as disrespectful to the memory of the victims. Others believed the truth must come out no matter how painful. The government, for its part, ramped up a rhetorical war on misinformation. Director Shaw delivered a short, ominous address, vowing that domestic agitators spreading baseless conspiracies will be brought to justice. Among the swirling chaos, Sarah discovered partial references in the documents to a deeper archive. The Saturn Files, an intelligence ledger tracking post-attack financial flows from official budgets to clandestine owners. If they found that ledger's location, they could show the money trail behind the war expansions. That might be the final nail in the coffin of the official story. They needed it, but time was short. Thus the manhunt overshadowed all. Helicopters roamed certain highways, random car searches increased, and the populace grew uneasy, sensing the government's fear that the leak might be real. Keane ducked from motel to motel, adopting new disguises. Soon, though, his luck would run out, or he'd have to risk a direct showdown, trusting the thunder of public outrage to keep him alive. Little did he realise, the watchers were about to tighten the net, deploying a Black Ops team to ensure the leak never reached unstoppable momentum. If Keane couldn't outmaneuver them long enough to break the final evidence, the official illusions would remain intact. If he did, though, the entire structure of post-attack governance might collapse. The next moves would determine everything. The following week saw Thomas Keane evading watchers by day and collaborating with Sarah Voss by night, each meeting more urgent than the last. They discovered references to the Saturn Files scattered in older CIA memos. Allegedly, it was an encrypted database that meticulously traced the money funneling to defence contractors, oil conglomerates and political campaigns in the immediate weeks after the catastrophic event. If authentic, it would confirm the real motive behind the orchestrated false flag: indefinite war and profiteering. At a safe house borrowed from an old contact of Sarah's, they pored over these hints by lamplight. Among the digital shards was a location clue: a retired NSA facility on the outskirts of a southwestern desert, defunct but rumoured to store old backups. "We find that offline archive," Sarah said. "We can copy the Saturn Files in raw form. That's the smoking gun." Keane nodded, though dread of infiltration weighed on him. Between them, they had minimal resources: a battered car, a few $1,000s in cash, and a handful of laptops. The Watchers, on the other hand, had near limitless means: drones, infiltration teams, access to every camera feed in the nation. but the Watchers didn't fully expect them to attempt to break in at a presumably abandoned facility, so maybe the element of surprise worked in their favour. Director Eldridge Shaw ramped up the clampdown. The official narrative shaped the public mind. A rogue ex-FBI analyst has unleashed foreign-forged documents aimed at undermining national security. Many believed it, but a growing minority saw government overreach, especially after multiple suspicious accidents claimed the lives of other potential whistleblowers. People asked, if it's so false, why chase and kill so aggressively? In one instance, a known data archivist was found shot in his home, with the press labelling it a botched robbery, ignoring the data archivist's link to the leaked material. On social media, black dust soared. Some city squares erupted in protest, carrying signs that read, "We deserve the truth," or "Stop killing our whistleblowers." The Watchers responded by intensifying arrests, calling them rioters. Keane tried to remain focused. He realised that if the Saturn files were real, it might show direct bank transfers from major corporate boards into the pockets of certain officials, all tied to legislation passing huge war budgets after the false flag. That would upend the entire post-attack establishment. No wonder they're stopping at nothing, Sarah murmured. Securing fake IDs, they travelled cross-country by back roads. Each motel they used for a single night, paying cash. They dodged major highways, suspecting license plate readers. The Watchers likely guessed their aim was to expose more data, but might not know the exact target. Meanwhile, the tension between them soared. The climate was near police state. Newscasts repeated that the domestic terrorist, Thomas Keane, must be turned in. Civilians were promised big rewards for tips. Billboards with Keane's face popped up along highways. He wore a baseball cap and used tinted glasses, but each day was a dice roll. A near encounter. On a lonely stretch, a black SUV sped behind them. They recognised the pattern. Sarah swerved onto a side route, forging through a small farmland path. The Watchers gave chase. Shots rang out, blowing a tyre. The car careened into a ditch. They scrambled out, hid among tall corn. The Watchers searched, but eventually gave up, presumably to avoid a big scene. This brush with violent capture left them rattled, but also more resolved. "We're obviously on the right track if they're that desperate," Sarah said, breath shaky. Finally, after days, they reached the deserted perimeter of the old NSA outpost. It was ringed by a crumbling fence, a few rusted signposts. By the look of the cracked asphalt and weed-choked yard, it had been abandoned for over a decade. Perfect place to bury secrets. Under twilight, they found a corner of the fence cut open by looters. They slipped inside quietly. The main building rose in silhouette, windows boarded up. A stray coyote howled in the distance, wind carrying a faint metallic whistling from open vents. Inside, dust-coated floors. Old cubicles sat in disarray. They used flashlights to navigate. Eventually they located a sub-basement with battered computer racks. A few beeped faintly with emergency power. "There's power? That's suspicious," Keane muttered. Indeed, it suggested the Watchers might still be pulling some data from here. They approached a locked door labelled Server Vault Archive 6. With Sarah's phone, they scanned a partial code from the documents, generating a bypass sequence that might override older system locks. After multiple tries, a green light flickered. The vault door clunked open. Inside the vault, rows of drives and reels lined metal shelves. Dusty but humming with minimal climate control. They sifted through labels: Operation Cast Peak, Post-K-War Roster, Saturn. That was it. A battered cluster of servers with the word Saturn FSV. They carefully powered one terminal, hooking it to a laptop. Sarah typed a root command. The screen glowed. Restricted. Saturn 1, 2, 3. Enter pass. They tried typical keywords from the docs. On the third attempt, a beep. Access. They were in, files scrolled, each referencing massive funding authorizations, building demolitions, insider trading, logs dated within days of the big attack. The scope was monstrous. It implicated high-level bureaucrats, big banks, and even a few journalists. They orchestrated the tragedy to galvanize fear, pass endless war budgets, feed the arms economy, Sarah whispered, stunned. All hidden under national security drapery. Some lines suggested hijackers were known assets used as a controlled ignition. The betrayal was staggering. In that hush, footsteps upstairs. The watchers had arrived, no doubt detecting the power usage. We must copy this now, Keane said, launching a data transfer to multiple external drives. Meanwhile, Sarah prepared to kill lights and hide, but the watchers rushed down, flashlights slicing through gloom. Gunfire echoed. Bullets pinged off server racks. Sarah huddled behind a console, returning fire with a small pistol she carried. Keane initiated an upload, hooking the server to a secure satellite link via a portable router. The watchers advanced. He typed frantically, the progress bar inching along, transmission at 10%. Then Director Shaw himself stepped in. "Stop!" he roared, voice reverberating in the metal corridor. "Keane, you have no idea what you're unleashing. The stability of entire alliances depends on burying that day's complexities." Shots resumed. Sarah took a graze to her shoulder, but kept the watchers pinned. The bar reached 50%. Shaw barked an order to lob a small explosive. They tossed a flashbang. The ear-shattering pop disoriented them. The watchers closed in, tackling Sarah. Another pinned Keane. The laptop screen cracked under a boot. The upload froze at 80%. In the struggle, Keane twisted free, smashing a guard's face with the laptop, which ironically forced the laptop back to life. The watchers tried to pull cables. Meanwhile, a stray bullet hit a server coolant line. Steam hissed. The infiltration team realized this was too risky. The entire place might go up. Shaw advanced on Keane, gun raised. "You can die here with your illusions, or you can vanish quietly. The truth will never see daylight." Suddenly an explosion from the coolant line triggered a chain reaction in the old power system. Fire licked the corners, sending watchers scrambling. Sarah crawled to safety. Keane, battered, saw the upload bar at 98%. He roared in defiance, pressing a final keystroke to confirm. The system beeped success. The watchers realized the data had been sent out, unstoppable now. Furious, one aimed at Keane's chest. A final shot rang out. Darkness overcame him. The watchers yanked the cable, but it was too late. The Saturn files had presumably reached a safe node on the open web. Alarms beeped. The facility's meltdown forced a hurried retreat. In the swirling smoke, Sarah was dragged away by an explosion's concussive wave. The watchers grabbed Shaw, retreating. The entire sub-basement collapsed in flame and dust. For all they knew, Keane perished under the rubble. But the watchers had lost the bigger war. The Saturn files were free. Within hours, a torrent of new evidence, the Saturn files, flooded the internet. Anonymous activists, archivists, and journalists worldwide mirrored the data. Even as official agencies tried to block or discredit it, the story soared across social media, overshadowing government censorship efforts. Original documents codenamed Operation White Dawn, some Project Switchboard, commissioned for filter some Rorsi, provided stark details. Insider collusion with extremist groups, advanced planning to ensure that attacks triggered panic and indefinite war mobilization, international reaction. Allies demanded urgent clarifications from Washington. Rival nations called for an emergency UN session. The general public, seeing internal memos where top officials weighed acceptable civilian losses for strategic advantage, reeled in fury. Large-scale protests ignited in multiple capitals. People demanded resignations. The entire intelligence apparatus faced the biggest crisis of legitimacy since the day it was formed. Meanwhile, the White House insisted the documents were tampered forgeries, but the mass of cross-corroboration was overwhelming. Anonymous data scientists validated digital signatures, timestamps, usage logs consistent with 20-year-old records. Even some mid-level intelligence employees, shaken by the revelations, publicly confirmed the authenticity. Back home, in the US, the meltdown was immediate. Rallies erupted outside major government buildings, calling for arrests of those named in the files. Corporate board members from arms manufacturing companies faced lawsuits. The stock market dived, particularly for defence sector stocks. Over time, entire boards resigned, some fleeing the country. Various retired generals disclaiming involvement or giving partial confessions fueled headlines. The public found itself torn between anger, betrayal and heartbreak, reliving the trauma of that fateful day under a horrifying new lens. Media torn. Some mainstream outlets quickly pivoted, acknowledging the new data as genuine after initial attempts to bury it. High-profile anchors apologised for previously parroting the official story. Others doubled down on patriotic narratives, ironically fueling further distrust. The swirl of disinformation versus actual data soared, but the raw evidence was too extensive to suppress. "You can't close the barn door after the horse has fled," the commentator said. "The entire architecture of post-attack policy is under question." Director Eldridge Shaw attempted a grand press conference to reassert authority, but the crowd drowned him in jeers. Calls for congressional hearings soared. In a last-chance effort, Shaw's office declared a national security emergency, urging martial law to keep order. That, ironically, only inflamed dissent. Certain states refused to cooperate. Over the next weeks, the old alignment of power began fracturing. Investigations launched from multiple angles, with newly emboldened lawmakers prosecuting those who orchestrated the post-attack expansions for personal gain. Sarah Voss emerged from the southwestern fiasco battered but alive. She revealed how Watchers had infiltrated that abandoned NSA site, how Keane died a hero finalising the upload. She published a moving column titled "One Man's Last Key Press," describing how, in a swirl of gunfire, Keane completed the Saturn files transmission, ensuring no one could bury it. The piece went viral, shaping the public's view of Keane as a tragic whistleblower who gave everything for the truth. At the local level, families of 9/11 victims demanded new trials. The old official commissions were discredited. People realised entire reams of contradictory evidence had been sealed. Even the original investigators admitted they'd been misled or threatened. The emotional toll soared once more. Many felt as though they'd been lied to for decades about the biggest national tragedy. A wave of introspection overcame the country. How had fear become so profitable, and how did good people allow it? Internationally, alliances that had supported the war on terror felt betrayed. Some withdrew forces from contested regions. Others launched their own parliamentary investigations, suspecting shared complicity. The world order that was shaped after the attack started crumbling, replaced by an uncertain future. Some dared to hope it meant a less militarised approach. Others worried that new extremist groups might exploit the chaos. In the midst of all this, rumours circulated that Thomas Keane might still be alive, sightings in some far-off place. Yet no concrete proof existed. Official statements considered him presumed deceased. If he survived, he might have chosen the anonymity of an unknown identity, having done what he set out to do. 6 months later, a massive Senate hearing convened. Top officials were subpoenaed. The public watched enthralled as ex-generals, ex-CEOs, and ex-administration figures from 20 years prior faced grilling. Some invoked national security, others pled the fifth, while a few confessed partial roles. Indictments followed, though not all ended in convictions. The system was too vast, too intricately rigged. Yet the symbolic effect was undeniable. Never again would the official story be accepted unchallenged. At the same time, Sarah Voss launched an independent media platform broadcasting daily updates on the False Skies Inquiry. People from across the spectrum contributed testimonies, documents, or personal stories of how they'd suspect hush-ups. Freed from blacklists, she soared as a public figure, championing the cause of government accountability. A year after the Saturn Files meltdown, a new memorial was erected near the site of the original 9/11 tragedy. A statue depicting a single figure pressing a key, a reflection of Keane's final act. The inscription read, They took truth from us in the shadows. He brought it back in the light. Visitors left flowers, some seeking solace that the realm of power had at least partially been unmasked. Epilogue. In a quiet coastal town, a fisherman swore he recognised a man from a circulated photo. Older, hair bleached by salt and sun, eyes weighed with sadness. The man told him he used to work for the government, but no more. He spoke of illusions and the cost of unveiling them. Then he vanished at sunrise, leaving only a single battered flash drive behind. If it was Thomas Keane, he apparently chose a wandering fate, letting the world handle the legacy of his bombshell leak. Public trust in large institutions remained shaken. Some remained furious, others hopeful that a new transparency might arise. In the corners of the internet, conspiracy watchers debate if the watchers still exist, planning new false flags. But for now, the greatest deception in modern times has been laid bare. The name Black Dust stands as a testament to the unstoppable power of truth once it's unleashed. In the hush that follows, the final note, they used fear to shape the world, but one day fear lost. The truth soared free, and the illusions that once cloaked the skies were shattered in a single day. Jack Calloway was never one to stay up late. His farm in rural Nebraska demanded an early rise, so he typically shut off the lights by 10, drifting to the lullaby of distant crickets. But on this particular night, the restlessness wouldn't leave him. A strange heaviness pressed against the humid summer air, as if the land itself was holding its breath. Shortly after midnight, Jack found himself on the back porch, sipping lukewarm coffee and staring at the star-studded sky. Clouds drifted over the moon, turning the farmland into a patchwork of shifting shadows. He almost retreated inside, deciding he was imagining the tension in the atmosphere, when a sudden glow flickered above the distant treetops. At first, Jack assumed it was an airplane. He lived near no major airports, yet small planes occasionally passed overhead. But the glow brightened too quickly, blossoming into a searing white flash that tore across the sky. Within seconds the light streaked overhead, trailing wisps of fire, lurid reds and oranges crackling with sparks. A shockwave rattled the windows strong enough to make the porch rails tremble. Jack's heart pounded. That can't be normal. Grabbing his phone, he sprinted off the porch and into the cornfields. Fear coursed through him. Fear of what might be falling from the heavens, and fear for the crops he'd nurtured all season. The farmland's rows felt endless as he ran, phone light dancing across towering cornstalks. Above, the once starry sky was obscured by swirling smoke. Just when it felt like his lungs would burst, Jack reached the far edge of the field. Beyond it was a wide clearing he used for storage, tyres, rusted equipment. Something had crash-landed there, slicing a ragged trench through the earth. Sparks popped and fizzled along twisted shards of a silvery metal half buried in the ground. The craft was about the size of a large truck, shaped in a way that defied immediate description. It wasn't a plane, helicopter, or any design Jack recognised. Part of it glowed with an eerie internal light, bright enough to illuminate the orchard in flickering pulses. Jack's first instinct was to film. He raised his phone, pressing record. The footage captured the craft's warped hull, the shimmering heat waves pouring off it. He tried to speak, narrating that something had crashed, that it wasn't an airplane, but his voice shook so badly the words jumbled. Then, from within the shattered metal, a sliver of movement caught his eye. He inched closer, phone at arm's length. Steam hissed. An acrid smell like scorched wires choked the air. Something was definitely inside, a shape contorting behind the half-melted panels. Jack's heart hammered so loud he thought his chest might explode. Still, he crept forward, bracing himself for any sign of life. A sudden jolt of electricity arced across the debris, snapping him to a halt. He didn't want to risk stepping into a live current. Instead, he circled around, capturing angles of the crash from every side. The phone screen displayed a perfect shot of the wreck. Chunks of metal that glowed white-hot, unearthly symbols etched along the edges. In the distance, a twisted piece of plating flared with colour, like a neon hue that shimmered between purples and blues. Jack whispered to himself, "No one's going to believe this." But he had the footage, and that alone sparked hope that the truth might come to light. Suddenly the craft's lights dimmed. The field fell silent, except for crackling flames. The shape inside retreated deeper into the wreckage. Unsure what else to do, Jack took a few steps forward, balancing caution with curiosity. Then an unexpected surge of static flared from his phone, the screen going haywire. He cursed, stepping back as the phone beeped in protest. He managed to steady the device just as the screen returned to normal. Thank God, he thought. He hit stop on the recording, preparing to call 911, but the phone read, "No service." Jack wasn't surprised. His farmland sometimes struggled for signals. He jogged back through the corn rows, returning to the house. Once inside, he used the landline. It rang once, then cut off. He tried again. Same thing, a dead line. Tapping at his smartphone, he noticed the Wi-Fi icon flicker, then vanish. Confusion twisted in his gut. The night was calm, no storms. Was the crash interfering with signals? Possibly. He rummaged for his laptop, fired it up and attempted to connect. Nothing. Even the router's usual blinking lights were locked in a static glow. A pit of dread sank in his stomach. If he couldn't call out or upload the video, how would he get help? He decided to drive into town. Maybe from there he could call authorities. But as he stepped onto the front porch, headlights appeared at the far end of his dirt driveway. 2 black SUVs rolling up with their beams off. They advanced silently, an ominous presence cutting through the dark. Jack's pulse raced. Normally, unannounced visitors after midnight might be drunks or lost travellers, but these vehicles looked official. Tinted windows, standard government plates. He took a step back, adrenaline spiking. The feeling of being trapped rose in his chest. The SUVs stopped, engines humming. Doors opened and figures in dark suits spilled out. They carried flashlights that cut across the yard. One man, tall with a military-like bearing, stepped forward. "Mr. Calloway," he called, voice calm but unnervingly authoritative. Jack didn't answer. He realized they might want his phone, the precious footage. Even if they were from the government, something about their arrival felt sinister. He slipped inside, locked the door and sprinted to the kitchen. Peeking through the window, he saw the men fan out across his property. Another SUV arrived from the other direction, sealing any easy escape. The man in charge barked orders in a low tone. Despite the distance, Jack caught snippets. Secure the perimeter, search the barn, find the subject. Subject, as if he were some kind of criminal. A surge of defiance lit inside him. They're here for the crash. The pieces clicked. They must know about the fallen object. They wanted to contain it, hide it from public knowledge. Jack clutched his phone tight, sinking into a corner. Think, Jack. Don't let them seize that video. The file was his only proof that something extraordinary had landed in his fields. If these agents got it, the truth might vanish forever. He peered out again, noticing more men stepping around the side of the house. In that moment, Jack made a choice. He would not surrender the footage. Summoning courage he never knew he had, he pocketed the phone, grabbed a flashlight and hurried toward the back door. They hadn't reached the house's rear yet. Maybe he could slip away. The world beyond was ablaze with tension. He sensed it wasn't just about a crashed craft. It was about a revelation bigger than anything he'd ever imagined. Now, forced to stand alone against these black-suited strangers, Jack felt a spark of determination. He was a simple farmer, but he'd stumbled upon something that defied reason. And come what may, he would not let it be buried. Jack Calloway's heart hammered as he ducked out the back door, creeping into the shadows behind his farmhouse. The night air clung to him, heavy with the echo of distant engines idling. He had no illusions about outrunning a team of trained agents, but desperation fueled him. Keeping low, he skirted along the fence. The farmland behind him was vast, miles of cornfields broken by a scattering of outbuildings. If he could disappear into the rows, maybe he'd have a chance to slip past these intruders. He peered back at the house. 2 men in suits hammered on the front door, demanding Jack open up. Another pair circled around, shining flashlights across windows. Anxiety churned in his gut. They'll figure out soon enough he's not inside. With shaking hands, he pulled out his phone. He swiped to open the video he'd recorded earlier in the field. For a moment, relief. The video thumbnail appeared, showing the glowing metal debris. He tapped play. The screen flickered, a swirl of static. Then an error message. File corrupted. No, Jack muttered, panic rising. He tried again, but the same glitch repeated. Next, he attempted to upload it to a social media site, forgetting that his signal was gone. The upload bar stuck at 0. Offline. He closed his eyes, fighting the wave of helplessness. The only thing that gave him hope in this impossible situation was the video, now apparently worthless. But maybe the file could still be salvaged. He retreated deeper into the farmland, aiming for the rickety old barn he used for storing equipment. Inside the barn, dust motes drifted in the faint glow of his flashlight. Jack rummaged for an old laptop he sometimes used for tractor diagnostics. It was battered, but it had a functioning USB port. If he could move the footage off his phone, maybe he could fix it. The laptop booted up with a grinding whir, making Jack cringe at how loud it seemed. Every second counted. In the barn's gloom, the beams overhead creaked, and outside he caught the faint silhouettes of flashlights sweeping across the property. The agents were close. At last the laptop loaded. He plugged the phone in, frantically clicking to access the video file. The software recognized the phone, but the video thumbnail displayed a warning icon. Corrupt file. Even the laptop spat out an error. Jack cursed. Trying a half-dozen times, the footage refused to open. He sat back, trembling. So that's why they're so confident. Something about the crash or the craft's energy had garbled the data. For all he knew, it might be salvageable, but he didn't have the technical know-how. I need an expert. Remembering the commotion outside, Jack eased a peek through a gap in the barn wall. The black SUVs sat near the farmhouse, headlights illuminating part of the yard. Agents combed the area, scanning with thermal gear. Fear pinched his chest. If they had advanced tech, he'd be as visible as a heat signature behind these wooden walls. Quietly, he powered down the laptop and stuffed it into a battered tool bag. He had to get out of here. He grabbed an old hunting rifle from a rack just in case and made for a side exit. The moment he stepped outside, he heard footsteps crunching on gravel. Instinct kicked in. He darted behind the barn. A voice, low and commanding, called out, "Hold! Show yourself!" Jack froze, pressing himself to the barn's rough wooden planks. He recognized that voice from the man who had called his name earlier. Footsteps drew closer. Jack's mind raced. If he surrendered, they'd likely confiscate everything. He'd be black-bagged or simply vanish. No one would ever see that footage. Not that it was playable right now. He forced himself to move, slipping between the barn and an old tractor with rusted wheels. The flashlight beams swept over the ground. One agent hissed, "He was here." Thermal picked him up. Another responded, "He can't be far, spread out." Jack waited for a break in their pattern, then bolted into the cornfield. The tall stalks enveloped him, rustling as he stumbled between rows. He cursed each time his shoes snapped a twig or crunched dried leaves. Any sound could give him away. The overhead clouds parted, letting a faint moonlight highlight his path. Behind him, the agents' voices grew more distant. They were branching out, but the field was vast, and Jack knew its layout intimately. He used that knowledge to navigate a diagonal path, eventually emerging by a narrow dirt road at the far edge of his property. Breathing in ragged gasps, he paused behind a tree. The phone in his pocket remained lifeless. No signal. The laptop in his bag was all but useless if he couldn't fix the corrupted video. He needed someone with hacking or data recovery skills, someone who understood digital forensics. But who? A memory surfaced. During a county fair last year, Jack overheard a rumour about a reclusive tech wizard who lived 2 towns over. A woman named Olivia Carter, though folks called her Liv. She had once worked for the government in cybersecurity, then left under murky circumstances. Maybe she could salvage the footage. Deciding that was his only shot, Jack took the dirt road leading away from the farm. He hopped into his old pickup truck, which he'd parked out near the tree line for hauling feed earlier. The keys were still in the ignition. Country living had made him lax about locks. The engine sputtered, then roared to life. As he drove, he risked a glance back at his property. The headlights from the agent's SUVs glowed, and faint figures moved across the farmland. A pang of loss hit him. This farm was his home, his life. Now, it was seized by faceless men in black suits, but he refused to let them bury the truth. Hunched over the steering wheel, he pressed the gas, determined. If Liv Carter existed, if she truly had a gift for hacking, maybe she could fix the file. Jack allowed himself the faintest glimmer of hope. He had no illusions about outrunning the government forever, but he'd at least put up a fight. The truck rattled along the back roads, dust kicking up behind. He spotted no immediate pursuit, which unsettled him more than comforted him. The entire fiasco felt unreal. Aliens in his field, men in black SUVs. His phone's footage turned useless, yet the memory of that smouldering, unearthly craft lingered. As he turned onto the highway, Jack thought about the object's occupant. Something inside that craft had moved. Was it alive, injured, already contained by those agents? The questions multiplied in his mind. He clenched the steering wheel, jaw set. One thing at a time, he told himself. If the video was truly salvageable, it might blow open everything, if they didn't get to him first. Dawn broke over a lonely gas station on the outskirts of a neighbouring county, where Jack Calloway huddled by a payphone. The overhead fluorescent lights buzzed, half of them flickering. A battered vending machine spat out stale snacks. Exhaustion weighed on Jack's eyes, but he forced himself to remain alert. He used the payphone's directory to find a listing for Olivia Carter. The number rang endlessly until a groggy voice answered. "Who is this?" it demanded. Clearing his throat, Jack identified himself, explaining that he got her name through local rumour, that he needed urgent help with a corrupted video. A pause followed, then the voice turned suspicious. "You got the wrong line, buddy," it said, starting to hang up. Jack insisted. "I have proof. Something that crashed. I caught it on camera. The government's after me. I was told you used to do NSA-level security or something." Another stretch of silence, then a half-laugh. "So you're the kind of paranoid who calls a random woman with a UFO story. I'm not that gullible." Desperation clawed at Jack. He quickly described the craft, the men in black suits, how his phone's file was corrupted after the crash. He added details about the signal jamming around his farm. The voice on the other end grew quiet. Finally it said, "Meet me at the old train depot outside Rockville, near mile marker 114. Be there in 2 hours, alone." Then it clicked off. Jack exhaled relief, though a kernel of doubt lingered. What if this is a trap? But with no other leads, he had no choice. He drove an hour on dusty roads until he found the abandoned train depot, a dilapidated brick building lost among weeds and rusted tracks. The place felt deserted, except for a single battered motorcycle leaning against the wall. He parked the truck and stepped out, scanning the area. A figure emerged from the depot's shadow. A woman in her 30s, lean and sharp-eyed, wearing a hoodie and clutching a backpack. "You're Jack?" she asked warily. "Yes. You Liv Carter?" She gave a tight nod. "We don't have much time. Show me the phone." Jack handed it over, anxiously summarising the night's events. Crash in the cornfield, black SUVs, corrupted footage. She offered no immediate reaction beyond a raised eyebrow. Settling on a crumbling bench, she booted up a compact laptop from her backpack, hooking Jack's phone to it via cable. "Your data's scrambled," she muttered, eyes flicking across lines of code. "Could be electromagnetic damage or some advanced jamming tech." Jack paced, scanning for signs of watchers. The old train tracks vanished into the horizon, no other vehicles in sight. Liv typed furiously, occasionally murmuring about header corruption or audio anomalies. After a tense half-hour, she said, "I can see partial frames, indistinct shapes, bright lights. This is definitely not a normal glitch." A flicker of hope ignited in Jack. "Can you fix it?" Liv sighed. "I might restore enough to see something, but I can't promise clarity. The real kicker is these weird signals embedded in the data, like some kind of layered frequency. I've never encountered anything like this in normal phone footage." Jack's stomach tightened. Something about the crash evidently messed with the electronics. Before he could respond, the roar of engines drew their attention. Down the deserted highway, a convoy of black SUVs approached, just like the ones at his farm. Liv snapped her laptop shut, eyes widening. "Who the hell are they?" Jack's pulse surged. "FBI, CIA, I don't know," he said. "But they're after Maul." Liv snatched her gear. "We have to move." The two sprinted to their vehicles. Jack scrambled into his pickup. Liv revved her motorcycle. As the SUVs closed in, they sped off from opposite sides of the depot. The agents split, some pursuing Liv, others tailing Jack. Gravel sprayed beneath Jack's tyres as he lurched onto the highway. He glimpsed Liv in his mirror, weaving her motorcycle off-road in a cloud of dust, outmanoeuvring the black SUVs behind her. Jack's own pursuers kept tight, lights flashing. Suddenly a siren whooped, and a different set of lights flared in the distance, local county sheriff vehicles. They blocked the road, forcing Jack to swerve. He recognized the lead patrol car's driver, Sheriff Wade Mitchell. The older man stepped out, arms raised in a calm down gesture. One of the black-suited agents hopped from his SUV, flashing a badge at Mitchell. Though Jack couldn't hear their exchange, it was clear the agent demanded Mitchell to stand aside. Mitchell frowned, glancing at Jack's truck. He motioned for Jack to pull over. Faced with no immediate path to escape, Jack braked, wheels skidding on cracked asphalt. The agent approached, dark sunglasses masking any expression. "Jack Calloway, we'd like you to come with us. There's been an incident on your property. Official business." Mitchell cast a confused look at Jack. The sheriff had known Jack for years. "Jack, what's going on? Why are these men chasing you?" Jack, chest heaving, answered, "They raided my farm. They want my phone. They're covering up something that fell from the sky." The agent tensed. "That's nonsense, Sheriff. We're investigating a possible meteor strike, no threat to the public. Mr. Calloway is interfering with our operation. Please, step aside." Mitchell's gaze flicked to Jack. He saw the fear, the sincerity in the farmer's eyes. Something about the agent's calm, clipped tone felt off. "I'd like to hear more from Jack," the sheriff said, folding his arms. The agent's jaw tightened. "This is a federal matter. You're out of your jurisdiction." Jack took the moment's distraction to speak quickly, explaining the crash, the craft, the suits. He insisted he had footage, though corrupted. Mitchell's face paled, but he stood firm, telling the agent, "Federally or not, in my county, I want to see a proper warrant." The agent stared coldly, then motioned to the SUVs. 2 more men joined, brandishing official documents. "Here's your warrant, Sheriff. Satisfy your procedures." He smirked, as if expecting compliance. Mitchell studied the pages, then gave Jack a grave look. "Let me see your phone," he murmured. "I trust you, Jack, but I got to see something." Jack hesitated, but he fished out the phone. Mitchell scrolled the corrupted file, gleaning only flickers of static and partial frames of a bright object. Even that snippet was enough to rattle him. He glared at the agent. "I want an explanation for this. Doesn't look like a meteor to me." The agent stepped forward, face stony. "Sheriff, you're obstructing an active federal operation. If you continue, we will have to place you under arrest as well." Mitchell stiffened, mind clearly torn. He faced Jack, voice hushed. "I can't protect you if you fight them here." Then more audibly he said, "I won't let you arrest my citizen without just cause. But if Jack chooses to leave, I won't stop him." Silence stretched. The agent's eyes narrowed behind tinted lenses. In that heartbeat, Jack understood the sheriff was giving him a window, a fleeting chance to flee. Not wanting to waste it, he gunned the truck's engine. The agent barked an order, but Mitchell positioned himself in the agent's path, forcing him to sidestep. Jack roared past the police cruiser, rubber squealing. The black SUVs swarmed, but Mitchell's deputies manoeuvred to block them, even if just for a few seconds. Those precious moments let Jack speed onto the open road. In his rearview mirror, he saw the convoy eventually break free, resuming pursuit. His chest pounded with gratitude toward the sheriff. Though uncertain how long that little defiance would protect him, he pressed on, scanning for any sign of Liv. She'd vanished on her motorcycle, presumably escaping the other cluster of agents. He prayed she'd regroup with him soon. The battered phone on his passenger seat was his lifeline, and also his greatest curse. If the FBI or whoever these suits truly were got their hands on it, the crash evidence might be erased forever. Jack gritted his teeth. "I won't let them bury it." Pressing the pedal harder, he raced into the horizon, unsure where he was going, only that stopping meant capture. The morning sun climbed higher, lighting fields that had once seemed peaceful. Now they were a battleground of secrets and unstoppable pursuers. Jack had become a fugitive, all because he had witnessed the impossible. Dust trailed behind Jack's pickup as he careened down a rural highway, adrenaline surging with every mile. The black SUVs were relentless, their distant headlights a grim reminder that he was hunted. His mind spun with possibilities. Find Liv, fix the footage, and broadcast it somehow. But how could they outrun a government that seemingly controlled everything? He tried calling Liv's number again, still no service. The phone's reception flickered in and out as if jammed. Approaching a fork in the road, he decided on a route that led toward deserted farmland, hoping the pursuers might lose track. Half an hour later, he spotted a single motorcycle parked off to the side near an abandoned diner. Jack pulled up, heart lifting at the sight. Sure enough, Liv Carter emerged from behind the crumbling building, scanning the horizon. She raised a hand in a signal. Jack hopped out, forcing a smile. "You okay?" Liv brushed dirt from her jacket. "Barely. They nearly boxed me in, but I took a side route through a field, dumped my phone's SIM card, hopefully it slowed their tracking." She eyed Jack's truck. "And you?" Jack exhaled. "Sheriff Mitchell gave me a chance to escape. Now I'm out here." Liv nodded, a flicker of regret crossing her face. "The government doesn't mess around. If they want to bury this, they will." She gestured to her laptop bag. "Let me see your phone again quickly. I made some progress at the depot but had to bail." They ducked behind the diner's weathered walls. Liv opened her laptop and typed commands with practiced speed. Jack hovered anxiously, trying to keep watch for approaching vehicles. Liv's expression grew focused, eyes flicking between lines of code. "I've recovered partial frames," she murmured. "If I can reconstruct them. There. This is definitely not a normal aircraft. Maybe a chunk of the footage is salvageable." Jack saw glimpses on her screen. A bright metallic curve, swirling smoke, and a distortion that might be an alien symbol etched in hull plating. Even half-broken images were enough to confirm it was no meteor. His pulse quickened. Proof. Liv frowned. "There's an embedded data pattern. Could be encryption or some weird frequency. If we had better equipment, I might decode it." Before Jack could respond, a roar of engines made them jump. Two black SUVs roared into view on the diner's main road, dust clouds rising. Liv slammed her laptop shut. "We need to move. Like now." Jack sprinted to his truck, Liv to her motorcycle, but as they revved engines, another SUV blocked the diner's exit. Doors flew open, men in suits rushing out with firearms drawn. Jack's hands tightened on the wheel. They were pinned. Then unexpectedly, a brown pickup truck barreled in from the side, smashing into the blocking SUV. Metal crunched, sending the black vehicle spinning. Jack recognized the driver. Sheriff Wade Mitchell. The sheriff yelled, "Go! Get out of here!" Seizing the moment, Jack floored his truck. Liv roared off on her motorcycle. The sheriff's daring intervention had scattered the agents, giving them enough of a gap. They didn't waste it. Within seconds, they were back on the highway, engines screaming. Jack's phone buzzed with an incoming call. Somehow he had a signal. He put it on speaker. "Hello?" Mitchell's voice crackled. The line faint. "Jack, I can't hold them off for long. Look, I don't trust them. They've got federal muscle behind them, but you can't keep running forever." Jack's throat tightened. "Sheriff, I'm sorry I dragged you into this." The sheriff snorted. "You didn't drag me. Listen, I saw enough on that phone to know you're not crazy. If this is real, the public deserves to know. Keep that footage safe. I'll do what I can. but they might come after me next. Suddenly gunshots rang out over the phone, followed by a crash. Mitchell cursed. There, the line cut abruptly. Jack's gut twisted with guilt and fear. The sheriff might pay dearly for helping him. Beside him, dust parted as Liv's motorcycle matched speed. She waved him down, indicating a turn-off. He followed her to a narrow road that cut through a wooded area. They rumbled along until they reached a concealed path leading down into a ravine. There, half hidden by vegetation, lay an old hunting cabin. Liv parked, gesturing for Jack to do the same. A friend of mine used to use this place. Should be off-grid enough to avoid trackers. Inside the cabin, the air was stale, but the walls were sturdy. Jack slammed the door behind them, adrenaline surging. Liv pulled out her laptop and a portable router from her bag. I can try to connect here, maybe upload what we have, but the speeds might be abysmal. As she set up, Jack's nerves kept him pacing. Every shadow outside felt like an approaching agent. We have to get the truth out somehow, publicly, he said. If we just run, they'll catch us eventually. But if the entire world sees the crash footage... Liv nodded. That's the idea, but we need a robust channel or a known platform, and the moment they sense us uploading, they might jam it. She typed away, establishing a signal. The portable router's lights blinked green. Surprisingly, they had a minimal data connection. A hush fell as Liv attempted to upload the partially repaired video. The progress bar crawled painfully. Then the entire window froze. A wave of curses spilled from Liv's mouth. She hammered keys, only to find the connection forcibly dropped. "They're jamming it," she hissed. "They have insane coverage." Jack glowered. "We can't do this pieceways. Maybe we physically bring the data to a big news station." Liv considered that, scanning the glitching laptop. Possibly, but who can we trust? The men chasing us might have infiltration in major networks. They'll kill the story. Before Jack could reply, the door rattled. Both froze. Jack snatched up an old shotgun that hung on the cabin wall. Liv pulled a small sidearm from her bag, eyes wide. Another knock, louder. Jack crept to a window. He saw a single figure outside wearing the uniform of local law enforcement. "Sheriff Mitchell," he whispered, relief flooding him. He unlatched the door. Mitchell staggered in, face pale, uniform torn. "They're not just FBI, Jack. Something else is going on. They nearly ran me off the road. My deputies. Some are cooperating with them." Jack helped him to a chair. "You're hurt?" Mitchell shook his head. "Just bruised. Listen, you have to leave the state. They'll roadblock every main highway. Word is, they labelled you a domestic threat, claims about anti-government extremism. Ridiculous. But that means official forces are converging." Liv frowned. "We have evidence. Footage of an extraterrestrial craft. They're burying it." Mitchell let out a heavy breath. "I've spent my whole career in small-town policing. I never expected to see this." He pinned them with a determined look. "Jack, I won't chase you, but this is bigger than me. Get out of Nebraska. Find a safe place to blow the lid on this." Jack nodded, throat tight. "I'm sorry they came after you." The sheriff forced a grim smile. "Just promise me, if you succeed, you'll let the world know I tried to do right." Then he rose, stumbling. "I'll try to throw them off your trail as best I can. Now go. They'll track me here soon." With little time to talk, Jack and Liv quickly gathered their gear. Before stepping out, Jack clasped the sheriff's hand, gratitude etched in his face. "Thank you." Mitchell nodded, stepping away into the night, presumably to lead the hunters astray. Jack and Liv hopped into their vehicles, forging a plan. They'd head for the nearest big city, Omaha maybe, where they could attempt contacting national news outlets or even go public on the internet from a secure location. As they pulled out from the ravine, the distant rumble of engines sounded once more. But this time the pair had a head start. The farmland roads branched like a maze, and the rising moon cast faint light across their path. They might yet outrun the suits for a time. Still, an uneasy question gnawed at Jack. Even if they made it to Omaha, even if they found a major platform, would the men in black let that broadcast happen, or would an even deadlier force intercept them? He clung to a single hope, the possibility that the partially restored footage would be enough to spark a global outcry, that it would be unstoppable once it hit the public domain. In the glare of his truck's headlights, an enormous harvest moon loomed overhead. Jack couldn't shake the feeling that something else hung in the sky, something that had come crashing down on his farm, and unless he exposed it, those dark secrets would remain hidden, overshadowing the farmland for good. Under the pale glow of street lamps, Jack Calloway and Olivia Liv Carter found themselves in the industrial outskirts of Omaha. Factories and warehouses lined the roads, giant structures looming in the dark. They had evaded immediate pursuit thanks to Sheriff Mitchell's heroic diversion, but neither believed the chase was truly over. They parked behind a deserted loading dock. The stale odour of oil and rust drifted in the night air. Liv led Jack to a side entrance of an old distribution centre. She claimed to know a hidden corner inside where they could set up for a final attempt to broadcast the footage. Inside, the place was cavernous, echoing with each footstep. Corridors branched off, some leading to dusty offices. Eventually they found a small utility room near the back. Liv tested an electrical panel, lighting the overhead fluorescent tubes that flickered with a dull hum. "This might work," she said, dropping her gear. She set up her laptop, connecting it to a portable battery. The phone was placed on a makeshift stand, the recovered footage file displayed on her screen. "I'll try to route through a secure network. My old NSA backdoor might still exist." Jack crouched by the door, shotgun resting at his side, warily scanning the empty halls. The tension in his chest felt suffocating. "If they track us here," Liv shrugged, "we have no choice. This is our last shot. If we can't get the footage out, they'll keep hunting you down, and the world won't learn the truth about that crash." She typed a flurry of commands. The laptop's fans whirred. Minutes stretched. Jack's nerves thrummed. He recalled the horrifying sense of powerlessness as men in black suits commandeered his property, the intangible occupant inside that crashed craft, the glimmers of alien symbols in the twisted metal. All that weighed on his mind, fueling his resolve. "We can't let them hide this." Suddenly Liv hissed in triumph, "Yes, I've bypassed some of their net blocks. The upload is starting." The progress bar inched forward. "I'm sending it to multiple mirror sites simultaneously. Video sharing platforms, news tip lines, every corner of the web. They can't kill it all at once." Jack allowed a hopeful smile. "So people will see it?" Liv nodded. "Unless they physically cut the power. But we have a backup battery, so even that might not be immediate." No sooner had the words left her mouth than a metallic clang echoed from somewhere in the building. Jack stiffened, finger sliding to the shotgun's trigger guard. Liv's eyes darted up from the screen. "We're not alone." Sure enough, footsteps resonated from the corridor, a measured, almost ominously calm stride. Liv frantically tapped at her keyboard, urging the upload to finalize. 4 minutes left, she muttered. The footsteps stopped outside the door, then a single knock. Thud, thud, thud. Rourke's heart nearly stopped. He raised the shotgun, voice shaking. "Stay back!" The door handle jiggled. Then, as if from nowhere, the knob turned, and the door swung open. Standing there was Agent Daniel Briggs, the same figure who had led the raid on Jack's farm. Behind him hovered two more men in black suits, their faces eerily blank. Briggs's gaze swept the room, landing on the laptop. "Mr. Calloway, Ms. Carter," he said smoothly, ignoring the shotgun aimed at his chest. "This ends now. Step away from that computer." Jack gritted his teeth. "We're uploading the truth. Everyone will see what crashed on my farm. You can't silence this." Briggs sighed, his tone almost regretful. "You're misguided. The world isn't ready for what you've stumbled upon. Think of the panic, the chaos. We're protecting society." He nodded at the men behind him. They advanced, but Jack pumped the shotgun, halting them momentarily. Liv glanced at the screen. 2 minutes left, she whispered to Jack. Briggs's eyes narrowed. "Can't allow that file to spread. Stand down or we will be forced to..." A sudden boom reverberated through the facility, making everyone jerk in surprise. Something heavy crashed in a far corridor. The men in suits turned, momentarily distracted. Liv seized the opportunity, leaping forward to slam the door shut. She bolted it from inside, pressing her weight against it. From the hall, Briggs's muffled voice barked, "Breach it!" A heavy thud smashed against the door. Jack knew they had seconds. He joined Liv, pushing a nearby crate to barricade. "How long?" She checked the laptop. 1 minute. But they'll smash through any second. Already the door's metal buckled under repeated blows. Desperately, Jack rummaged for anything else to stall them, discarded shelves, debris. They piled it against the door, hearing the men outside coordinate. Another blow rattled the frame. "We're nearly there," Liv muttered, knuckles white on her keyboard. Then a final crash. The door burst open, flinging the makeshift barricade aside. Briggs and two men advanced, guns drawn. Jack raised the shotgun, but the men in black suits moved unnervingly quickly, disarming him with a blow that knocked him to the ground. Pain flared in his shoulder. Liv tried to shield the laptop. One suit forcibly yanked it away, slamming it to the concrete floor. Sparks flew as the screen cracked. With an impassive stare, the man crushed the device underfoot. Liv cried out, horror-stricken. Briggs approached the battered computer, verifying it was destroyed. Then he turned to Jack, who lay gasping on the ground. "You can't fight the entire apparatus, Mr. Calloway." A flicker of pity, or was it scorn, crossed his features. "You were never supposed to see that crash." Jack coughed, agony shooting through his ribs. The upload, it might have finished. Briggs knelt, retrieving Jack's phone. He tapped it. Somehow it was still connected, though a fractal of static danced on the screen. "We'll see." With a swift motion, he pressed something on the device. The phone screen went black. "Get them out of here," Briggs ordered. The men in black suits dragged Jack upright. Another grabbed Liv, forcing her arms behind her back. She spat curses, tears of frustration in her eyes. The upload might have been seconds from completion, but had it finished or not, neither could be certain. As they were led away, stepping through the corridor, Jack glimpsed open warehouse doors. Rows of black SUVs were parked outside, red and blue lights flickering. A helicopter circled overhead. Any thought of escaping again felt impossible. Once outside, the men in black parted to let Briggs pass. He gestured for them to deposit Jack and Liv into separate vehicles. Jack fought weakly, shoulders screaming in pain, but there was no breaking free from these silent, relentless operatives. In the hush of the SUV's interior, the door slammed shut. Jack was alone, the windows tinted so dark he couldn't see out. A cold dread enveloped him. He realized they'd likely vanish him, just as they might do with Liv. The knowledge weighed heavily, but a flicker of uncertain hope remained. What if the upload had reached the internet in time? Could the truth slip out somewhere, unstoppable? But deep down, he feared the men in black might still find a way to erase everything. The SUV's engine rumbled to life. Jack sat pinned between two stiff-suited men, Neither speaking, the vehicle sped off, disappearing into the night. Days later, the farmland of Jack Calloway lay silent, owned by a newly arrived family who claimed no knowledge of any Jack. The local records listed the property transfer as routine, with no mention of seized assets. Neighbours who once greeted Jack at the feed store shrugged, uncertain if they even recalled his face. Sheriff Wade Mitchell was suspended following allegations of misconduct. He refused to discuss the events publicly, haunted by glimpses of the footage that flickered on Jack's phone. Rumours circulated that Mitchell faced an internal investigation by federal authorities. Some claimed he was forced into early retirement. And Olivia Liv Carter vanished without a trace, her last known address found empty. Official statements offered no explanation. Some rumoured she fled the country. Others swore they saw her in a black car with tinted windows flanked by men in suits. Her online presence vanished, as if wiped clean. Yet in distant corners of the internet, obscure forums buzzed with rumours. Some users claimed to have seen a video snippet, a blur of silver wreckage, a swirling haze, and strange markings. The clip was incomplete, riddled with corruption. Each time it surfaced, it disappeared again. Accounts banned, threads deleted. But occasionally a screenshot survived, fueling endless speculation. One day, a user named FarmTruth4 posted, "I am Jack Calloway. I'm alive. Keep digging. Look to the sky." The post vanished within an hour, replaced by an error page. No one could verify its authenticity. Still, a handful believed. They whispered among themselves that somewhere, the truth about that fallen craft was out there, possibly slumbering on a server in some forgotten corner of the web, waiting to be rediscovered. And so the question lingered. Did the final transmission slip through the net of secrecy? Or did the Watchers quietly crush every trace? For those who glimpsed the evidence, the answer was obvious. The sky had indeed fallen that night in Nebraska. But for the rest of the world, life carried on in blissful ignorance, never suspecting that on one quiet farm, the biggest secret in history had touched down and then been swept away. And a quiet man named Miles Wren, who notices reality warping around him. We'll follow him through 5 parts, each revealing deeper layers of confusion, paranoia, and revelations about a secret project that may have fractured reality itself. Let the hush of late evening, or the calm of pre-dawn, envelop you as we begin. Feel free to let the tension build, or to simply drift along with the unfolding events. Whether you remain awake, analysing every clue or find yourself dozing, this story is yours to experience in the manner that suits you best. Now, let us step into the world of the displacement. Miles Wren's morning began the way it always did, in a cramped and neutral-toned apartment that smelled faintly of stale coffee. His day started with a quick shower, a single mug of black coffee and a half-eaten bagel. He scrolled aimlessly through news sites as he waited for the bus to work. It was precisely the life he'd grown used to. Consistent, routine, and unremarkable. But something nagged at him that day. The same unsettling sense of discrepancy he'd been feeling for the past month. It started small. Halfway through the bus ride, he noticed the brand logo on a passing billboard was different from how he remembered. The colour scheme seemed off. At his mundane IT job, he corrected his co-worker Maria about a movie quote, only for her to look confused. She insisted the quote had always been the way she said it, not how Miles remembered. He tried to laugh it off, chalking it up to memory slip, except these slip-ups were happening more frequently. One evening, Miles rummaged through a storage box and found an old grocery receipt that listed a cereal brand spelled differently than what was on the shelves today. He double-checked online. No alternate spelling existed in any official record. But there in his hand was a physical artifact bearing the old spelling. He stared at it for an hour, heart pounding. If not for that piece of paper, he'd have thought himself crazy. Things escalated when he visited his mother for dinner that weekend. She recounted a family event from his childhood, how they'd once taken a trip to Washington, D.C. to see a solar eclipse. Miles corrected her, recalling vividly that the family trip had been to Yellowstone, and the solar eclipse had happened years later. His mother grew agitated, insisting he was mistaken, brandishing old photos that seemed to show them in DC during an eclipse. Photos Miles had never seen. That's when a swirl of panic threatened to rise in his chest. The sense that reality was rewriting itself under his feet. Returning home with a mild headache, Miles fired up his laptop, typed Mandela Effect Difference Timeline Memory into a search engine and stumbled onto a small corner of the internet. There, he discovered a forum dedicated to anchor memories. People posted about brand logos, historical events, and quotes that they recalled differently. A handful of them insisted reality had changed, that the universe had shifted somehow. Some members were quickly dismissed as trolls or conspiracy nuts, but a few shared meticulously documented proofs, photographs, scanned diaries, mirroring Miles's serial receipt. There were references to anomalous merges, quantum overlap, and Project Lattice. The name rung no bells, but curiosity gripped him. He lurked on the forum, reading post after post. One user in particular, Heart Awake, wrote, "If you're noticing these changes, you might be an anchor. The rest of the population, for reasons we can't fully explain, can be overwritten by the new timeline, but some of us keep our old memories intact." Another user cautioned, "We're seeing more changes than ever. People who question them vanish. Keep your head down, document everything." Miles began scribbling in a notebook, labelling it discrepancies. He listed the brand name changes, the misquoted lines from well-known movies, historical events that seemed off. He recounted how President Lincoln's birth date, which he was sure was different, no longer matched what the internet said. The more he wrote, the more tension coiled in his gut. Days passed, and Miles noticed certain forum members dropping offline without explanation. One poster wrote, "They found me. I can't stay." Then his account vanished. Another cryptically said, "Tight-lipped men in suits came to my work." Then silence. The forum started to feel less like a collective of misfits and more like an underground cell hiding from something menacing. A conspiracy at large? Miles found fleeting relief in a private chat with Heart Awake, who seemed knowledgeable. They claimed to have insider knowledge of a top-secret government project that delved into quantum timelines. Think of it as timeline observation. They messed up, causing microshifts. The public writes them off as false memories, commonly called the Mandela effect. But it's real. The rips are expanding. Simultaneously, Miles's migraines grew worse. He'd wake up in the middle of the night with a start, recalling vivid dreams of places he'd never been to, with street layouts so detailed it felt as if he'd lived there. Sometimes, on his way to the office, he'd pass a building he could have sworn was painted blue the day before. Now it was red. Co-workers teased him about being scatterbrained, but the pit in his stomach deepened. He recognised that his discrepancies list was no longer a handful of minor changes. It was ballooning weekly. Then, the culminating moment. Rummaging through an old folder for tax documents, he found a pamphlet titled Project Lattice, Preliminary Observations. The letterhead bore the seal of a US government agency he'd never heard of. The pamphlet described observational windows into parallel states, discussing anchor points and collective memory. The text was incomplete, as if pages were missing. No mention of how it ended up in his personal files, but the presence of the name Project Lattice made his blood run cold. He posted a blurred snippet of the pamphlet on the forum, seeking guidance. Some members responded in awe, but within an hour the entire thread vanished. So did multiple sub-forums. Then Heart Awake messaged him privately with a single line. "They're onto you. Watch your surroundings." A wave of paranoia enveloped him. Checking out his apartment window, he thought he saw a dark sedan parked across the street. Had it been there earlier? The occupant's silhouette seemed to glance his way. Or was that his imagination? Suddenly, he questioned everything. Was he just spiralling into mania? Nerves aflame, he decided the only rational move was to keep searching, keep documenting. Something was happening, and ignorance would not protect him. He told himself that if no one else would notice or care, he had to do it alone. The puzzle pieces were on the table. The near-constant timeline discrepancies, the ephemeral forum that kept losing members, the suspicious pamphlet referencing Project Lattice. He felt like a man stumbling onto a tapestry of illusions. For the first time in years he was wide awake, and terrified of what he might uncover. Little did he know, these small epiphanies were the first tremors of a larger quake. In just a few weeks, everything stable in his life would be undone. Because reality, it seemed, was not as stable as people believed. And Miles Wren's mind, anchored to a truth the world was determined to forget, stood at the epicenter of a cosmic rift that threatened to unravel everything. Miles Wren sat in his living room, the curtains drawn. Outside, traffic hummed in the late afternoon gloom, but inside, the hush felt like a barrier between him and the shifting world. After nearly a week of scouring the internet for references to Project Lattice, he had come up with precious little. Government records didn't mention it. Conspiracy sites sometimes invoked the phrase, always in fragmentary, half-lucid posts. He suspected the project was so classified that no official mention existed. The only real clue was from Heart Awake, the forum user who'd gone silent after cryptic warnings. Then, out of nowhere, Miles received a private message with an encrypted link signed HA. He wasted no time decoding it, his heart thumping as he typed in an older forum password that HA had provided. The link revealed a single PDF file, Eliza Hart, Lattice Log 03. The name made him inhale sharply. Dr. Eliza Hart. Could she be Heart Awake? Inside the PDF were fragments of a scientific report. Subject: parallel observations are interfering with baseline reality. Anchor individuals remain aware. evidence of memory overwrite in 99% of population. We must secure the anchor subjects or face unstoppable merges. Miles's face flushed hot. This was no idle talk. The data was official, stamped with an outdated government insignia. The log alluded to quantum bridging events, unintentional merges, and a classified facility. Dr. Eliza Hart had apparently led the project that studied these phenomena. The final lines read, "We cannot remain silent, the bleed will intensify." That day, he took off from work, claiming a headache. He felt compelled to chase the next lead. Hours of online searching led him to a ghost site with partial references to an Eliza Hart PhD, a physicist who vanished 5 years ago under suspicious circumstances. She'd once published papers on quantum wave function collapse, then abruptly left academia. The next mention of her was a missing persons notice. No resolution, no public record since. Miles's mind reeled. Could DeHart have tried to blow the whistle on a secret experiment that caused the Mandela effect? And if so, had she been forcibly silenced? His phone buzzed, interrupting his thoughts. The caller ID was unknown. He hesitated but answered, tension coiling in his gut. Mr. Wren, a low voice said. "This is Agent Delar. We need to talk about your forum activities." Miles's throat tightened. "How did you get this number?" A pause then. "Let's say we have resources. You're not in trouble yet, but we've taken note of your postings. We're aware you have certain documents relating to Project Lattice." Silence. Miles's hand shook. He forced composure. "What do you want?" "I want to give you a chance to stop before you cross a line. You're chasing illusions that could unravel a delicate balance. Drop it, Mr. Ray. Return to your normal life. People who dig deeper don't remain healthy for long." Miles bristled. "Is that a threat?" "It's a fact. The more you cling to memories from a previous timeline, the more your mind fractures. If you keep interfering, you'll end up like Dot Hart. Or worse, you'll risk triggering further merges that might destabilize entire swathes of reality." The line clicked dead. Miles's heart hammered. The call left him rattled with unanswered questions. Who was Agent Delar? A genuine agent or some spook from a Black Ops team? The idea of destabilizing entire swathes of reality sounded insane. Yet the events he'd witnessed suggested something insane was indeed happening. The man on the phone had implied that those who remember the original timeline cause instability. Could that be why forum members disappeared? They threatened the official narrative. And this talk of the more you cling to memories from a previous timeline, the more your mind fractures. Was that a psychological effect or something more literal? The concept reminded him of quantum wave theories, how observation collapses probability. If too many contradictory memories existed, would that tear reality at the seams? Haunted, Miles hammered out an email to a friend from college, an old friend who was a data scientist. He attached the PDF asking if she could help verify its authenticity. The friend replied hours later. "Encryption style is advanced. The doc's metadata suggests it's from a government system. If it's a hoax, it's extremely sophisticated. Miles, this is big. Tread carefully." He had to meet others like him in person. The online realm was compromised, too ephemeral. So he posted a coded message in a local offshoot of the forum, requesting a meetup for Mandela anchors at a downtown cafe. A single user responded, "Down the rabbit hole we go. Tomorrow, 7 p.m, grey jacket, table by the corner." At 7 p.m. the next day, Miles arrived anxious. The cafe was a modest place known for late-night coffee. He scanned for anyone wearing a grey jacket. Eventually, a slim man with a shaved head waved him over. Introductions were terse. The man called himself Cal. Over coffee, They swapped experiences. Logos changed, historical events out of place, phone contacts vanishing. "I used to have an ex-girlfriend named Samantha," Cal whispered. "We dated for a year. Then one day she was gone. No evidence she ever existed. My friends insisted I was single the whole time. That's when I knew something was deeply wrong." Miles recounted his fiasco with the cereal brand, the family vacation recollection, the forum vanishings, Dr. Hart's log. Cal's eyes widened at the mention of Project Lattice. "I've heard rumours of a facility that monitored parallel timelines, like a radio scanning multiple frequencies. If we keep glitching between them, maybe that's the cause." They parted ways warily, agreeing to share info discreetly. Yet as Miles left, he glimpsed a black sedan parked across the street. The driver wore sunglasses even in the dim evening light. A chill crawled up Miles's spine. The next day he texted Cal, but the message bounced. The phone number no longer existed. Shaken, Miles realised how quickly these Mandela anchors could vanish. He was being watched, and so was Cal, presumably. This was more than a casual conspiracy. Something official and dangerous was stamping out anomalies, ensuring no one pieced together the truth. Possibly the fear was that if enough anchor minds recognised the illusions, the entire tapestry might unravel. By that weekend, Miles's memory flickers intensified. He woke up in an apartment that looked the same but had a different colour sofa. Mid-morning, it was back to normal. He found a small scar on his forearm he'd never noticed before. Searching old photos, the scar was present in some, absent in others. Reality was rewriting itself, editing details with casual disregard for sanity. He also began to have vivid nightmares about Dr. Hart. In these dreams, she was in a sterile lab, scribbling frantic equations on glass walls, turning to him with despair in her eyes. "We messed up," she always said. "You have to fix it, or you'll be wiped away." Waking from these nightmares left him soaked in sweat, unsure if they were just imagination or glimpses into another timeline. Agent Delar's ominous phone call echoed in his thoughts. The man had spoken as if the shift was unstoppable, but was that truly the case? Dr. Hart's log suggested a meltdown scenario if left unchecked. Could Miles somehow mend the damage? Every step forward put him in deeper danger, yet turning back felt impossible. So he pressed on, scouring every corner of the internet, scanning library archives for references to Lattice. He discovered scraps of conversations, a now defunct corporate R&D group that once specialised in quantum computing for the government. A mention of temporal data anomalies. The puzzle was maddeningly incomplete, and so alone in his living room with laptop in hand, he braced for the next phase. The stage was set for a deeper confrontation. If the reality around him was a precarious tapestry, he had begun pulling at the threads, determined to see what lurked behind the fabric, even if it meant unravelling himself, and the world along with him. Another restless night found Miles hunched over a desk lamp at 3 a.m, skimming old microfilm copies of the local newspaper's archives. His limbs felt jittery from too much coffee and too little sleep. He'd discovered a library that still kept microfilm records dating decades back, hoping to find some sign of Dr. Eliza Hart's involvement with the city's tech or research labs. An unassuming article from 5 years ago caught his eye. Local lab receives federal grant for advanced quantum studies. The article mentioned a Dr. E. Hart heading a small team. The lab, located near the city's industrial outskirts, apparently disbanded soon after. No reason was given. That detail might have slipped under normal circumstances, but now it seemed like a signpost. The address was listed. 1822 Redwood Drive. Miles closed the microfilm viewer, heart thumping. Redwood Drive. That could be the location where Project Lattice took place. The one place he might find tangible proof. If Dr. Hart had vanished, perhaps her notes, her equipment, or something else remained. He set out early the next day in a beat-up sedan he borrowed from a friend, not wanting to use his own car in case Agent Della was watching. Redwood Drive led to a run-down industrial zone of rusted fencing and empty warehouses. Building number 1822 was a squat, windowless structure with a chain-link gate. A weathered sign read, "Restricted Area, Federal Property." Weeds sprouted through cracks in the pavement, suggesting the place had been abandoned for years. Adrenaline kept him focused. He snuck around the side, found a rusted door, and discovered it was locked with a heavy padlock. Lacking better tools, he rummaged for a crowbar in his trunk, silently apologising to the cosmos for trespassing. After some effort and plenty of anxious glances over his shoulder, the lock snapped open. Inside, dust motes floated in stale air. It was a husk of a lab, empty benches and scattered equipment crates forming a ghostly tableau. Flicking on a flashlight, Miles wove through corridors. A few locked rooms were too secure to enter, but one door hung ajar. Carefully he stepped inside, a modest office with knocked-over filing cabinets. Tattered documents lay strewn about. Folders labelled lattice observational logs, timeline variation, and anchor tests. The jackpot. He gathered as many papers as he could. Most were partial or heavily redacted, yet certain lines made his skin prickle. Anchor volunteers exhibit resistance to timeline overwrites. This leads to confusion, potential psychological breakdown. Cross-observation windows must be minimized to prevent merges. Dr. Hart warns of an unstoppable chain reaction if left uncontained. It was proof that the government had indeed funded a project to observe or manipulate parallel timelines, possibly under the impetus that these volunteers could maintain memory across timeline shifts. That explained the forum references about anchor individuals, people like Miles. A battered lab notebook in the corner caught his eye. Its cover read E.H., presumably Eliza Hart. Inside, scribbled notes documented observed anomalies, referencing a rising frequency of shifts. One excerpt read, "They keep pressuring me to push for deeper observation windows. We're seeing brand changes, historical discrepancies, small details morphing daily. Is it us or the timeline? The quantum bridging is fragile. Our presence might be causing the merges." Miles's throat tightened. He flipped to the final page. "I'm losing time. My fiancé says we never met, though we have pictures. The data suggests we've triggered a global effect. I must hide these logs before they bury me. If you find this, you're an anchor. Remember the original. They'll try to rewrite you." He clutched the notebook with shaking hands. This was bigger than anything he'd imagined. Project Lattice had cracked a door into parallel realities, letting them bleed together. Eliza Hart had recognized the danger, but presumably she vanished. The parallels to his own experiences were chilling. Friends or family forgetting entire histories, brand changes, illusions of false memories. Suddenly a sharp sound. Footsteps in the corridor. Miles froze, heart pounding. The beam of a flashlight illuminated dust motes. He ducked behind an overturned cabinet. A voice, male, brusque, spoke into a radio. No signs of forced entry in the main lab. Checking offices now. Fear coursed through Miles. He recognized that distinct official tone. Possibly Agent Dellar or one of his colleagues. Silently, Miles slid the lab notebook into his satchel. Step by careful step, he edged away. The footsteps drew closer. He heard the squeak of a boot on debris. Another beam of light moved across the floor. Tense seconds stretched like hours. A stroke of luck. The unseen agent stepped into a different hallway, momentarily letting Miles slip out into the corridor behind him. He retraced his path, ignoring the hammering of his heart. Within minutes, he found the side door, hurried outside and sprinted to his borrowed sedan. He peeled away from Redwood Drive, adrenaline coursing. In his rearview mirror, he spotted no immediate pursuit. though that offered little comfort. Back in the safety of his apartment, he locked every door and jammed a chair under the handle, paranoid but justified. Taking a deep breath, he spread the rescued documents on his living room floor. The significance of each page weighed on him like a crushing burden. The government, or some clandestine group, had messed with the fabric of reality. The Mandela effect was not a glitch in memory alone. It was an actual shift triggered by these quantum observation windows. People like Miles retained the old memories because they had some mental anomaly that anchored them to the original timeline. Project Lattice used these anchors for research, and apparently the cost had been catastrophic. He scanned the pages, searching for any mention of Agent Della. Indeed, a memo indicated a Dellar was assigned to contain anchor anomalies. Another note read, "Subject anchor recall threatens success. Use memory reset protocols if subject refuses compliance." The hair on Miles's neck stood up. Memory reset. That must be the ultimate threat, erasing anchors so they no longer disrupted the new timeline. He recalled Della's phone call, the mention of further mergers. This was the machinery behind it. One portion referred to contingency labs across multiple states, each monitoring minor mergers. A mention of Hart's last message directed to a secure server with an IP address partially scratched out. Possibly, if he could decipher it, he might find more records, or even Hart herself. That is, if she was alive. But how to do so without being tracked? He realised with a jolt that Dr. Hart might still be out there, hiding. The text. "If you find this, you're an anchor. Remember the originals," echoed in his mind. He felt an odd solidarity with her, a woman who tried to safeguard the world from unstoppable quantum fracturing. Sitting amid the scattered documents, exhaustion weighed on him. The timeline flickers were intensifying. He needed help. The question was, from whom? He trusted no one. The next steps would be riskier. Decoding Hart's final instructions, outrunning Della's watchers, and maybe finding a way to reverse or at least contain this runaway phenomenon. But was it reversible? The notion that thousands, maybe millions of small changes had already taken root in people's lives was staggering. Even if the large mergers had yet to come, the smaller ones threatened fundamental truths. He shuddered at the thought. Entire countries might morph. People might vanish, replaced by alternate versions. If the original timeline was lost, how long until everything collapsed? He pressed a palm against his eyes, staving off a migraine. A wave of mental exhaustion threatened to swallow him. The final line in one of Hart's notes repeated in his head like a mantra. We must not remain silent. Indeed, if he succumbed to fear or let them silence him, the consequences could be unthinkable. He just hoped he could hold on to his own mind before the shifting timeline wrote him out of existence. Because for an anchor like Miles, the cost of remembering everything might come at a price, losing his sanity, or incurring the wrath of the shadowy forces determined to keep the world oblivious to the displacement. The day began with another jarring shift. Miles woke on his worn-out couch, blinking blearily at the living room. The furniture layout was reversed. The couch sat against the opposite wall. Startled, he jolted upright, only to find it was back to normal, as though it had never changed. Gasping, he pressed a hand to his racing heart. The flickers of timeline mergers were stronger now, coming in broad daylight. He was so shaken he nearly forgot to breathe. Determined to push forward, he rummaged through the documents from Redwood Drive, focusing on references to anchor points and secure servers. A few cryptic clues suggested that Dr. Hart's last known location was an underground facility near a satellite station outside the city. It matched the mention of contingency labs. Possibly she had retreated there or left a final message. With a sense of desperate resolve, Miles decided to investigate. The battered sedan took him down a winding rural road. As evening fell, the satellites loomed overhead like silent guardians. Giant metal dishes pointed skyward. Past a locked gate and a barbed wire fence, he saw a squat building with minimal lighting. He parked the car out of sight, then approached on foot through patches of tall grass. Once again, he found a side door with a rusting security panel. Fortune favoured him. The security system was old, easily bypassed with a trick he'd learned in his IT days. Inside, the air felt cool, tinged with a faint hum of servers. Dim emergency lights illuminated a corridor that led underground. After descending a few flights, he emerged into a sterile hallway of metal walls. Posters with cryptic instructions about temporally sensitive data hung lopsided, a sure sign of abandonment or minimal staff presence. He entered a control room lined with monitors, some black, others displaying streams of code or static-laced images. The largest screen flickered with a partial readout, timeline residue analysis. Heart-pounding, Miles realised this must be where they monitored merges, collecting data from multiple realities. On a console, he spotted references to Heart's uplink. Bingo! He rummaged in the desk drawers and found a small device, a specialised USB-like drive labelled Anchor Module. The label read, "For authorised anchor use only." The synergy of so many coincidences gave him chills. He jacked it into a console, hoping to access deeper files. The screen displayed a prompt. "Please confirm Anchor ID." Confusion struck. Did he have an ID? Then he remembered the Redwood documents mentioning anchor volunteers. Possibly his name was in some database as a potential anchor. He typed Miles Wren, but the system responded with an error. He tried rummaging for a numeric code in the Redwood notes. One snippet had a 9-digit number next to the name M. Wren. Inputting that into the console, he waited with bated breath. A beep. Then the console text changed. Anchor confirmed. Dr. E. Hart's logs unlocked. Suddenly, lines of text scrolled across the monitor. Miles, if you're reading this, you're an anchor who resisted the overwrite. Project Lattice was designed to observe alternate timelines, but we triggered collapses. Merges accelerate each time we open a new observation window. I suspect the final meltdown is imminent. The only chance we have is to localise the anchor field and forcibly unify all drifting timelines, preventing further fracturing. I tried building a stabiliser, but I was cut off. I can't do this alone. If you're hearing me, please, help. Miles's eyes brimmed with emotion. She'd left this message specifically for an anchor. For him. The text continued. We discovered that only anchors can finalise a stable timeline. Non-anchors adapt to each shift, forgetting the past. If enough anchors unify an agreement on a single version of events, that version might collapse the wave function, but the government sees that as a threat. They'd rather let the mergers continue invisibly than face the truth, or they want to harness the mergers for power. He paused reading, heart pounding. So a large-scale meltdown threatened to rewrite reality entirely. The repeated mergers left the fabric of existence wearing thin. Possibly humankind would wake up to an alien tomorrow, or entire continents might blink out. The scale was unimaginable. Another line scrolled. If Agent Delar or others approach you, they'll offer to wipe your memory. They believe that removing anchor memories eases the mergers. Don't let them. We must keep the original in mind or we all vanish. I'm nearby, but my consciousness is fragmented. This facility's deeper level houses a quantum link to the lattice. That's where you must go. I'll be waiting. Anxious determination flared in Miles. Dr. Hart was not just a ghost. She might still be physically or mentally present, albeit in a compromised state. He had to find her. The meltdown was happening. Even the small flickers in his daily life were signs of a larger cosmic shift. He took the anchor module from the console, following a map displayed on the screen that led to a lower level. Treading carefully, he made his way down an echoing corridor. A low hum filled the air, intensifying with each step. At the end, he found a locked steel door with caution signs. Inside was a lab filled with a labyrinth of equipment reminiscent of Redwood, but more advanced. In a glass chamber, a figure lay motionless on a reclined chair, head wired to an array of sensors. It was a woman, her features gaunt, eyes half-lidded. Recognition pulsed in him. Dr. Eliza Hart, the woman from his nightmares. She was alive, connected to machines. Approaching, he saw faint flickers across the monitors. Brainwave patterns soared in chaotic spikes. On a screen was a 3D rendering of multiple timelines, overlapping. Strings of data spun in fractal patterns, each labelled variance ratio. She had apparently jacked her consciousness into the lattice, observing countless realities at once. Her physical body might be near catatonic, but her mind was hyperactive in the quantum realm. Without warning, a voice from behind, "Stop! Step away!" He whirled to see Agent Delar, gun drawn. The agent's face was etched with tension. Dr. Hart is the keystone of these merges. We keep her in stasis, monitoring her. If you wake her, the merges intensify. We're trying to manage this. Miles swallowed. Manage it by letting the world slip away. People vanish, timelines break. That's not management, that's destruction. Della's gaze flickered with complex emotion. You anchors complicate things. It's easier if no one notices. Now that you're this close, you must let us reset your memory. It's the only way to maintain stability. The agent advanced, gun unwavering. Miles's hand clenched around the anchor module. He realized the next steps would define everything. Either accept memory erasure or fight for the chance to unify reality. Dr. Hart's words about forcibly unifying timelines rang in his mind. If he could awaken her and combine anchor memories, maybe the meltdown could be halted or a stable timeline established. Della pulled the hammer back on the gun. Don't do anything rash. We can fix you. Then you can go back to living a normal life, ignorant of all this. It's not so bad. Miles considered the cost. A false normalcy at the expense of the entire world's continuity, or the risk of a universal meltdown if he tried to save it. The decision loomed, fraught with cosmic consequences. His mind flashed with images of changed cereal brands, misquoted movies, entire people erased. That wasn't living. That was sedation. He exhaled. I can't let you bury the truth. Agent Delar's eyes narrowed. Then you're forcing my hand. The next moment a shot rang out, echoing in the metallic chamber. Fear coiled in Miles's gut. The final confrontation had begun, and reality itself hung in the balance. The gunshot reverberated, shocking the quiet air. But Della's aim wasn't for Miles's head or heart. It was a warning shot into the metal floor, sparks flying. The agent's voice wavered with tension. I won't kill you unless I must. Stand down. You can't comprehend the bigger picture. Miles's pulse pounded. Over Della's shoulder, Dr. Hart remained in her glass cocoon, oblivious or locked in some mental battlefield. Her monitors spiked with each passing second. The data suggested her mind was bridging multiple timelines simultaneously, like an engine revving past red line. If she crashed, the mergers might intensify beyond control. Or if she was awakened incorrectly, the meltdown might become unstoppable. Yet if they did nothing, the slow unravelling would continue. He took a shaky breath. Look around, Della. The meltdown is happening. Timelines are colliding daily. I see them. People vanish. Reality changes. And we call it the Mandela effect. This can't go on. The agent's expression flickered with something akin to regret. Our superiors tried to contain it. We minimize public panic, fix minor timeline illusions, quietly reset anchors who might disrupt the merges. We believed it's safer than letting the masses know reality is broken. Safer maybe, Miles retorted, but it's failing. Dr. Hart wrote that only anchors can unify a stable timeline. She's trying to do that from inside the lattice. That's why you keep her locked up, because if she succeeds, your hush-hush approach collapses. Della's jaw clenched. We fear what unification might do. Merging contradictory timelines can produce paradox. Millions could die, or existences might flicker out. At least our method keeps society afloat, no matter how frayed the tapestry gets. From behind the glass, a faint moan sounded. Dr. Hart stirred. The monitors beeped wildly. She mouthed something inaudible. Miles realized they had no time. Carefully, he sidled near the control panel, anchor module in hand. If he could interface with her, perhaps unify their anchor memories, it might give her the push to close the merges properly. Della noticed his movement. Don't press that stupid button. You have no idea what you're risking. He raised the gun again, this time aiming more deliberately, but in that instant a violent timeline flicker seized the chamber. The entire facility seemed to warp, the walls around them morphing in a swirl of metal and shadow. For a heartbeat, Miles glimpsed an alternate version of the lab. Different equipment, a different layout, Agent Delar wearing a different uniform. Then it snapped back. Both men staggered. The console lights flickered. Dr. Hart's monitors beeped frantically. Miles used the confusion to slam the anchor module into the console's port. A surge of static electricity jarred him. The entire system glowed with a weird luminescence. Delar cursed, stumbling forward. Another flicker. For a moment, the glass chamber was gone, replaced by a large steel contraption with Dr. Hart nowhere in sight. Then it flickered back. The meltdown was accelerating. Reeling from the shock, Miles found himself face to face with the console's user interface, which displayed two massive buttons: Stabilize Protocol and Reset Anchor. The latter must be how they wipe memories. The former might unify the timeline. A high-pitched whine vibrated through the floor, as if the lab were about to tear itself apart. Agent Delar lunged, shouting, "No! You'll destroy everything!" But Miles pressed, Stabilize Protocol. The screen demanded, Anchor Confirmation. He typed in the code from Redwood, the one accepted earlier. The console beeped acceptance. Outside the glass, De Hart's eyes snapped open, wide with pain or alarm. Her lips moved, forming an urgent, inaudible plea. Then the lattice system roared to life. Tesla coils around the lab flared with arcs of energy. The overhead lights pulsed. Miles felt a strange tug in his mind, as though an invisible hand was rifling through his memories. In a swirl of colour, he glimpsed replays of old brand logos, corrected quotes, the family trip discrepancy, all swirling in a vortex of possibilities. He tasted the edges of alternate timelines, ones where he'd lived in different apartments or dated people he'd never known. It hammered his psyche, threatening to fracture it entirely. In the swirl of sensory overload, he sensed a Hart's presence, a guiding presence, faint yet determined. Her consciousness or essence beckoned, weaving a mental tapestry. She needed his anchor recollections, the definitive original. If enough anchor minds formed a consensus, that version of reality would overshadow the merges. Amid the maelstrom, he heard Della's voice muffled, "Stop it, you fool!" The agent fired his gun at the console. Sparks erupted. Half the lights exploded. A wave of electromagnetic force knocked them both to the ground. The glass chamber cracked, releasing Dr. Hart's limp form onto the cold floor. She convulsed, still half in the lattice. Summoning the last of his will, Miles crawled to her, ignoring Della's frantic shouts. He pressed a trembling hand to her temple, feeling the psychic hum. Fragments of her memory poured into him the day she discovered the first merges, the guilt of unleashing them, her attempt to stop the government from weaponizing timeline control, her fear that she was losing herself. He responded with his anchor, recollections, a stable thread of the original timeline. The synergy was excruciating, a mental collision of tens of thousands of data points. The overhead arc lamps in the lab sparked, releasing an aurora-like glow. With a final desperate push, Dr. Hart channeled the Unifier command. A radiance engulfed them, unstoppable. It pulsed outward from the lab, presumably spanning miles, maybe the entire planet, bridging every timeline. The meltdown reached its apex. Della's panicked face was the last thing Miles saw before light consumed everything. The agent's mouth formed the word no, even as the swirling energies overcame him. Then absolute whiteness, absolute sense. Moments or eons later, Miles found himself lying on a street corner. He groaned, disoriented. The sun shone overhead. People bustled about, unperturbed, as if everything were normal. Blinking, he recognized the city centre near his office, but details felt altered. He stood up, heart racing. A quick glance around revealed store signs that matched his earliest recollections, logos spelled the way he'd originally remembered. A wave of relief mixed with confusion. So the Unify command might have locked in a certain timeline, but was it truly the original, or a patchwork compromise? As he stumbled through the city, he spotted a billboard for a cereal brand spelled the way he'd first known it. The sense of victory soared in his chest. Perhaps it worked. Then again, were there still subtle differences he wasn't seeing? He rushed to a newsstand. The date on the newspaper matched the day he expected. Skimming the headlines, nothing seemed bizarre. No mention of timeline merges or meltdown. He breathed in shaky relief, so the meltdown had presumably stabilized. He was still an anchor, remembering the chaos that had led here. But no one else showed any sign of noticing. No mania in the streets, no men in black chasing him. He tried calling Dr. Hart's name under his breath, but only the city's bustle responded. Did she survive that final unification? Or had she merged into this timeline, sacrificing her own existence to anchor everyone else? A swirl of sorrow and gratitude welled inside him. She might have been the guiding mind behind the stabilization. That evening, Miles returned to his apartment, finding it precisely as he'd always known from his earliest recollection. Yet the boxes of half-remembered artifacts were gone. The receipt with the old serial spelling was absent. Even the redwood documents vanished. All physical evidence of the fiasco had dissolved in the unification wave. Days slipped by. The forum for anchor memories no longer existed. Searching Project Lattice yielded nothing. No references to Dr. Eliza Hart in missing persons archives. It was as if reality had sealed the cracks, forging a consistent tapestry. But deep in his mind, Miles remembered the merges, the Redwood Lab, the meltdown. No one else did. He was alone in that knowledge, or so he believed. The final clue arrived in the mail a week later. A small padded envelope with no return address. Inside was a toy figurine from that cereal brand, one that in the original timeline had never existed as a freebie. The toy was a miniature version of Miles himself, in the clothes he'd worn that day in the lab, complete with a tiny laptop bag. Painted on the underside was the cryptic text, "We made it. E.H." Tears pricked his eyes. Dr. Hart had found a way to send a final sign. She'd survived in some capacity, or left this message from within the newly stabilized reality. He set the figurine on his desk, letting it stand as a quiet sentinel. A testament that he wasn't mad, that the meltdown really happened. Still, questions lingered. Did Agent Delar also remain in this unified timeline, possibly with no memory of the mergers? Could the mergers reignite under new circumstances? And was the stable timeline truly stable, or a temporary respite? He supposed only time would reveal the answers. For now, Miles continued his unremarkable daily life, feeling the faint hum of a cosmic secret beneath it all. He'd become the man who remembered too much, but that memory no longer threatened to unravel the world. If anything, it was the glue that kept it from fracturing anew. Occasionally he'd catch a subtle difference, a fleeting sign that the world was not absolutely locked. But these glimpses were small and ephemeral. Perhaps the meltdown had ended, but the potential for future displacements remained. And so each evening he'd gaze at that small figurine of himself, reminded that the anchor's burden was a lonely one, but crucial. Because the greatest conspiracy was to ensure no one realised reality itself had nearly shattered. And he, Miles Wren, was the quiet guardian of that truth, even as the world slept peacefully in the newly minted timeline. Iceberg narrative. Tension rises as strange warnings appear, suspicious accidents claim the lives of those close to him, and the unstoppable juggernaut of a conspiracy that crosses generations threatens to silence him forever. In the 5 parts that follow, we'll dive into Dr. Reeves' step-by-step investigation, from the first glimpses of abnormal structural damage on the Titanic's hull to the frantic final hours, where he attempts to broadcast the truth before shadowy agents can destroy both him and the evidence. If you're ready to uncover a hidden piece of maritime history, at least in this fictional reimagining, read on and let the swirl of ocean currents and midnight conspiracies guide you deeper into the hush of night. Please, make yourself comfortable. Allow your mind to wander into the possibilities that maybe, just maybe, everything we've been told about that fateful April night is not the whole story. And remember, in times of darkness, knowledge can be as blinding as a flare, or as comforting as a dim lantern. May you find the perfect balance tonight as we embark on this mysterious tale. The frigid waters of the North Atlantic loomed above Dr. Nolan Reeve like an endless dark plain, and beneath them, almost 2.5 miles down, lay the shattered remains of what was once the grandest ship afloat, RMS Titanic. The year was present day, and Reeve found himself aboard the research vessel Aegis, leading a deep-sea expedition to study microbial decay on century-old wrecks. It was all in the name of science, or so he believed. The Aegis was no luxurious craft, but it boasted a sturdy submersible named Deep Seeker that could navigate the tremendous pressure at such depths. Reeve's focus was to gather data on the rusticles, those icicle-like formations of iron-oxidizing bacteria slowly consuming the Titanic's hull. Alongside him was a small crew of marine scientists, including Isla Grant, a skilled submersible pilot and camera operator with a knack for zeroing in on small details. The funding for this expedition came from a wealthy institute run by Andrew Calder, a rather enigmatic financier who seldom gave interviews but had a keen interest in the maritime heritage. As the Aegis hovered in the general area, Reeve and Grant prepared for their first descent. Their mission's outward goals were straightforward: collect microbe samples from various compartments, photograph structural integrity, and produce a documentary charting the wreck's gradual dissolution. But Reeve felt an odd stirring in the back of his mind. Something about Calder's deep pockets and the near-obsessive interest he showed in the Titanic unsettled him. Calder insisted on daily updates, demanded high-resolution close-ups of specific hull sections, as though searching for something more than just rust. On a crisp morning, the submersible deck rumbled with mechanical clanks as Deep Seeker was lowered into the ocean. Reeve and Grant strapped into the tiny sphere that formed the sub's cockpit, oxygen humming through portable lines. Once submerged, the watery gloom swallowed them. Dials glowed green, and the hull's thick glass offered a restricted but haunting view. Grant navigated them slowly downward, the hull lights cutting a pale cone through dark water. After about 2 hours of descent, the sub's external beams finally caught sight of the Titanic's bow. Even after a century submerged, the shape was unmistakable. The ghostly hulk loomed from the gloom, broken in half, the once proud prow half buried in silt. Reeve felt his heart clench with awe and sorrow. It was a tomb and a monument, a silent testament to a night that changed history. They inched along the starboard side. Coral, fish, and anemones colonized the iron plating. Grant guided the sub's manipulator arm to gather small fragments of rusticles. Reeve carefully stored them in sample tubes. They progressed deeper, filming rooms that once bustled with first-class passengers and cherubs and grand staircases, now lying collapsed or entombed in sediment. These swirling detritus gave everything a dreamlike haze. Midway through the session, while scanning the lower hull near the stern, Grant noticed something peculiar on her camera feed. A portion of the metal showed not smooth tearing or typical impact damage, but an odd concavity ringed with a faint scorch pattern. Reeve pressed in for a closer view. The plating there was bent outward, as though from an internal explosion. This was bizarre. The official record insisted the Titanic's damage came from an external tear by an iceberg. If that was so, why did this metal appear warped from the inside out? Reeve's heartbeat quickened. He asked Grant to pivot the sub's lights for better clarity. Sure enough, the contortion pattern strongly suggested that some internal force had bulged the hull outward. The jagged edges showed hints of blackening, a dark residue that might be scorched metal. Reeve snapped multiple high-resolution stills. This flew in the face of the standard iceberg collision damage narrative. He radioed the Aegis with mild excitement, describing a strange hull anomaly. The ship's comm operator acknowledged him, but in a clipped tone, urging them to stick to the planned route. Reeve found that suspicious. Usually the team back on deck was enthralled by discoveries. Why dismiss this so quickly? Pushing further, Reeve and Grant discovered more irregularities, sealed cargo compartments not listed in the ship's known manifests, metal beams that looked warped in ways you wouldn't expect from an iceberg tear. Then they saw something even more bizarre, a small chunk of what seemed like embedded steel that didn't match the rest of Titanic's composition. Could it be a fragment from a device or an outside structure? They collected a sample with the sub's manipulator arm. As their time slot undersea neared its end, Reeves' mind whirled with questions. When they returned to the surface, Calder was on the deck to greet them, a faint smile on his lips. "Any interesting finds?" he asked casually. Reeve hesitated, glancing at Grant. "We saw some unexpected hull damage patterns. Might deviate from the standard historical account." Calder's expression flickered, then resumed neutrality. "I see," he said softly. "Well, keep me informed of any further anomalies." Then he pivoted away, leaving Reeve unsettled by his reaction. That evening, Reeve spent hours reviewing the footage. The scorch marks, the outward bent steel. It pointed to an internal explosion or sabotage. But how? This was the Titanic, the world's biggest ship at the time, lost in 1912 to an iceberg. The official narrative had been accepted for over a century. No major historian ever seriously advanced a sabotage theory. He found it all improbable. But then, so was the photographic evidence in front of him. Isla joined him in the ship's small lab. She too looked uneasy. If the Titanic was scuttled or bombed from within, that means... what? Some grand conspiracy. She paused, leaning over the images. That's nearly unimaginable, and yet these images speak for themselves. Reeve nodded, chewing his lip. "We need more context. Old shipping logs, survivor accounts, something that might confirm the possibility." He emailed a few colleagues, maritime historians, archive specialists, seeking discreet help. Unbeknownst to Reeve, others had their eyes on the expedition's data. Hours later, while the crew slept, a silent figure wearing a staff uniform accessed the main lab console, scanning the raw footage, then left behind a small device that quietly started encrypting all data. By morning, Reeve discovered that his recordings had been locked, needing a passcode. A glitch? Possibly, but it felt too coincidental. In the next days, Reeve would realise he'd stirred a hornet's nest with that single discovery. The evidence of sabotage on the Titanic's wreck threatened to unravel a century-old deception, and those who guarded that secret were not about to let one curious marine biologist rewrite history. In the cramped lab aboard the Aegis, Dr. Nolan Reeve wrestled with the encrypted files. Every time he tried to open them, an error message demanded an unknown passcode. He suspected sabotage, but who would want to bury the data? The expedition's sponsor, Andrew Calder, insisted it must be a technical glitch, urging Reeve to keep the incident quiet and rely on fresh recordings. But Reeve felt the tension in Calder's voice. It was too pointed, too insistent. Frustrated, Reeve and Isla Grant turned to the partial images and notes they'd saved offline. A few snapshots still remained on Isla's personal camera, showing that suspicious scorch pattern on the Titanic's hull. Reeve cross-referenced the Titanic's original construction blueprints, which the Historical Society had in their public archive. That region of the hull was never intended to have anything more than standard plating. No known modifications or cargo compartments were recorded in that area. So how did an explosion or something akin to it mar the interior? Seeking clarity, Reeve reached out to maritime historians he knew back on the mainland. One responded quickly, an old friend named Francis Hobbs, who specialised in transatlantic liner accidents. Hobbs expressed utter shock at the hull damage suggestion. No major source ever mentioned burn marks or outward bent steel. The entire official inquiry pinned it on an iceberg gash. Reeve pressed further, mentioning the possibility that the Titanic's sister ship, the Olympic, had sustained damage weeks prior to Titanic's maiden voyage. Some fringe conspiracy circles argued the White Star Line might have swapped ships to salvage insurance money. But that didn't fully explain sabotage or bombs. As the days went on, Reeve discovered more digital meddling. A chunk of audio data from the sub's recordings vanished. The expedition's official logs were being updated to downplay the hull anomalies as corrosion patterns. Meanwhile, Calder announced an abrupt shift in the research plan. They were to focus on the ship's upper decks, ignoring the stern or deeper compartments. Reeve confronted Calder in the corridor, voice tight with anger. "We came for a thorough study of microbial decay, remember? We're not done with the lower hull." Calder just patted Reeve's shoulder. "This expedition is under my sponsorship, Doctor. We have all we need. Let's not waste resources on rabbit holes." Suspicion soared. Yella quietly confided in Reeve that she'd seen an unknown staffer rummaging through the lab's computers late at night. Something bigger was at play. They hatched a plan. On the next dive, they'd pretend to follow orders but actually gather clandestine footage of the suspicious hull region again, storing it on a separate device. They hoped to smuggle that out. The next day, they executed the plan. Isla took an alternate camera hidden in the sub's toolkit, capturing fresh angles of the scorch marks. But near the end of the dive, the sub's thrusters failed, plunging them into darkness momentarily. A near-fatal scenario if Isla's backup system hadn't restarted the motors. The official post-dive report pegged it as a mechanical glitch, but Reeve and Isla suspected sabotage, an attempt to end them mid-ocean. Back on the surface, they realised they needed more historical context. They discovered, from old survivor memoirs, mention of loud booms below deck some hours before the iceberg collision. In official statements, these were dismissed as boiler explosions due to flooding. Another survivor wrote that wealthy industrialist John Astor had confided to a friend about shadowy deals for or against a central banking system. Then one cryptic line from a steward's note surfaced. "We were told not to speak of the cargo in hold number 3, told it was hush-hush for the men with suits." Reeve's blood chilled. It sounded like sensitive cargo beyond just mail or supplies. The more Reeve read, the more an unsettling pattern emerged. Certain powerful men who opposed the formation of a global central banking authority died on the Titanic. Surviving members who wanted that bank system ironically missed the voyage last minute. Could the sinking have been orchestrated to remove key opposition? Reeve's logic reeled. It was wild, reminiscent of conspiratorial talk. Yet the sabotage evidence from the wreck gave these claims unexpected weight. Meanwhile, the expedition approached an official end date. Calder seemed eager to wrap up. The mood on the Aegis turned tense, with some staff openly complaining about weird instructions from Calder's office. Reeve realised that once they returned to shore, Calder might quietly seize all official findings, labelling anything about sabotage as a hoax. Reeve confided in Isla that they needed to break free from Calder's control. "We have to publish or release these anomalies ourselves," he insisted. She agreed, though fear glimmered in her eyes. "They're watching everything we do." Days before the final docking, an unnerving event confirmed their fears. One of Reeve's close colleagues, a diver who had glimpsed the scorch marks as well, died in a suspicious boat explosion near the Aegis. The official statement labelled it a tragic fuel accident, but Reeve saw no sense in the story. The diver had been careful, not the type to mishandle fuel lines. The message was clear: keep your mouth shut or pay the price. Now Reeve recognised the bigger threat. Some covert group, possibly with Calder's backing or beyond him, was determined to bury any mention of sabotage. Perhaps a direct lineage of those old bankers or industrialists from 1912 still wielded enough influence to ensure the Titanic's alternative story remained hidden. The fear in Reeve's gut was overshadowed by moral resolve. People deserved the truth. The tragedy that claimed 1/500 lives might have been a coldly calculated mass murder. Nights turned sleepless. Reeve hammered out a partial draft of his revelation, an academic paper explaining the structural anomalies, listing historical coincidences, and linking them to potential sabotage. He also prepared a short documentary with images and voiceover, planning to upload it online the moment they were near stable internet. Isla assisted, editing in hush hours. They stored backups on hidden flash drives, but unbeknownst to them, an unknown figure in the staff was already alerting superiors about their secret activities. The black-suited watchers who answered to a shadowy black archive were preparing a final move. Reeve received a cryptic email from an unnamed address. "Stop, we see you. Let the Titanic rest, or you'll join its fate in deep silence." Sickness clenched Reeve's stomach. This was no empty threat, but he pressed on, determined. The Titanic's dead deserved no less than the truth. As the expedition's final day dawned, the Aegis began returning to port. Calder circled the decks, ensuring all official data was locked. Reeve and Isla, with their clandestine files, awaited the perfect moment to slip away or go public. Tension crackled through the sea air. Both felt that soon the conspirators would strike. Reeve thought of the thousands who died that night in 1912, possibly sacrificed for a hidden agenda. He vowed not to let them remain pawns in some century-old cover-up. He could only hope that in the hours ahead he'd find a way to broadcast the shocking truth before the Watchers enforced their deep silence, just as they had, apparently, for the diver who died, and for countless others who might have glimpsed the Titanic's real story over the decades. On the morning the Aegis neared the harbour, Dr. Nolan Reeve stood on the stern deck, scanning the shoreline for any sign of abnormal presence. The coastal city's skyline shimmered under the rising sun. People going about their daily routine had no idea that a conspiracy over 100 years old was about to surface, if Reeve and Isla Grant could manage to reveal it. The tension inside Reeve coiled tighter with each minute. The Watchers might be waiting at port, planning to intercept him or destroy the evidence. At breakfast, Andrew Calder made an announcement. Once they docked, all expedition materials, logs, footage, collected data, were to be handed over to the sponsoring institute for analysis and archiving. He claimed it was standard procedure, but Reeve caught the triumphant glint in Calder's eyes. This was clearly the final step in burying the sabotage findings. Reeve pretended compliance, casually finishing his toast while his pulse hammered. Isla, seated nearby, gave him a subtle nod. They understood each other. They had to act quickly. Below decks, Reeve and Isla retrieved their hidden flash drives from a safe compartment in the sub's tool storage. On these drives lay the photographic proof of the Titanic's hull damage, the partial interviews with experts who had uncovered old shipping conspiracies, plus the half-finished documentary. They sealed them inside a watertight case small enough to slip into Isla's personal bag. Their plan was to slip away from the Aegis the moment they landed, find an off-site location with stable internet, and upload everything. They also had a contact in the press, a freelance investigative journalist who had expressed interest in unconventional Titanic revelations. If they could get in touch, the journalist could go public with the story, but their Watchers were a step ahead. As the Aegis came into port, Reeve noticed a black SUV parked near the dock, 2 men in suits standing by. They exuded the same menacing aura as the staffer who had prowled the lab at night. Reeve recognised their type, ex-intelligence or corporate security, probably the Black Archive or some affiliate. If Reeve and Isla marched out the front gangplank, they'd be easy prey. Thinking fast, Reeve told Isla, "We can't disembark with everyone else. We need a back route." She recalled there was a smaller cargo ramp on the starboard side used for unloading sub-equipment. If the Watchers were fixated on the main exit, maybe they could slip out unnoticed. They bided their time until docking was complete, the bustle of the harbour overshadowing the usual procedures. Then, with anxious hearts, they made their move. Slipping on plain jackets and carrying minimal gear, they snuck to the starboard cargo area. The usual guard was absent, likely assisting with the main disembark. They lowered a small ramp onto the dock. Heart-pounding, they hurried down. Reeve's eyes darted to the black SUV. The suited men were still scanning the main exit. Good. They made it halfway across the dock when a shout broke out behind them. "Hey, stop! Stop!" Another staffer from the Aegis, wearing an earpiece, sprinted forward. Reeve and Isla broke into a run, weaving among crates and dock workers. Over their shoulders they saw the black suits rush into action. The Watchers realised their target was escaping. Isla pointed to a cluster of cabs by the gates. "We can get one of those," she gasped. But as they neared, they found a man stepping from a second black SUV to block the path. The watchers were closing in from both sides. In a desperate manoeuvre, Reeve dashed behind a forklift. The driver, startled, nearly dropped his cargo. Isla jumped aboard, urging the forklift driver to swing around. The watchers hesitated, not wanting to cause a scene with bystanders. The forklift jerked forward, awkwardly separating them from at least 2 pursuers. Reeve spotted a side alley leading away from the harbour. "That way!" he yelled. They tumbled off the forklift and sprinted into the alley, footsteps echoing on wet concrete. The watchers gave chase. Adrenaline pounded in Reeve's veins. He clutched the bag containing the flash drives, desperate not to lose it. They twisted down side streets in a labyrinth near the harbour's industrial zone, the watchers cursing behind them. Once they found a small metal door leading into an old warehouse. They slipped inside, the watchers' footfalls receding briefly. In the dim interior, crates of fish meal or old maritime supplies reeked of stale salt. Isla quickly typed a text on her phone to the journalist contact. "Need immediate pickup. Coordinates near old warehouse. Being chased." She pressed send, praying the signal went through. They heard footsteps outside, no time to hide further. Moments later, the watchers kicked in the door. A short scuffle ensued. Isla brandished a wrench from a table, swinging it as a deterrent. Reeve ducked behind a crate, but one watcher advanced, gun drawn and muzzle fixed on Reeve. "Drop the bag," the watcher growled. Reeve's mind whirled. If they took the evidence, everything was lost. Then headlights sliced through a window. A van screeched up, brake lights glowing. Another door was forced open from the building's backside. The journalist contact, a wiry man named Carl Dawson, burst in, brandishing a camera flash that momentarily blinded the watchers. In that flash, Reeve and Isla dove behind crates. Shots rang out, hitting metal and wood. Carl roared, "This way!" They fled through the hole in the back wall. The watchers tried to close in, but the trio scrambled into Carl's van. Tyres squealed as the van sped off. Another bullet shattered the rear windshield, but by then they were rounding the corner. Breath heaving, Reeve clung to the precious bag. "How did you find us so fast?" he gasped. Carl, weaving the van through narrow roads, barked, "Your text was urgent. I was close, investigating a lead. Now mind telling me what's so important that men with guns want you dead?" Isla quickly explained. Sabotage evidence from the Titanic wreck. A cover-up that had spanned a century. The Watchers belong to some shadow group that wants it suppressed. Carl's eyes widened in the rearview mirror. "All right, let's get somewhere safe. Then we blow this wide open." They ended up at a battered warehouse outside city limits. Ironically, another hideout, but with better vantage points. There, behind locked doors, they rummaged for an old generator and a battered laptop Carl used for field research. Reeve and Isla plugged in the flash drives, relieved to find the data intact. Crisp photos of the scorch marks, the best frames from the sub, transcripts referencing suspicious hull compartments, enough to at least raise the question of sabotage, if not prove it conclusively to the world. Carl started uploading to a secure server, intending to publish an exposé on the dark side of Titanic sinking. But the progress bar crawled at a snail's pace, the warehouse's Wi-Fi connection weak. Reeve paced nervously. They had no illusions that the Watchers might be scanning for digital footprints. Time was short. Sure enough, minutes later, a dreaded beep. The connection severed, the screen flickering. Isla cursed. Someone was actively jamming them or messing with the local network. They tried a backup phone hotspot, only to find it locked out. The Watchers, or their affiliates, had massive influence. Carl realised they had no choice but to do a more direct approach. They'd broadcast the proof as a live stream if possible, directly linking to multiple mirror sites so that once it started, it would replicate too quickly for the Watchers to block. Reeve grimly agreed. "But we need a stable vantage to do it from, maybe out at sea again or somewhere they can't jam us as easily." As the day turned to dusk, the plan formed. They'd charter a small boat, head out beyond close-range jammers, and run a live video feed revealing the sabotage evidence. It was a huge risk. but at least on open water the watchers couldn't corner them so easily. They'd attempted at dawn. Unbeknownst to them, another black SUV had found the old warehouse, men stepping out with lethal calm. In hours, a final showdown would unfold, whether or not the Titanic's true story would see the light of day. Pre-dawn light tinted the sky a steely grey as Dr. Nolan Reeve, Isla Grant and Carl Dawson crept onto a rickety dock. They'd spent the night evading watchers, switching cars twice and bribing a half-awake fisherman for use of his battered old boat named Sea Pearl. The watcher's net was tightening, but the trio's resolve stood firm. They would attempt a live broadcast from beyond the nearshore jamming radius, unveiling the Titanic sabotage theory once and for all. Winds whipped across the water, salt stinging their faces. They crammed the gear aboard. The battered laptop, a portable satellite uplink borrowed from a friend of Carl's who specialised in storm chasing, and the precious flash drives. The fisherman, a wiry man with a greying beard, gave them a final sceptical glance but said nothing. He'd been paid in crisp cash. That was enough. The Sea Pearl's engine sputtered to life, and they motored out into deeper waters. As the coastline shrank behind them, Isla set up the satellite uplink, calibrating it to connect with a global streaming platform. The plan was to push the feed to multiple mirror sites, letting watchers or sensors remove one but not kill the story entirely. Carl tested a backup camera. Reeve fidgeted in the boat's seat, the bag containing the evidence resting on his knees. Adrenaline pulsed. He remembered he was a mere marine biologist, not some heroic whistleblower. Yet fate had cast him in this role. He recalled the Titanic's wreck, the silent testament to a tragedy that was more than an iceberg collision. He had to see this through. When they reached roughly 15 miles offshore, the boat stilled. The waves rolled gently, the horizon a delicate band of pink as sunrise neared. Perfect, no sign of immediate pursuit. Isla gave a thumbs up. The signal was strong enough here. They booted the laptop, connected the satellite link and launched a simple streaming interface. Carl counted down quietly. 3, 2, 1... We're live. Reeve's face filled the small camera's frame, the wind ruffling his hair. He swallowed, heart pounding. Then he began to speak. Good morning. My name is Dr. Nolan Reeve, marine biologist. A pause. I'm broadcasting under urgent circumstances. This message is about the RMS Titanic, a tragedy you might believe you know. But after investigating the wreck personally, I discovered anomalies in the hull that strongly suggest sabotage, not a simple iceberg collision. He paused, exhaling shakily. I have evidence, footage, structural analyses, historical records that point to a conspiracy, one spanning over a century. He clicked on a slideshow showing the scorch marks, the outward bent steel, the suspicious cargo compartments. We see scorch patterns consistent with explosive charges, not external tears. We see shipping logs manipulated, passenger rosters that omitted certain influential men who died that night. There is reason to believe they were targeted by powerful interests opposing them. This is in part about a global banking conspiracy. These men opposed the creation of a central financial system. The feed displayed scans of century-old telegrams referencing Project White Star, an ominous code name that lined up with the shipping line's name but implied something more sinister. Carl whispered encouragement behind the camera, adjusting angles as Reeve continued. Isla flipped through the next sets of images, including the hush-hush memos from White Star officials. We believe an organisation, which we can only call a precursor to a modern black archive, orchestrated this. They ensured the Titanic was doomed from within, then fed the iceberg narrative to the press. As Reeve spoke, hundreds of viewers joined the stream in real time, some random watchers, some maritime buffs, some who stumbled on the link. The chat scrolled with shock, disbelief, demands for more proof. Halfway through, Isila's eyes went wide as she spotted a black dot on the horizon. Another boat, speeding toward them. We have company, she hissed. Reeve kept talking, adrenaline surging. This is urgent. We might be cut off at any moment. I beg you all. Mirror this broadcast, record it, spread it. The Titanic story was never just about an iceberg. It was about removing obstacles to a new global financial order. In the distance, the incoming craft grew larger, a sleek speedboat, black hull, figures on board. They brandished something, possibly firearms. Carl typed frantically, embedding the feed's link on multiple forums. The watchers, it seemed, were near. "Time is short," Reeve said, voice trembling. "We can't let them bury the truth. The evidence is here." He tried uploading the raw files. The progress bar inched forward. 30%, 40%. Then the watcher's boat closed within a few hundred yards and muzzle flashes lit the air. Gunfire spat across the waves, bullets pinging off the Sea Pearl's metal surfaces. The fishermen yelled in terror, ducking. Carl continued filming even as the camera shook. Reeve, heart in his throat, forced out the last lines. "We have photographic proof, historical documentation. Another bullet struck the laptop, sparks flying. The screen flickered. 70% uploaded. Isla lunged to shield it with her body, shrieking for Reeve to take cover. A final thunderous crack. A rocket or explosive device soared from the watcher's boat, arcing in slow motion. It slammed into the Sea Pearl's hull, erupting in a deafening blast that tore the boat's side open. Water flooded in instantly. The feed soared to 90% before the laptop died in a shower of sparks. Reeve was hurled backward, smashing into the railing. He glimpsed Isla dropping into the water, the camera sinking. Carl vanished in a swirl of smoke. Darkness closed around Reeve's awareness, though he distantly heard more gunfire, shouts. The watcher's craft circled like sharks. The Sea Pearl sank rapidly, listing. Reeve coughed salt water, fighting unconsciousness. With flickering vision, he spotted Isla clinging to a life vest. "Nolan!" she screamed. Then a wave of blackness overcame him. In the mayhem that followed, fragments of the watchers' voices surfaced. "Grab the drives! Find the bodies!" Then Reeve sank into watery stillness, ironically near the same ocean that held the Titanic's secrets. Days later, the official news outlets reported a tragic accident at sea. A research vessel's small craft was destroyed in an unexplained explosion, leaving multiple missing. Among the presumed dead is Dr. Nolan Reeve, marine biologist of the Titanic expedition. The coverage was minimal. The main expedition lead, Andrew Calder, expressed sorrow at the unfortunate accident, praising Reeve's passion but disclaiming any knowledge of foul play. Online, conspiracies ran wild. Some rumoured Reeve discovered something about the Titanic sinking and was silenced. Others ridiculed such talk, pointing to the centuries of iceberg and impact evidence. Official statements from the Sponsor Institute labelled Reeve's anomalies as misread structural damage. They said his final subdive data was lost in a system crash. Everything about sabotage on the Titanic was quietly rerouted or brushed aside. The mainstream media moved on, but not everyone forgot. The partial broadcast from that boat had gone live for a few fateful minutes, enough for a handful of watchers to capture and re-upload it. True to Reeve's plan, mirror sites sprang up across obscure corners of the internet, featuring the clip of him showing scorch patterns, referencing conspiracies with shipping lines and old money. Though quickly taken down on major platforms, it lingered on smaller servers, fueling debates among maritime buffs and conspiracy theorists. Isla Grant, battered and grieving, had survived. She'd been pulled from the water by a passing fishing trawler, her memory hazy from the explosion. Once on shore, she found that the watchers were hunting survivors. She glimpsed men in suits combing the coastline, seeking any sign of Reeve or the data. Fearing for her life, she fled, changing clothes and ditching her phone. She carried a single hidden microdrive Reeve had given her, stashed in a waterproof pouch. This drive contained partial duplicates of the sabotage images and some text logs, enough perhaps to continue the fight. In a safe house hundreds of miles away, Isla found refuge with a friend of Carl's, a retired reporter who believed in the story's importance. She poured out the entire ordeal, the hidden hull damage, the old bankers orchestrating Titanic's sinking, the immediate suppression efforts. The reporter listened gravely, promising to help. Over time, they established contact with a small circle of truth-seekers, attempting to compile a robust dossier from Isla's microdrive. Yet this was no easy path. The Watcher's infiltration spanned intelligence agencies, corporate realms, and hush-hush government offices. Each time an attempt was made to post new evidence or interview a major outlet, the feed vanished or the journalist recanted. Even so, fragments of the sabotage theory kept surfacing, a slow, unstoppable drip across niche conspiracy boards, international maritime forums, and talk radio call-ins. The Watchers might quell one source, but the story had taken on a life of its own, unstoppable as the ocean tide. As for Nolan Reeve, the official record declared him drowned at sea. Some believed he truly died, body claimed by the Atlantic. Others whispered that Watchers captured him alive, dragging him into a black site. A few sightings popped up. A fisherman in another port claimed to see a battered man who matched Reeves' description slip aboard a cargo vessel under an alias. No confirmed evidence pinned down the truth. He became a ghost in rumour, akin to how the Titanic's sabotage had been rumoured for decades. Perhaps it was better that way. If Reeves survived in hiding, he might yet resurface to champion the truth. If he perished, his memory still fueled a movement determined to unravel the century-old deception. Meanwhile, Andrew Calder continued his philanthropic facade, sponsoring new oceanic projects, but quietly distancing himself from the Titanic fiasco. The Institute's official line was that Reeve was a valued colleague who tragically lost his life in an accident. Calder refused all further comment, citing respect for the dead. In the quiet corners of maritime history, a shift began. Certain younger researchers, inspired by Reeves' partially leaked footage, re-examined the Titanic's official damage reports. They found suspicious discrepancies in the thickness of steel plating, the location of the largest hull breach, the timeline of floods across compartments. More independent expeditions popped up, each facing suspicious funding withdrawals or sudden legal blockages. But the seeds of doubt had been planted. Over time, these seeds might crack the monolithic story that an iceberg alone sealed Titanic's fate. On an unassuming day, a worn envelope arrived at the home of a retired maritime historian, bearing no return address. Inside lay a single Polaroid snapshot, the scorch pattern from Reeves' subdive, plus a note scrawled in plain text. They lied. Titanic was murdered. Keep digging, signed with an N. The historian exhaled, heart pounding. Perhaps Reeve lived, continuing his crusade from the shadows. Or maybe Isla or some other ally used the signature as a symbol. The historian quietly added this note to the secret Titanic sabotage file he'd been compiling, fueling his resolve to keep the question alive. In the hush of the Atlantic depths, the Titanic's wreck remained motionless. Barnacles and fish roamed the silent corridors where tragedy struck 100 years before. The scorch marks that Reeve discovered, covered now by creeping rusticles, would soon be further eroded by time. But the intangible truths, the evidence captured in fleeting photos, the witness of survivors, the financial documents pointing to a chilling motive, had found new keepers. Through them, the Titanic's deeper secret would not remain entombed forever. Epilogue. In a small anonymous archive in an unnamed city, an older caretaker dusted off boxes of historical items. Among them was a battered black notebook labelled Titanic, corrupted hull. Within lay transcripts from Reeves' partial broadcast. A few photos of that suspicious hull breach. A timeline of 1912's financial expansions, and a scrawled sentence. Truth is deeper than you think, and it always surfaces. The caretaker smiled grimly. The Watchers might bury a man, they might bury data, but as with the unstoppable ocean currents, the truth found ways to flow. And so, the final word in the caretaker's notes read simply, "Someday someone will finish what Reeve began." Hello, night owls, lovers of mystery and seekers of hidden truths. Before we embark on a journey that delves into secret societies, elite power structures, and a young heir's perilous quest for the truth, I have a small favour to ask. If you're tuning in right now, perhaps from the quiet comfort of your bedroom or a cosy corner of your living space, please take a moment to comment where in the world you're located and what time it is for you. I'm always fascinated by how stories bring people together across time zones, bridging the gaps of distance and culture. And while you're at it, if you find this tale stirring your imagination, especially in those late hours when you want your mind both soothed and intrigued, please subscribe to Sleep Theories. It's the perfect place to discover stories that dance between dream and reality, feeding your curiosity without jolting you awake. Sometimes the best bedtime tales are those with just enough darkness and intrigue to lull you into a thoughtful hush. Tonight's story is titled Bloodline, the Boy Who Exposed the Light. Imagine a childhood wrapped in the trappings of unimaginable wealth, where private jets, vast estates, and hush-hush family gatherings are the norm. Yet behind the gilded veil lies something more profound and more sinister. An ancient order that shapes global events, controlling economies, politics, and even technology from the shadows. This order, colloquially known as the Illuminati, has been whispered about in conspiracy theories for centuries. But for Elias Vance, heir to the storied Vance dynasty, it's not just theory, it's blood-bound truth. From his earliest memories, Elias sensed the strangeness woven into the hush around him. Cryptic symbols, whispered vows at midnight gatherings, a father who insisted that certain knowledge wasn't to be shared. And when he came of age, that hush shattered into a revelation. The Vance family stands at the apex of a global puppet show, pulling strings behind wars and market crashes, forging alliances with others who guard the grand design. Elias's father, Victor Vance, is a leading figure among them, a stoic man convinced that controlling the masses is both their privilege and their duty. But the shining veneer cracks when Elias stumbles upon a trove of digital files, proof that these hush-hush dealings have cost countless lives, suppressed inventions that could have benefited humanity, and orchestrated entire wars. His conscience ignites. No amount of wealth can quell the guilt that churns inside him. He decides to leak the truth, even if it means stepping away from his father's legacy and plunging himself into mortal danger. Because in the Illuminati's world, betrayals are not forgiven, they're silenced, often fatally so. As you read, imagine the glow of chandeliers in ancient manor houses, the quiet rustle of documents locked away in vaults. Envision secret networks that thread through banking halls, media conglomerates, and seats of government, all overseen by a small circle bound by blood oaths. And within that circle stands Elias, poised to cast a light onto centuries of darkness. For some, he's a hero. For others, a threat to be swiftly eliminated. What transpires is a conspiracy thriller, but also a tragic drama about family ties and the cost of unveiling hidden truths. By the end, a private jet will plummet from the sky, and a young man's dream of exposing the Illuminati might lie in ruins. Yet embers of his story might catch fire, thanks to a certain investigative journalist, Ava Monroe, who refuses to let the record vanish into rumour. Settle in. Let the hush of your surroundings amplify the tension on the page. As you slip deeper into this narrative, remember, every rumour about secret societies had to start somewhere, with someone who glimpsed the truth. In Bloodline, the boy who exposed the light, that someone is Elias Vance, a child of wealth, fated to challenge power so old it feels eternal. Now turn down the lights, keep your curiosity alive, and stay with me through the next 5 parts as we step onto a hidden stage where ancient secrets collide with modern ambition. And if your mind begins to drift into that liminal space between waking and sleeping, let the story gently guide you there. Because sometimes, The best truths are the ones we find in the quiet hours, when the rest of the world is fast asleep. From an early age, Elias Vance learned that his world was not like other children's. While classmates talked about weekend movie outings and beach trips, Elias's weekends might involve stepping onto a private jet for a family retreat in a centuries-old chateau. The hush that enveloped these retreats was as thick as the old tapestries on the walls. Murals depicted robed figures offering cryptic symbols under moonlight. In corners, servants moved silently, their eyes lowered, as if afraid to meet his gaze. His father, Victor Vance, was a towering figure with a voice like cold steel. Victor exuded control. Even in casual conversation, he never truly relaxed. "We are Vances," he'd say during father-son talks in the study. "Our lineage stretches back to those who shaped history's greatest empires. We hold knowledge that few can imagine, but knowledge is worthless without discipline." He emphasized that last word with a cautionary edge, as though discipline was a shield between greatness and downfall. At age 8, Elias caught glimpses of gatherings in the mansion's hidden chambers. Figures in dark suits and formal gowns murmured in low voices, symbols carved onto the wooden floors. Once he saw his father conducting what looked like a candlelit ritual, men and women chanting in unison, swirling incense filling the air, and an ancient crest inscribed on the central stone tile. The crest bore an eye set within a pyramid-like shape, a design that seemed to watch from the gloom. Elias felt a mix of awe and unease. When he asked about it the next day, Victor's jaw tightened. "You saw nothing. Speak of it again, and there will be consequences," he warned. The boy swallowed his curiosity, frightened by his father's seldom-used sternness. School days brought their own peculiarities. Elias attended an elite academy, where peers came from political dynasties, oil magnates or old money families. They formed cliques around shared nannies, family alliances, or whispered rumours of "our parents run the world." Yet Elias never felt fully at ease. There was always an invisible barrier, like he was an actor playing a role he didn't grasp. Teachers treated him with reverence tinged with fear, awarding him accolades with suspicious eagerness. He noticed how, whenever he faced a problem, administrators smoothed it over with a phone call to the Vance household. Around his 15th birthday, the illusions grew starker. A lavish masked ball took place in the mansion, full of guests wearing gold-trimmed masks shaped like falcons, owls, or serpents. Midnight struck, and Elias watched from a hidden balcony as the guests formed a circle around a raised platform. At its centre stood his father, arms outstretched, reciting words in Latin, words about tradition, continuity, and the balance of the bloodline. Then a vow was repeated in unison by the group. Servire ad perpetuam ordinem, serve the perpetual order. That night, his father revealed just enough for Elias to guess at the truth. "We are part of a long lineage that ensures stability in a chaotic world," Victor said, brandy swirling in a crystal glass. "Our family invests in certain endeavours that shape the course of nations. One day, you'll stand in that circle." Elias's stomach churned with questions. But how? Why? Who are these people? His father's stiff posture never wavered. "You'll understand when you come of age." The more Elias listened, the more he recognised that this wasn't mere philanthropy or business networking. It was a system, centuries old, veiled in secrecy, and protected by vast wealth. Each time he tried to raise concerns, Victor dismissed them as youthful ignorance. "You must learn to see the world through the lens of power," he insisted. "The masses can't handle the real illusions. They need their illusions. Democracy, free markets, freedom. We provide it." Elias turned 18 with a swirl of contradictory emotions. A birthday party was staged in a lavish hall, replete with dignitaries, foreign ambassadors, corporate CEOs, almost none of them truly known to him as individuals. They called him Young Master, gave him gifts representing ancient lineages, a ring engraved with arcane symbols, a leather-bound book of codes, a scepter-like baton rumoured to be an artefact from some obscure realm. Instead of joy, Elias felt overshadowed by the legacy they projected onto him. Late that evening, as the last guest departed, Victor summoned him to the old library. Moonlight filtered through stained glass, painting the dusty bookshelves in shifting colours. On the table lay a thick handwritten tome titled Bloodline. Its pages recorded genealogies, secret treaties, references to cryptic events that shaped global politics. Elias thumbed through them, stumbling upon references to wars manipulated from behind the scenes, markets crashed or propped up with hidden funds, elections swayed by strategic leaks. The tome reeked of conspiracy come alive. Victor placed a hand on Elias's shoulder. "You're no longer a child. Today, you join the ranks of those who guard humanity from itself. This is the truth, Elias. The world is run by illusions. Our family is among the illusion's caretakers. It's a burden, but also a privilege." He paused, letting the gravity of the words settle. "Should you betray these secrets, you betray our entire lineage." Elias gazed at the swirling text, heartsick. The illusions he'd glimpsed as a child now crystallized. They were the illusions that shaped governments, economies, and technology itself. But how much suffering had these illusions wrought? The library walls pressed in, heavy with the hush of ancestral watchers, as if the paintings and old busts were silently judging him. He exhaled, nodding his acceptance outwardly, but a kernel of doubt took root. Could a single family, indeed a single global circle, truly claim the right to manipulate billions of lives? Even if they believed it was for stability, who decided how far was too far? That night, Elias tossed in bed, haunted by the vow he'd effectively taken. The sense of destiny weighed on him, yet so did an unspoken conflict. Would he be a caretaker of illusions, or a breaker of them? He drifted off to dreams of shadowy gatherings and puppet strings controlling entire nations. Somewhere in that swirling dreamscape he resolved, I have to learn more. I have to see how deep these roots go before I can decide my own path. Years passed in a blur of refined academia and stealth training. Under the watchful eye of his father, Victor Vance, Elias mastered the art of measured speech, network building, and clandestine negotiation. He studied finance at an exclusive university, though study was a loose term, given how the professors bent over backward to accommodate him. In parallel, private tutors introduced him to off-the-books lessons, infiltration, cryptography, crisis economics, and psychological manipulation. By age 25, Elias had become a rising star in the family's conglomerate, Vance Global Holdings. He was admired for his visionary approaches, but behind the scenes, he was fulfilling tasks orchestrated by the Circle, the Illuminati and a council. They assigned him missions, quietly cornering a foreign telecom market to ensure data control in a strategic region, or engineering public opinion through a chain of media acquisitions. Elias performed with efficiency, but each success left a bitter aftertaste. Then came an assignment that tipped the scales of his conscience. The Circle demanded the sabotage of a philanthropic foundation's energy project, which threatened to disrupt the established oil market. The technology offered a cheap, renewable source of power that could empower developing nations, cutting ties to the current global framework. The Circle viewed it as a risk to balance. Elias recognized it as beneficial to humanity. They insisted, stifle it, use lawsuits, smear campaigns, bribed inspections, shut it down. He carried out the sabotage with chilling precision, yet the guilt gnawed at him. Over weeks, the Foundation's labs were raided on spurious legal grounds, their funding dried up overnight, their lead scientist discredited. Watching bright-eyed innovators turned into pariahs twisted Elias's stomach. He saw how easily the Circle's weight could crush hope. One evening, Elias rummaged through a sealed archive in the Vance Mansion's depths, a place he'd been warned never to approach. There he found an old digital repository labelled with an innocuous name, Global Project Summaries. Once opened, it revealed hundreds of files referencing orchestrated wars, rigged elections, suppressed cures for diseases, and financial bubbles manufactured then burst at will. Some files dated back decades, others centuries. The earliest ones were accounts of secret alliances that shaped entire dynasties in Europe, coded references to Masonic subgroups, and diaries of men who believed themselves custodians of civilization's destiny. Elias felt as if the ground under him had cracked wide open. The foundation for so many tragedies, famines, conflicts, diseased economies, lay documented in these pages. Each heartbreak in the public sphere might have a hidden impetus traced back to these halls. It was bigger than just his father or one family. This was a multi-generational machine fueled by the arrogance of "we know best." Over the next months, Elias feigned loyalty while quietly copying data onto encrypted drives. He needed someone to confirm the authenticity. That led him to an investigative journalist named Ava Monroe. For years, she'd been delving into conspiracies about a hidden hand shaping global events. Elias reached out under a pseudonym, feeding her small tidbits, like how certain politicians reverse stances overnight after receiving calls from unnamed consultants. Ava was initially skeptical, but the evidence was compelling enough to make her keep listening. They established a clandestine communication line, using obscure cryptographic protocols. Elias would drop file snippets, Ava would parse them, cross-check them with her own leads. Soon, her doubts evaporated. "This is real," she whispered during a voice message. "I've never seen anything this damning." Simultaneously, the Circle assigned Elias to a new mission: help orchestrate a soft regime change in a resource-rich African nation by controlling its currency supply. The plan would topple a democratically elected leader, installing a puppet regime friendly to Western oil interests. Elias felt revulsion. He realized the Circle's illusions came at the cost of countless lives. People starved or lost freedoms so the Circle could keep order. A pivotal turning point arrived when an associate in the Circle casually boasted about orchestrating a minor coup decades prior. The man's arrogance, the callous disregard for human life, jarred Elias. "We do what's necessary," the associate said with a smug grin. "If we let naive do-gooders run amok, the world collapses. We're the watchers on the wall." That was the final straw. Elias decided to not just leak minor details, but to lay bare the entire truth. A complete reveal. He confided in Ava more directly. Though they never met in person, a mutual trust formed through their coded chats. "I'm going to blow the lid on everything," he told her. "I have the archives, decades of conspiracies, proof of global manipulation. Once the world sees it, they can't unsee it." She warned him. "They'll come for you. They may kill you." Elias's jaw clenched. "I know, but it must be done." As his father's next big ceremony approached, a final step in grooming him for a seat on the Circle's inner council, Elias pretended compliance. Meanwhile, Ava quietly enlisted other journalists and whistleblowers, planning an online drop of data timed with Elias's personal video confession. The risk was monumental. The Circle's intelligence networks were vast, but Elias believed in the unstoppable power of truth once unleashed globally. During a private dinner, Victor Vance made a toast to Elias's upcoming induction. "Son, I've never been prouder. Soon you'll stand among the elders, shaping tomorrow." Elias raised his glass, forcing a smile. Beneath the table, his palms sweated. He pictured the thousands of families torn apart by manipulated wars, the innovators silenced, the great leaps in technology withheld for decades. He realized he was about to betray all he was raised to be, and yet it felt like a liberation. That night, alone in his suite, he recorded the first draft of a confession video. He spoke plainly. My name is Elias Vance. My family leads part of a global network that has influenced history's darkest chapters, but I no longer believe in their cause. Here's the evidence. He carefully enumerated key documents, naming names, explaining how resources were controlled, how illusions of democracy were propped up. When he finished, he stared at the camera, heart pounding. This was his truth, laid bare. His phone pinged with a message from Ava. We're ready. Once we get your final go, the entire world sees it. Elias typed back. Tomorrow, after the circle's gathering, I'll send the final file, then there's no turning back. He gazed out the window at the city lights. A hush fell on him, both fear and resolve. The illusions binding him since childhood would soon unravel. He thought of the countless secret ceremonies. The hush in the old corridors was the real hush about to begin, the hush that might follow his final breath. He forced the thought away, focusing on the mission. Let them come, he whispered to the silent room. I'll step into the light no matter the cost. The day of the circle's grand gathering arrived, thick with pomp and tradition. Held in a remote estate rumoured to have once hosted the likes of Templar knights, the event was a swirl of black-tie formality and arcane rites. Elias travelled with his father in a sleek car convoy, every occupant under strict instruction to surrender phones or cameras upon arrival. The circle's no-technology rule ensured secrecy, but Elias had prepared a subtle workaround. He wore a watch embedded with a covert data transmitter. It looked like a high-end timepiece, but inside was a micro SD card loaded with the entire archive. He'd deliver the final upload command once he stepped away from watchful eyes. The tension pressed on him like a vice. They arrived at twilight. The estate, lit by torches, cast dancing shadows across manicured lawns. Inside, corridors led to a grand hall with a domed ceiling painted with allegorical figures. Gods, angels, demons, all swirling in cosmic battle. Elias's footsteps echoed as he followed his father, who was in an almost euphoric mood. Tonight, Victor said in a low voice, you prove your loyalty to the lineage. I trust no second thoughts plague you. Elias forced a measured nod. I'm ready. But inwardly his heart thundered. He surveyed the hall, men in tailored suits, women in floor-length gowns, each exuding an air of unchallenged dominance. Whispers drifted through the air, plans for economic adjustments, policy alignments, and targeted asset acquisitions, the language of quiet dominion. At the centre, a circular dais, a handful of seats for the elders, Victor Vance among them. Once everyone settled, the ceremony began. Elias watched as the High Elder led a ritual invocation, chanting about guardianship of the grand design, referencing an archaic oath that signified their ancient lineage. Then came the moment for Elias's induction. He stepped forward, forcing composure as the High Elder placed a ring etched with the eye in a triangle onto his finger. Applause followed, polite, measured, and ever so final. He bowed. On the outside, a dutiful scion accepting his inherited role. Inside, a rebel who was about to push the nuclear button of truth. As the formalities concluded, the assembly transitioned to informal discussions, sipping rare wines and analysing current affairs. Elias excused himself to the library, feigning a desire for solitude to reflect. No one questioned it. In that quiet library, he activated his watch's hidden function. The micro SD card inside contained a script set to release the entire trove to global servers, along with a personal video statement. He tapped the watch's face, once, twice, thrice, entering a hidden code. A small LED blinked. A jolt of adrenaline ripped through him. It's happening. The data was beaming to multiple fail-safe servers. Meanwhile, a link was heading to Ava Munro, who'd be ready to disseminate it across decentralized networks, ensuring the world saw it. Within minutes, the illusions of the circle would be laid bare. He took a trembling breath. No turning back now. He pictured the stunned faces that would soon realize the unthinkable betrayal. pictured also the countless innocents who might awaken to the manipulations overshadowing their lives. He prayed the revelations would spark a real shift, not just more confusion. Quiet footsteps behind. He whirled. Victor Vance stood in the doorway, arms folded. "Son," he said quietly, "you seem uneasy. Something you wish to share?" Elias's throat constricted. Did his father suspect? "I'm fine, father, just overwhelmed by the ceremony." Victor approached, eyes piercing. "Your induction signals more than ceremony. It's about trust. I sense hesitation in you. Are you truly loyal to what we stand for?" The question felt loaded, as though a hidden test. Elias forced steadiness. "I am loyal to the legacy, as I must be," but Victor's gaze hardened. "You must be honest with me. The Council monitors every signal. We have watchers across the net. There was a disturbance in the data flow a moment ago." A chill ran down Elias's spine. He forced an even tone. "Probably just routine disruptions. The estate signal jammers are finicky." A tense silence. Then Victor gestured for Elias to follow him back to the main hall. "Come, we should rejoin the others. We'll see if any anomalies arise." The subtext was clear. If they do, we'll know it's you. Heart pounding, Elias complied. In the hall, guests engaged in hushed conversation. Everyone carried a sense of watchfulness. No overt sign of panic. Maybe the data drop was still in motion. He had to maintain his composure. Soon the circle's illusions would shatter worldwide, and he needed to act normal for as long as possible. 30 minutes into the gathering, a senior council member, a corporate titan, abruptly took a phone call. His expression soured. He conferred with another elder. Small ripples of concern flickered through the crowd. Elias recognized the moment. They discovered the leak. He braced for the storm. Indeed, a murmur spread. Phones beeped discreetly. Some of these powerful figures broke the no-device rule to track global developments. Whispers. Major data breach. Widespread conspiracies. References to the Vance family. Tension soared. The High Elder demanded calm. "We must isolate the source." A hush fell as eyes flickered around, scanning for a traitor. Elias tried not to quake under the suspicion. He caught Victor's gaze, stern, searching. The father realized something was amiss. Then a shot of real fear in his eyes. "He knows it's me," Elias thought. Victor lunged forward, quietly seizing Elias's wrist. "What have you done?" he growled, voice low so the others wouldn't hear. Elias stared back, voice trembling but unwavering. "What had to be done? The world deserves the truth." Victor's face twisted with shock and fury. "You fool! You'll destroy everything we built, our entire lineage." Elias jerked free. In the swirl of chaos, leaders stepping aside to place frantic calls, certain media outlets already responding with fake news disclaimers. He realized it was time to run. He turned on his heel and dashed out. The guard tried to block him, but he weaved past. The entire estate was a blur of alarmed staff, security men shouting, "Stop him!" Elias sprinted across the courtyard, heart hammering. At the gates, he spotted a staff car, engine still running. A stroke of fortune. He jumped behind the wheel and floored it, leaving a swirl of gravel. In the rearview mirror, he glimpsed silhouettes scrambling, uncertain how to respond. They'd never predicted an inside betrayal on this scale. As the estate vanished behind him, a new wave of adrenaline and terror flooded Elias. He was out, but not safe. The Circle's resources spanned nations. Still, if Ava managed to release the files widely enough, the truth was unstoppable. He pictured people across the world seeing the Vance files, reading the suppressed histories, the proof of orchestrated events. Could it spark real change, or would the Circle manage to spin it into a hoax? For the moment, he had to survive. Through a secure line, he tried contacting Ava. No response. Possibly jammed. He pressed on, winding through country roads with the headlights off, hoping to stay hidden until dawn. But even as he fled, the next phase of the Circle's plan likely commenced. They'd brand him a traitor, a fraudster. They might resort to the final solution, erasing him physically. Trembling behind the wheel, he whispered a silent plea to the night. Please, let the leak make a difference. Because if the Circle caught him, all that awaited was an unmarked grave, and the illusions would persist unchallenged. Elias spent the next week in frantic motion, ducking from safe house to safe house. Contacts he once trusted fell silent, presumably coerced or threatened by the Circle. Only Ava Monroe remained a faint lifeline, exchanging messages through dead-drop emails and burner phones. She confirmed the data was out, but mainstream media was calling it an elaborate hoax. Meanwhile, certain government figures were quietly investigating. The crack was there, but the Circle was patching it fast. A swirl of rumours erupted online. Some claimed to see the leaked files, grainy screenshots of documents linking the Vance name to covert war funding. Others declared the entire scandal was deep fake mania. Troll armies labelled Elias a disgruntled black sheep. The Circle's spin machine roared into full gear. The public sphere turned into a battleground of confusion. During a hushed phone call, Ava revealed an attempt on her life, a suspicious car accident she narrowly avoided. She believed it was no coincidence. They were cleaning up. Don't trust anything. Elias steeled himself, fully aware the Circle would hunt him next. He resolved to finalise an in-person meeting with Ava, away from prying digital eyes, to strategise the next wave of leaks. But the Circle anticipated that. Late one night, a coded text arrived from an unknown number. Escape route secured, plane to Iceland, you'll be safe. Elias recognised a trick. Why would someone spontaneously offer him a flight? Nonetheless, an hour later, Ava confirmed she too arranged a plane to Iceland. Coincidence or infiltration? Time was too short to be sure. He had to risk it. Iceland was rumoured to be a stronghold for data activists, out of the Circle's immediate reach. He arrived at the private airstrip under darkness, greeted by a lone pilot who addressed him by name. No sign of Ava, but she had indicated she'd join him. The plane, a sleek jet with minimal marking, seemed in order. Perhaps the plan was for her to meet him at the secure location. Warily, Elias boarded, scanning the cabin for any hidden threats. If this was a trap, he'd have limited recourse at 35,000 feet. The engines roared to life, the pilot offering clipped responses. The takeoff was smooth, the city lights receding below. Elias tried to calm his silverwolves, remembering that once he reached Iceland, he could coordinate a bigger push for the files. Freed from direct Circle influence, maybe the story would catch global traction. He peered at his phone, no signal, as expected. He typed an offline note to Ava. If we're parted, keep fighting. I'll find you. A pit formed in his stomach, a sense of finality creeping over him. An hour into flight, turbulence rocked the plane. Elias strapped in. The pilot's voice came over the intercom. Mild weather front ahead. Shouldn't be an issue. But the shaking intensified. Then came a sharp beep from the cockpit. Elias stood, heading forward to see what was wrong. The pilot looked tense, fiddling with controls. We're losing instrumentation, he muttered. Systems glitch. Possibly sabotage. Elias's blood ran cold. A sabotage at 20,000 feet spelled doom. Outside the window, lightning flashed across swirling clouds. The plane rattled dangerously. We have to land, Elias said, panic rising. The pilot nodded, broadcasting a mayday. But the radio cuttered with static. No response. It's like our comms are jammed. Another quake shuddered the fuselage, and an alarm blared. The pilot tried adjusting altitude, but the plane veered starboard, losing stability. Elias's mind raced. Was this the Circle's final solution? crashing the plane under the guise of mechanical failure. He could almost see Victor Vance's stoic face, pronouncing, "No traitor shall live." The pilot cursed, fighting the controls, sweat pouring. "We're going down, I can't regain flight systems." Elias seized the emergency radio, repeating the mayday on different frequencies. Silence. A flicker of hope came when a scratchy voice responded, some distant air traffic controller. Then it cut off abruptly, possibly jammed again. The plane pitched downward, engines whining in protest. Time slowed. Elias's heart hammered in his chest. He braced himself in a seat, fastening every belt he could. A series of jarring lurches, the lights flickering. The altimeter spun wildly. A horrifying thought. Even if I survive the crash, the circle might finish me anyway. But no time for that. The pilot shouted, "Brace! Brace! Brace!" Then everything dissolved into a cacophony of shrieking metal and sashing impact. A swirl of chaos overtook Elias, searing pain, the sense of tumbling, seatbelts constricting, an explosive noise. Darkness swallowed him, though he vaguely registered the plane tearing into what felt like open water. Water flooded the cabin, freezing cold. Bizarre hush followed. Am I alive? For a moment he drifted in watery oblivion, lungs burning. Something in him refused to surrender. He fumbled, found a breach in the fuselage, forcing himself out. The sharp edges cut into him. His vision blurred with salt water and the strobing light of a single emergency beacon. Then blackness again. Hours later, maybe minutes, maybe days, he woke on a scrap of drift material battered by ocean waves. The plane was nowhere to be seen. The pilot was gone. The night sky loomed overhead, stars swirling. Every nerve screamed in pain. A savage cough seized his chest. Alive? But how long? He clung to consciousness, an internal refrain repeating, "Don't let them win. Don't let them bury the truth." Then a faint noise, an approaching vessel. The lines between dream and reality blurred. He remembered Ava's words about a decoy plan, how sometimes flight manifests were altered. Could she have orchestrated something? But memory flickered out. Next time he stirred, morning light glinted on rolling waves, and no sign of rescue. This is it. With what little strength remained, he mentally recited the conspiracies he'd exposed. Even if he died now, the data was out. Someone might keep it alive. The final thought that flickered. Ava, she must live. She must carry on. Then darkness overcame him again. In the official news cycle, reports surfaced. Private jet crash, business air, Elias Vance presumed dead. Coverage was fleeting. Mechanical failure was blamed. Investigations concluded swiftly. Meanwhile, some corners of the internet seethed with speculation. Was it sabotage? The Vance family offered sorrowful statements, but made no mention of any conspiracy. Another tragic accident, overshadowed by bigger headlines a day later. Time ebbed forward, the public's attention shifting. People obsessed over new celebrity scandals, fresh political bickering, financial flux. The tragedy of Elias Vance receded to a faint memory in the mainstream. Officially, no remains were recovered, though a funeral was held, a solemn affair. The global elite paid stiff-lipped respects. Victor Vance stood stoic, offering no sign of paternal grief to the cameras, only a short statement about honouring my son's memory. But in shadowy corners of the digital realm, rumours festered. Bits and pieces of the Vance files still circulated, though the circle poured resources into discrediting them. Websites hosting the data vanished overnight, domain ownership revoked. Social media flagged the leaks as fabricated. A wave of so-called experts insisted the documents were AI-generated illusions, fueling an ironically conspiratorial explanation. People debated fervently, never certain of the truth. Ava Monroe lived in a precarious twilight. She had survived because she never boarded that private jet, suspects directing a trap. Instead, she'd orchestrated a fallback plan with Elias. If he vanished, she'd become the guardian of the remaining files. She harboured a flicker of hope that Elias might still be alive. But as weeks turned to months, that hope dimmed. She hammered at her keyboard day and night, refining new ways to leak the data. She published carefully on obscure platforms, encouraging smaller investigative reporters to pick up threads. But each time a thread gained traction, the Circle's countermeasures snuffed it out. One day she received an unmarked package at her secret hideout. Inside lay a battered watch, Elias's watch, the same device that had transmitted the entire trove. A note accompanied it. "He tried, now it's your turn." No sender details. Had some fisherman found it? Did Elias toss it into the sea? Ava's heart clenched. She slid the watch onto her wrist, vowing to never let the story fade. In the broader world, the immediate reaction to the leak gave way to cynicism. People were bombarded with so many conspiracies, so many digital illusions, that truth felt intangible. Some believed wholeheartedly, forming small protest movements that scrawled Elias lives on walls. Others shrugged it off as yet another internet hoax. Many felt powerless, concluding that even if the Illuminati existed, what could they do? Behind closed doors, the Circle continued its centuries-old rituals and manipulations. Their media arms downplayed the scandal with cunning skill. Politicians under their sway introduced new laws to combat disinformation, ironically, making it easier to silence genuine whistleblowers. Victor the Vance kept a silent grip on his empire, the only external sign of personal turmoil being the occasional mention of family tragedy. In private, he raged at the memory of his son's treachery, yet also mourned the loss of his heir. Contradictions churned in him, the father who valued control over love. But Elias's memory didn't die. Beneath the illusions, pockets of believers formed. They traded the Vance files in offline meetups, analysing them page by page. Some cross-checked references to old events, coups, assassinations, suppressed technologies, and found them aligned too well with recorded history to be random. The seeds of doubt in the official narrative sprouted, watered by the memory of Elias Vance. Months later, in a distant city's graffiti-laced alley, an artist painted a mural. Elias's face with an outstretched hand holding a candle flame captioned, "He exposed the light." Social media posts about the mural popped up, promptly overshadowed by cat videos or trending hashtags. Yet some paused to admire it. They'd heard the conspiracies swirling about him, the boy born into power who dared to blow the whistle. Even if they remained uncertain, the mural reminded them that sometimes power is indeed challenged from within. Ava Munro quietly made contact with a growing circle of independent journos. She slipped them curated subsets of the data, forging alliances with cryptographers, historians, and ex-intelligence folks. Little by little, a mosaic formed that was too compelling to ignore, too persistent to bury. In certain academic circles, these revelations sparked cautious debate on how global events might have been manipulated by an elite. A few dared to reference the Vance phenomenon, linking it with centuries of rumoured secret societies. In the end, the world didn't erupt in immediate revolution. But fissures in the facade deepened. Governments found themselves under pressure, forced to deny or deflect. The Circle pushed back with heavier propaganda. People felt the tension, but couldn't quite name the puppet masters. The hush around Elias's story ironically gave it a spectral power. He became an almost mythical figure who might have been the only scion to risk everything for the truth. Some called him misguided, others deemed him a hero. And in an unremarkable house hidden on a quiet coastline, Ava stashed a final hard drive labelled Eve Legacy, containing the unedited transcripts of Elias's confession. She penned a note. "If you find this, you hold the future. He died so people could see what hides in the dark. Don't waste it." Occasionally she flipped through old messages from Elias. His sense of humour, his sincerity, and the heartbreak in his voice when describing the Circle's manipulations She'd wonder if, in another timeline, he survived and they triumphed together. But real life seldom grants neat endings. The fight continued, messy and uncertain. Still, she pressed on, because once you peer behind the curtain of illusions, you can't pretend ignorance. Elias Vance had gazed upon centuries of orchestrated power and decided to break the chain. They silenced his body, but not the echoes of his truth. And though the Illuminati might remain formidable, a small but determined fraction of humanity now carried the spark he lit. The hush in the corridors of power might never vanish fully, but it quivered under the growing weight of knowledge that refused to be caged. That is the story of the boy who exposed the light. He inherited a destiny meant to keep the world in a hush, yet he chose to speak. And in that choice, gave the world a glimpse of the grand illusions shaping their lives. His memory lingers in coded forums, whispered meetings, rebellious art, and midnight reflections. And perhaps in time, the illusions will crumble. Until then, the name Elias Vance stands as a candle in the darkness, a testament to the price of truth and the resilience of those who dare to speak it. Tonight we're delving into a conspiracy thriller titled Dark Side of the Truth, a moon landing conspiracy thriller. It's set in the year 2025, yet it digs into events that occurred more than half a century ago, or so the official history says. Our protagonist, Elliot Graves, isn't the typical tinfoil hat conspiracy theorist. He's a rational, investigative journalist who's built his reputation on skepticism and fact-checking. But his life takes a sharp turn when he receives a mysterious reel of 16mm film, suggesting that one of humanity's greatest achievements, the 1969 moon landing, was staged on a secret set. As we progress through the story, you'll meet characters with their own moral compasses, locked in a deadly dance. There's Sam Reyes, a sharp-witted former NASA engineer who knows more about the organization's secrets than is probably safe. Dr. Bernard Calloway, an aging whistleblower haunted by regrets and memories so dangerous they could sign his death warrant. And lurking in the shadows is Agent Jonathan Kane, an operative who believes that national security demands certain truths remain buried, forever if need be. Expect twists at every corner. A single piece of film can become the spark that ignites an inferno of questions. If the moon landing was faked, what happened to the real astronauts? Could an entire government organization keep such a massive secret under wraps for 5 decades? And how far will those in power go to ensure the lie never sees the light of day? In this narrative, trust is a fleeting commodity. Allies turn to enemies. Illusions of safety crumble under the relentless pursuit of those who believe the ends justify the means. Most of all, this is a story about the cost of truth. Is it worth risking one's safety, peace of mind, and very identity to challenge one of history's most iconic moments? Would you stand your ground if the price were everything you hold dear? So sit back, whether you're at home, in the office, or on a midnight train to somewhere distant. Let yourself be pulled into a reality where the lines between historical record and government-engineered fantasy blur, leaving only one certainty, that once you learn the truth, there is no going back. Ready? Then let's begin. In just a moment, we'll step into part 1, where a mysterious package arrives on Elliot Graves's doorstep, sending him hurtling into a hidden world of secrets and illusions. Keep your wits about you, and don't forget to keep the lights on. Welcome to Dark Side of the Truth, a moon landing conspiracy thriller. Elliot Graves had no reason to suspect the night would bring anything unusual. He sat in his small book-lined apartment in downtown Philadelphia, finishing an article on local corruption, a typical piece for his modest but dedicated readership. A coffee mug stood half empty beside him, thick smudges of ink marking the final edits on his notes. It was the kind of moment he usually relished, quiet, focused, and free of the outside world's chaos. Then came the knock, 3 sharp raps, unannounced and oddly urgent. Elliot glanced at the clock. 10:47 p.m. He wasn't expecting anyone. The hallway light flickered as he opened the door, finding nothing but a single battered cardboard box at his feet. No note, no name, just his address scrawled in black marker. It could have been a source dropping a tip, though most of his informants were digital ghosts, rarely venturing into the physical realm. Curiosity piqued, Elliot brought the box inside. It weighed more than he expected. Taped across the top, a plain sheet of paper read, "Watch immediately." The handwriting was jagged, as if penned in a hurry or under duress. Carefully he cut the tape, half expecting a bomb or a rig device. Instead, inside lay a vintage 16mm film reel in a metal canister, the label partially peeled off. He gently tilted it back and forth, hearing the soft shift of film spooled inside. Elliot felt a jolt of excitement. He'd handled old film reels before, but never one that found him in the dead of night. An archaic machine in his study closet passed down by his grandfather might be the only way to view it. He rarely used the projector, but he was determined to see what was on this reel, if only to figure out who had gone to so much trouble to send it. Setting up the projector took nearly half an hour. Dust motes swirled in the beam of a single lamp as he threaded the film carefully. As the flickering images began, Elliot's anticipation turned to pure disbelief. The footage was in black and white, shaky in places, but unmistakably capturing a large, elaborate set. A moon-like surface crafted on what looked to be a soundstage. Stage lights hung overhead, cables snaking across the floor. He squinted, recognizing the shape of a NASA lunar module prop, like something out of a historical documentary. But it wasn't a documentary. He saw men wearing astronaut suits, one of them bearing an uncanny resemblance to Neil Armstrong. Off to the side, a group of technicians hovered, adjusting cameras that weren't from 1969. They looked older, yes, but not quite from the era. A man stepped into view, clapping a film slate. On it was scribbled, "Apollo 11, Take 3. The adrenaline spiked through Elliot's veins. This reel showed the moon landing being filmed on a set. His rational mind scrambled for explanations. Could this be a Hollywood recreation or some kind of promotional footage? But the detail was too raw, too disorganized for a typical behind-the-scenes doc. There were sections where the astronauts removed their helmets, revealing sweaty faces. The lander and flag props looked hastily put together. One of the men off-screen shouted, "Watch the reflection, we can't show the lights," as if aware of how a real moon environment should look, no visible reflections of rigging in an astronaut's visor. By the time the reel ended, Elliot's hands trembled. He remembered hearing about the moon landing conspiracy theories, wild claims of stage sets and Kubrick involvement, but he'd always dismissed them. He prided himself on debunking such nonsense. Yet here was tangible evidence, or the best fake he'd ever seen. A single question throbbed in his mind. Who would send this to me, and why now? He reached for his phone, intending to call a trusted colleague, only to find the screen black. No power. He was sure it was charged. Strange. He tried to boot up his computer to search for any reference to lost Apollo footage, but the internet connection was dead. He felt his chest tighten in a wave of paranoia. Was he imagining things, or was this more than a coincidence? Deciding to do a quick external check, Elliot gathered the reel, locked up his apartment, and headed for the elevator. As he stepped out onto the street, a hint of movement caught his eye. A black SUV parked at the curb, lights off. Its windows were tinted, impossible to see in. The hair on his arms rose. Philadelphia had plenty of SUVs, but why did this one feel like it was there for him? He took a breath, telling himself not to jump to conclusions. Still, his heart hammered as he walked 2 blocks to an all-night coffee shop known for its reliable Wi-Fi. Inside, the smell of espresso and donuts steadied him a bit. He found a corner table connected to the cafe's network and tried searching for any references to moon landing staged film reel. Thousands of hits, mostly conspiracy websites. Nothing verifiable. Minutes later, he typed a cautious email to a colleague, attaching a single grainy screenshot from the reel. He pressed send. An error message blinked back. Message undeliverable. He tried again. Same result. He wondered if his phone or laptop had been compromised or if there was a bigger net around him. The idea of being watched in real time chilled him. Returning to his apartment would be a risk, but he had nowhere else to analyse this film. As he left the shop, the black SUV was gone. Instead, a grey sedan sat across the street, engine running. Elliot inhaled sharply and hailed a cab. If someone was tailing him, best to lose them in traffic. The entire ride he cradled the film canister on his lap, heart pounding. He found himself muttering under his breath, "It can't be real, it can't be real." Yet some buried part of him whispered that it might be. If so, everything he understood about American history was about to unravel, and he was holding the thread that could unspool it all. Little did he know that before sunrise he'd be a fugitive in his own city, hunted by forces who had protected this secret for over 50 years. And the package was only the beginning. Elliot's morning came too soon, and with far more chaos than he could handle. He hadn't slept. Fear and excitement drove him to sift through every frame of the film reel, making notes, snapping photos with a spare camera he'd found in an old drawer. Perhaps he could create a digital copy, but his attempts to digitize the reel via his laptop repeatedly failed. Some hidden glitch kept corrupting the files. He cursed under his breath. Was it sabotage or just outdated hardware? At first light, he ventured to his usual contact for obscure intel, a quiet archivist named Harriet, who worked at the local historical society. He hoped she might authenticate the film's physical materials. Harriet was meticulous with details, and if anyone could confirm the reel's age, it would be her. The society's building was a grand relic, all marble floors and dusty exhibits. Elliot found Harriet in a back office, squinting through a magnifying glass at a centuries-old map. She looked up, alarmed by his frantic posture. Without preamble, he passed her the film canister. "I need to know if this is genuinely from 1969, he whispered, glancing around as if the walls had ears. Harriet frowned at his secrecy but began her inspection. She murmured something about the film's brand markings, the chemical composition of older film stock, and how certain colour-coded edges could pin down the manufacturing date. Within half an hour she had her verdict. This reel does appear to be from the late 1960s. Where'd you get it? Elliot let out a breath he hadn't realised he was holding. Somebody sent it to me last night. He hesitated, debating how much to reveal. Before he could continue, Harriet's phone rang. She picked it up, and her expression clouded as she listened. Yes, he's here, she said, a tremor in her voice. He backed away, panic flaring. Was Harriet being told to stall him? He mouthed, "Hang up," but Harriet just stared at him wide-eyed. Elliot snatched the phone from her hand. "Hello," he said into the receiver. An unfamiliar voice. "Elliot Graves. Step outside, we just want to talk." He froze. A second later the line went dead. "Who was that?" Harriet whispered, her complexion pale. Elliot shook his head, realising he'd dragged her into danger. "I have to go." He grabbed the film, thanked her in a rush, and bolted out a side entrance. Immediately he spotted two men in dark suits stepping out of a black sedan. They scanned the area, eyes sharp and purposeful. Elliot ducked behind a parked delivery truck. He rummaged for his phone. It still wouldn't connect to a network. He couldn't call for help. Glancing around, he saw a narrow alley. He sprinted for it, ignoring startled pedestrians. The men noticed and gave chase. Footsteps echoed behind him as he weaved through the maze of back streets. He didn't stop until he was sure he'd lost them. Leaning against a graffiti-stained wall, he gulped the cool morning air. The reality sank in. I'm being hunted. His mind raced. Who had the power to track him within hours? Some fraction of NASA, the FBI, or an even more clandestine outfit? He remembered Harriet's stunned face and felt a pang of guilt. Was she safe? With his phone compromised, Elliot needed a secure communication line. That's when he remembered Sam Reyes, a former NASA engineer turned freelance tech wizard. They'd crossed paths a year ago when Sam leaked documents exposing flawed satellite software. She'd proven resourceful and cautious, someone who operated in the grey areas of government secrecy. He rummaged through his wallet for her old business card, typed the number into a borrowed flip phone he'd bought for emergencies. 2 rings, then Sam answered with a wary, "Who is this?" "Elliot Graves," he said quietly, trying to steady his voice. "I need your help. It's urgent." Sam let out a short laugh. "You're the reporter who debunked that UFO fiasco. Are you calling to do another piece?" He glanced around to make sure no one was listening. "This is bigger than UFOs. I have an old NASA film that suggests the moon landing was not what we think." Silence on the line. Then Sam hissed, "Don't say another word. There are ears everywhere. Meet me at the Redwood Garage, level 3, in an hour." She hung up. He had no time to question her abruptness. He made his way to Redwood Garage, a concrete structure on the outskirts of the city. Ducking beneath security cameras, he took the stairs to level 3. Only a few cars were parked, the area echoing with the hum of overhead fluorescent lights. He found Sam leaning against a pillar, arms folded. She was petite, with sharp eyes and a laptop bag slung over her shoulder. "You look like hell," she said in lieu of a greeting. Elliot forced a grin. "Rough morning, thank you for coming." Sam nodded at the film canister tucked under his arm. "That it?" He handed it over, heart pounding. She opened the lid, peeking at the reel. "I'll need my gear to analyse this properly. But tell me, any chance this is a hoax?" Elliot explained Harriet's findings, the chase and the phone sabotage. Sam's eyes narrowed with concern. This kind of move typically points to a deep-pocketed agency. NASA has muscle, but not to this extent. We might be dealing with something else. She motioned for him to follow her to a beat-up SUV. Inside, the back seat was cluttered with laptops, cables, and specialized scanning equipment. Sam popped the reel into a portable film viewer. A small screen flickered with the black and white images. She skimmed through it, face grim. If this is real, holy... He gave a humourless chuckle. I'm not sure I want it to be real, but it's looking that way. Sam started flipping through camera angles. We'll cross-check the images with NASA archive logs, see if any set pieces match. Also, there's metadata in older film that might help pinpoint the exact date and location. But if whoever's hunting you has the resources to block your phone and track you so fast... Yeah, Elliot said, swallowing hard. I'm in trouble, aren't I? Sam gave him a look that said you have no idea. Look, I can set up a secure server to store digital copies once I manage to scan the reel. But it'll take me a day or two. In the meantime, you need to vanish. They'll come for both of us once they realise I'm involved. As if on cue, a bullet shattered the SUV's rear window. Elliot and Sam ducked, hearts hammering. Tyres screeched on the level below. We have to move, Sam hissed, starting the engine. Elliot curled into the passenger seat, pressing the canister tight against his chest. Another shot rang out, pinging off the concrete pillar. The SUV lurched forward, screeching around corners, headlights glaring on dull grey walls. Behind them, at least 2 dark sedans roared up the ramp. The chase was on. Elliot felt the cold sweat on his brow. This was no longer about verifying a piece of film. This was survival. More bullets clanged against the SUV's metal frame. Sam cursed under her breath, twisting the wheel. The exit ramp loomed ahead, a single security arm blocking the exit. Sam ploughed right through it, leaving splinters behind. They burst into daylight, weaving into the city traffic. Horns blared. The sedans kept pace, engines revving. As Sam careened down a busy street, Elliot realised just how far he'd fallen into this conspiracy. He'd started the night as a skeptic receiving a curious package. Now he was on the run, uncertain if he'd live to see the next morning. The real question, was the truth worth this cost? He clenched the film canister as if it were his lifeline. Maybe it was. Once they lost their pursuers, thanks to Sam's clever shortcuts and the chaotic labyrinth of city streets, Elliot and Sam took refuge in a deserted warehouse by the river. It was a space Sam sometimes used as a safe house, its electricity powered by a makeshift generator. Old crates littered the corners. The air smelled of dust and stagnant water. They parked the SUV inside, headlights slicing through the gloom. Elliot exhaled shakily, stepping out and checking his jacket for bullet holes. Miraculously, neither of them was injured. Sam followed, film canister in hand. We have to lie low, she said. I'll do what I can with the reel. But first we need to figure out who can confirm or deny the authenticity. Some old NASA folks might still be around, or people from the Apollo era. That jogged a memory for Elliot. I know someone, Dr. Bernard Calloway. He was part of the Apollo program, wrote a few obscure papers on lunar orbit complexities. I interviewed him years ago for a piece on NASA bureaucracy. He might know if any of this is real. Let's hope he's still alive and willing to talk, Sam replied grimly, setting up her scanning equipment. Meanwhile, I'll start digitizing. Go call your guy. She tossed Elliot a burner phone, a cheap flip phone with no internet capability, just voice and text. Keep conversations short, we don't want to leave a trail. Elliot nodded, stepping away for some privacy. He dialed a number he hadn't used in years. The call rang on, and just when he thought it would go to voicemail, a gravelly voice answered. Yes? Who is this? Dr. Calloway, it's Elliot Graves. Remember me? A tense pause. Graves? The journalist? Why are you calling me? Elliot cut straight to the point. I have a film reel suggesting the Apollo 11 landing was staged. I need your perspective." He expected outrage or disbelief, but Calloway only muttered a soft curse. "Damn it, you kids never learn. Where are you?" "Too dangerous to say over the phone," Elliot replied. "Can we meet?" Another heavy silence. "You must be insane. Do you have any idea who might be listening to our conversation right now?" Calloway let out a shuddering breath. "Look, there's a small diner off Route 47 near a truck stop. Tomorrow noon. If I don't show up, assume I got spooked." Elliot thanked him and hung up, anxiety coiling in his stomach. The man's reaction was more dread than disbelief. That alone spoke volumes. He returned to Sam's makeshift workstation, where the reel was half fed through a specialized scanner. The process was laborious, each frame captured in high resolution. "How's it looking, Elliot?" Elliot asked. Sam frowned, studying the images on her laptop screen. Grains consistent with 1960s film stock. Some coding on the edges indicates a manufacturing batch from around 68. Also, I've spotted certain NASA emblems in the background that weren't publicly revealed until the mission ended. And see that console there? She zoomed in on a screenshot. That's an Apollo guidance computer, but an early prototype version. Only a handful existed. This is not your average hoax. It's either the most elaborate one in history or it's real, Elliot finished, his voice hollow. Sam gave a grim nod. "I'm leaning towards real. Our next step is to confirm. If your Dr. Calloway can give us any leads, we might find definitive proof." They spent the rest of the day in anxious waiting. Sam pored over the scanned film frames, while Elliot paced, trying to piece everything together in his head. Every so often he'd remember the chase, the bullets, and the unwavering stares of those men in suits. Just how large was this conspiracy? Night fell, bringing a sticky heat that made the warehouse air oppressive. Sleep came fitfully, with Elliot dozing in a corner, propped against crates. He dreamed of astronauts drifting in a stage lit by fluorescent tubes, their voices echoing with lines fed by hidden earpieces. He woke with a start to find Sam tapping him on the shoulder. "Time to go," she said softly. "We have to meet your whistleblower." By noon they'd driven 2 hours south to a truck stop just off Route 47. The diner looked vintage, a chrome exterior, peeling neon sign and a handful of big rigs parked nearby. They left the SUV behind a closed service station, walking the rest of the way under the scorching sun. Inside, the diner was half empty. The waitress behind the counter gave them a bored glance. In a corner booth, an elderly man sat facing the window, wearing tinted glasses and a hat pulled low. Elliot recognized him. Dr. Bernard Calloway. He looked older and thinner than their last meeting, as though carrying a burden too large for his frail frame. "Dol Calloway, the Elliot said, quietly, sliding into the booth. Sam took the seat beside him. Calloway's gaze flicked to them, fear etched in the lines around his mouth. "You brought someone else. I told you to come alone." "This is Sam Reyes. She's helping me verify the film." "Film?" Calloway's voice trembled. He removed his tinted glasses, revealing tired eyes. "I hoped I'd go to my grave without seeing it again. Lord knows I was done with those days." Elliot swallowed. "You've seen it before?" Calloway exhaled a long, shaky breath. "I was part of Apollo 11's operations team, unofficially. My real job was ensuring the broadcast feed from the moon looked authentic. We had technicians in a secret studio, capturing angles that would pass as lunar footage. It was a matter of national pride and also, ironically, fear. Needed to beat the Soviets. When the actual craft encountered catastrophic issues, NASA and the government decided it was safer to fake the landing for television. The real rocket never made it out of Earth's orbit safely. The astronauts eventually landed in the Pacific under the pretext of returning from the moon, but what the public saw was a carefully crafted illusion. Elliot's head spun. There it was, spelled out. The conspiracy in all its horrifying clarity. Sam leaned forward. "Why have you stayed silent all this time?" Calloway closed his eyes. "They threatened my family. I was briefed that revealing the truth would be an act of treason. Others who tried to speak up, well, they disappeared. I've lived under watch ever since, exchanging my silence for a quiet retirement. But I always knew this day might come." Elliot retrieved the film canister from his bag. "So the footage we have?" "It's partial," Calloway said, scanning the diner nervously. "There's more. Hours of outtakes, behind-the-scenes planning, enough to destroy decades of NASA's legacy if it got out. That reel is probably what was stolen from the archives in the 1970s. I thought it had been destroyed." A lump formed in Elliot's throat. "So it's authentic? And NASA? Or whoever's controlling this? They're hunting us to bury it again." Calloway nodded. "They'll kill you, no question. They've killed for less." He glanced around, lowering his voice. "I can direct you to someone else who was there. A colleague named Walter Pierce. He escaped overseas, but you might track him down. He has a copy of the mission logs." Sam and Elliot exchanged looks. Every new piece of evidence upped the stakes. If they could find Pierce and get those logs, they'd have undeniable proof. Suddenly the diner's door swung open. Agent Jonathan Kane stepped in, though Elliot didn't know his name yet. The man wore a crisp suit and surveyed the room calmly, his gaze lingering on each patron. Elliot's heart seized. Calloway's face turned ashen. "That's one of them," he whispered, voice trembling. "We have to go." They slipped out the back exit, hearts pounding. Behind them they heard the waitress greet the newcomer with a polite, "Welcome, sir." Elliot glanced over his shoulder to see Kane's cold eyes scanning the booths. Outside, the scorching afternoon felt claustrophobic. They hurried toward the dusty parking lot. "Here," Calloway said, pressing a small slip of paper into Elliot's hand. "Walter's last known location. Use it wisely." Elliot opened his mouth to thank him, but Calloway cut him off. "I'll slip away on my own. It's safer that way for all of us." Then, as if on cue, a black car squealed around the corner. Calloway pointed desperately. "Run!" Elliot and Sam sprinted across the lot, the slip of paper clenched in Elliot's fist. Behind them, tyres screeched. In the distance, Calloway vanished between parked trucks, a frail silhouette, stepping once more into a world of secrets and shadows he had hoped to leave behind. Elliot doubted he'd ever see the old man again. 3 days slipped by like a fever dream, with Elliot and Sam crisscrossing state lines, dodging digital footprints. Each safe house they chose felt more precarious than the last. A motel in one city, a cramped basement in another, always with one eye on the door and ears pricked for footsteps in the hall. Anxiety pressed against their chests like a constant weight. The film remained hidden in a secure locker they rented under an alias, and Sam carried digital backups on multiple encrypted drives, hoping at least one would survive if they were caught. Meanwhile, they tried to locate Walter Pierce, the elusive colleague Calloway mentioned. The slip of paper had scrawled coordinates, presumably referencing an address in Europe. Elliot scoured contact lists, old NASA alumni directories, and obscure online forums in search of any mention of Pierce. Each path led to stale leads or contradictory data. The man seemed to have vanished off the face of the earth. On the 4th day, Sam had a breakthrough. She discovered an encrypted NASA server still hosting fragments of old Apollo logs. With some of her advanced hacking tools, she managed to glean references to a W. Pierce, assigned to a European research facility. "Seems he was in Switzerland for a time," she said, eyes glued to her laptop in a dingy motel room. "He might still be there, or somewhere on the continent, but tracking him from here would require a lot of resources." Elliot sank onto the bed. "Getting to Europe is a tall order when we're being hunted. Plus, I'm almost out of money. My accounts are frozen." He paused, rubbing his temples. "Is there any chance you can crack NASA's main archive for further leads?" Sam shot him a sideways look. "That's risky. The deeper I dig, the easier it is to trace me. But let me see what I can do." She tapped rapidly on her keyboard. While she worked, Elliot's phone buzzed. The burner phone. He answered carefully. "Yes?" A shaky voice on the other end. "Elliot, it's me." He recognized Dr. Calloway's voice immediately. Relief and dread mingled in Elliot's chest. "Doc, where are you?" Calloway exhaled, the sound crackling over the poor connection. "Somewhere remote. Listen, there's a private airfield near Hardwick County. I have an old acquaintance with a plane. He's flying me out of the country tonight. I can't stay here. They've already tried to corner me twice. I'm calling because I don't want to leave things unfinished." Elliot's pulse kicked up. "What do you mean?" "I have a file, a partial logbook detailing the faked segments of the Apollo broadcast. Coordinates of the set, code names of the staff, enough to corroborate the film. Meet me at the airfield before midnight. I'll hand it over." Elliot mouthed to Sam. "Dr. Calloway he wants to meet." She nodded and started packing up. "We'll be there," Elliot promised. "Don't be late," Calloway warned. Then the line went silent. They drove for hours along winding back roads, eventually arriving at Hardwick County's private airstrip around 11:30 p.m. The air was thick with the chirp of crickets. A single hangar stood near the runway lights, which glowed an eerie orange in the humid darkness. Spotting a lone figure by a small plane, Elliot recognized the stooped posture of Dr. Calloway. The old man waved them over, glancing nervously at the sky, as if expecting a helicopter to appear any second. "Over here! Quickly!" He pressed a worn leather-bound folder into Elliot's hands. Inside is the partial logbook, some memos from the old managers. They used code phrases like Project Selene to refer to the staged segments. Elliot flipped through the yellowed pages, heart racing at the official NASA letterheads, signatures that confirmed high-level involvement. This is it. The missing puzzle piece. Sam peered over his shoulder, eyes widening. A faint hum broke the stillness. Headlights appeared at the far edge of the airstrip. "We need to go," Calloway urged. "I'll be taking off in minutes." He nodded at the plane. "There's room for one more if you want out, but they'll likely track it. Better you remain hidden." Elliot hesitated. Part of him wanted to leave, fly away from the danger, but his journalist instinct screamed that he needed to stay to expose the truth. "Doc, are you sure you'll be safe?" Calloway's gaze dropped. "Safety is relative now. I just can't watch them bury the truth again. Promise me you'll find a way to make this public. People deserve to know." He shook Elliot's hand firmly. "And watch your back." With that, he turned to board the plane. Elliot and Sam stepped away, scanning the runway lights. The headlights from earlier grew brighter, revealing a black SUV. Elliot's stomach clenched. "We need to hide." They sprinted behind a cluster of fuel barrels, watching as the plane's engines roared to life. The black SUV screeched to a halt, doors flying open. Men in suits scrambled out, guns drawn. "Look," Sam whispered. Another figure emerged. Agent Jonathan Kane. He barked an order, and his men raised their weapons at the plane. Fear seized Elliot's gut. No! They wouldn't shoot down a plane, would they? Time seemed to slow. Calloway's plane began rolling down the runway. The men shouted into radios. A couple of them sprinted along the tarmac, weapons at the ready. Suddenly a muzzle flash lit the darkness. Elliot wasn't sure which side fired first, but a bullet tore through the plane's rear engine, trailing sparks. The plane lurched off course, its nose angled skyward, straining to lift. Another round of gunfire thundered, and the plane's landing gear buckled. In a horrific screech of metal, the plane careened off the runway, flipping onto its wing. Then came a blinding flash, followed by an explosion that rocked the airfield. Elliot felt the heat wave even from behind the barrels. Instinctively, he ducked, heart hammering. A column of fire consumed the wreck, the roar mingling with the anguished crackle of burning fuel. Sam had to clamp a hand over her mouth to stifle a scream. Agent Kane and his men stood at a distance, seemingly unfazed by the carnage. One of them spoke into a handheld radio. Then Kane turned to the SUV, slipping inside without a backward glance. Within moments they were gone, leaving behind a fiery wreckage and the smell of scorched metal. Shock paralysed Elliot. Dr. Calloway was gone, killed for trying to flee with the truth. A wave of guilt and nausea hit Elliot. He should have convinced the old man to let them all escape together, but it was too late. Sam tugged at his sleeve. "We have to leave now, they might come back." She was right. With adrenaline pumping, they skirted around the blaze, searching for any survivors in the dark. But the flames were too intense. No one could have made it out alive. As they drove away into the night, silent tears rolled down Elliot's cheeks. The folder of documents lay on his lap, Dr. Calloway's final bequest. In that moment, he realised the cost of chasing the truth was blood. And there'd be more spilled before the truth saw daylight. Inside the folder's pages were enough revelations to topple NASA's official history. Yet, seeing what had just happened, Elliot had no illusions. The forces protecting this secret were lethal, methodical, and possibly unstoppable. The best he could do was keep running, and hope the documents would become a weapon of truth powerful enough to shatter 50 years of lies. The next 48 hours blurred into a frenzied race against an invisible clock. Elliot and Sam knew they had to act fast. Once the shock of Calloway's death wore off, the same men who staged the plane crash would turn their focus back on hunting them. They holed up in an abandoned warehouse in a different state, courtesy of one of Sam's old acquaintances. It had a robust generator and a still-functioning internet line that they jerry-rigged to keep off the official grid. While Sam continued scanning the folder's contents, Elliot penned an exposé with trembling hands, a document that collated all the evidence they had, the reel, the NASA memos, and de Calloway's logbook. Word spilled onto the screen, forming a tapestry of government deceit dating back to 1969. Every paragraph made his heart pound. He knew once released these revelations would shock the world, if anyone believed them. But how to ensure the story remained live? They suspected mainstream media outlets were either compromised or too afraid. Elliot decided they had to go public directly. A massive data dump onto every social media platform and multiple anonymous websites. Even if their accounts got taken down, the leaked files might scatter across the internet faster than sensors could react. Their plan set, Sam double and triple checked the digital backups, layering encryption upon encryption, storing copies on servers overseas. "Once we hit upload, they'll come for us," she warned. "We can't be traced if we do this right, but they'll suspect it's us. Are you ready?" Elliot hesitated, recalling the bullet that shattered the plane's engine, the explosion, and de Calloway's last moments. Then he nodded. "We can't keep running forever. The only way to survive is to shine a light so bright they can't snuff it out." Sam tapped a few keys, launching their carefully orchestrated mass upload. Thousands of files began cascading into the digital ether. Elliot's expose triggered alongside, complete with images from the 16mm reel, still frames of the behind-the-scenes moon set, and NASA-coded logs referencing Project Selene. Within minutes, the hashtags Apollo hoax and #Project Selene started trending across lesser-known forums. Users demanded answers. The first wave of adrenaline gave way to anticipation. Elliot and Sam hovered over their screens, watching the data spread. It was working. Mirror links popped up everywhere. For a brief moment, triumph washed over them. Maybe they'd done it. Then the pushback began. Major social media sites flagged the content as misinformation. Accounts posting the files got suspended en masse. A swirl of news headlines labelled the footage a deepfake conspiracy. Rapidly, official NASA spokespeople took to major news outlets, denouncing the fabricated film and urging the public to ignore baseless rumours. Eerily polished articles appeared online, discrediting Elliot Graves personally, a fringe journalist with a history of sensational claims. Sam's name surfaced too, portrayed as a disgruntled ex-employee with an axe to grind against NASA. The disinformation machine roared into overdrive. Elliot's phone buzzed with hateful messages. Threats poured into the websites hosting the data, calls for them to remove the fake uploads. Some complied. Others got hacked or taken offline. It was a digital war zone. Still, thousands of people downloaded the files, discussing them in hushed corners of the internet. A portion believed, many more scoffed. The mainstream narrative ridiculed the so-called Apollo conspiracy, saturating the headlines with dismissals. Amid the chaos, a thought jolted Elliot. The original reel. They still had the physical film, the ultimate piece of evidence. If they could get it to a neutral scientific body, someone who could run chemical tests live on air, it might be indisputable. They realised there was one place that might agree to test it openly: the National Historical Archives. Under normal circumstances, the archives were government-run, but there were staff members who prided themselves on transparency. The question was whether they'd even allow Elliot past the front doors. Sam argued it was worth a final gamble. They might be forced to test it in front of witnesses. If the results match 1969 manufacturing, no one can claim it's a modern forgery. Elliot agreed. Time was running out. They had to try. They set off under cover of darkness, planning to slip into the city near dawn. If they could persuade an archivist to examine the reel, maybe the truth would gain unassailable ground. The roads were nearly empty. Nervous silence filled the SUV. Elliot sensed they were heading into the lion's den, but there was no alternative. When they arrived at the National Historical Archives building, an imposing limestone structure, Elliot's instincts screamed danger. The plaza felt too quiet. He parked a block away. They approached on foot, film canister in hand. The first sign of trouble was the locked main entrance. Normally, the lobby opened early. Now it was sealed, the lights dim. A faint crackle of static reached Elliot's ears. He motioned for Sam to get down, but it was too late. Armed figures stepped out from the shadows, men in tactical gear. At their centre stood Agent Jonathan Kane. Cold determination etched on his face. A single lamppost cast harsh light over the scene. "Elliot Graves," Kane said softly, voice echoing in the empty plaza. "And Samantha Reyes, I believe you have something that belongs to the United States government." Elliot clutched the canister, adrenaline surging. This belongs to history, not your lies." Kane raised a hand in a mocking gesture. "Let's be reasonable. That footage is a national security issue. Hand it over." Sam stiffened. "National security? It's a decades-old deception. People deserve to know." A sneer curled Kane's lip. "Your children playing with matches in a powder keg. The global ramifications of revealing this lie, you have no idea. The entire space race, our Cold War diplomacy, NASA's credibility, everything unravels. America's standing in the world collapses. This is bigger than you." "Then maybe it needs to collapse," Elliot retorted, stepping back. Sam discreetly slid a small flash drive from her pocket, likely containing a digital copy of everything. She slipped it under her foot, hoping to crush it into the pavement if needed, anything to keep the evidence from being seized intact. Two men lunged forward. Elliot flung himself aside. Sam tried to break free, but strong arms pinned her. Kane calmly walked over, plucked the canister from Elliot's grip and shook his head. "It's over, Graves." As Elliot struggled, he spotted a series of dark SUVs rolling in with their headlights off. More armed operatives. Sam's eyes met his, fear and resignation mingling. They had played all their cards. Bile rose in Elliot's throat as he realized they were powerless here. A blow to the side of Elliot's head blurred his vision. He heard Sam screaming, then darkness. Elliot came to in a dimly lit room, strapped to a chair. A harsh fluorescent bulb buzzed overhead. Agent Kane stood by a metal table reviewing files. A small camera recorded from the corner. Elliot's mouth felt like cotton, a dull ache radiating from his temple. Kane sighed, setting a folder aside. "Your data is gone. The networks hosting your uploads have been systematically shut down or drowned in disinformation. As for you, well, let's just say the world will remember you as a troubled conspiracy theorist who vanished." Elliot's heart pounded, but he forced a shaky grin. "You can't erase the truth forever." Kane smirked. "We've done it for 50 years. Another 50 won't be hard." He turned away, leaving Elliot alone in the cold, silent room, a prisoner of the same hidden apparatus that had consumed a Calloway. Years passed. Officially, Elliot Graves remained missing, presumed dead. Samantha Reyes vanished from every public record, her life story buried under falsified documents. The film canister and the physical logs from Dr. Calloway were never mentioned again. Media coverage of the so-called Apollo hoax faded into rumour and ridicule. Government spokespeople labelled it the digital conspiracy of the decade, pointing to doctored footage and cyber scams. The narrative solidified in the public mind. The moon landing was real, and any claims otherwise were pure fantasy. But in the hidden corners of the internet, whispers persisted. Anonymous forums traded screenshots of frames from the original reel. Some claimed they possessed fragments of the logs, while others insisted they had personal accounts from NASA insiders. Most people dismissed these stories as hoaxes, but a small group of truth seekers dug deeper, their curiosity refusing to die. And somewhere in a locked private server under an array of pseudonyms, the data backup Sam Reyes had created still existed, protected by advanced encryptions that no government agency had yet cracked. Then one quiet afternoon, a new video surfaced online. It was low resolution, filmed in a stark room with a pale white wall as a backdrop. The speaker's face was gaunt, eyes hollow, but unmistakably Elliot Graves. He spoke in a subdued voice as though aware he had limited time. "If you're watching this, it means I failed to stop them from suppressing the truth. But the truth can't be drowned forever. The footage is real. The documents are real. and the men who hid it still walk free, rewriting history as they see fit. I beg you, look deeper. Don't accept their narrative. The cost of ignorance is the freedom to shape our own reality." He paused, voice trembling with resolve. "They'll deny this again. They'll call it a forgery. I expect nothing less. But ask yourself why they are so desperate to bury this story. Ask yourself who benefits from keeping the lie alive. Then follow the money, follow the fear, and you might find what Dr. Calloway died for." The video ended abruptly. Within hours, it was removed from major platforms, relabeled as a doctored clip. Yet it circulated among those who'd never stopped believing. They dissected every pixel, matching the contours of Elliot's face to older interviews, analysing background sounds for clues. Some insisted it was the real him, that he'd somehow managed to record a final message before captivity or worse. Others scoffed, claiming advanced AI deepfakes. But the seed of doubt was planted anew. In a suburban basement halfway across the country, a teenager named Marisol pored over these re-uploads. Fascinated by conspiracies, she set out to investigate further. She tracked the old forum posts, uncovered half-buried references to the digitized reel. Her nights blurred into early mornings as she pieced together the puzzle. Her heartbeat quickened each time she realized her IP address might be flagged by someone watching. But the idea of unveiling a 5-decade lie thrilled her more than it frightened her. Eventually, Marisol found an encrypted link that held partial keys to Sam Reyes's hidden server. She couldn't crack it, not yet, but she was persistent, learning new hacking techniques, fueled by the same unstoppable curiosity that once drove Elliot Graves, and so, in the quiet churn of digital frontiers, a new generation picked up the torch he'd been forced to drop. Behind locked doors in a facility that didn't officially exist, an aging agent Jonathan Kane kept watchful eyes on online chatter. He noted every rumour, every fleeting reappearance of the evidence. He reported to the same shadowy division that policed these secrets. For now, the official narrative remained intact, but he knew better than most how resilient truth could be. He read about Marisol's posts in a flagged report one day, and he felt a tremor of recognition, a familiar pattern. Another curiosity seeker on the horizon. He closed the file with a grim set of his jaw. The cycle continued. The best he could do was stave off the next wave for as long as possible. Somewhere out there, the battered 16mm reel remained in a locked vault. The ledger of NASA's staged footage waited in the hush of sealed archives, and the ghostly face of Elliot Graves lived on in clandestine recordings, whispering a warning to any who would listen that illusions become reality when no one is brave enough to question them. The moon still shone in the night sky, silent witness to humanity's ambitions. It carried our footprints, or didn't. No one could be absolutely sure anymore, but the question lingered, smouldering like an ember that refuses to die. What if the biggest moment in modern history was just a staged performance on a dusty set? And in that question lay a truth still waiting to be revealed, or buried, depending on who told the story next. Over the next half hour, we'll introduce you to Agent Silas Rourke, Doctor, Liana Suresh, and Director Vance Halcor. A trio drawn into a web of secrets around a lethal pathogen called VX-73. As tensions mount and paranoia spreads, you'll witness how fear can become a powerful tool of control, and how a single whistleblower might spark either liberation or a deeper descent into conspiracy. Now close your eyes, or let them wander across these words, and follow me into the first moments of this dark, suspenseful odyssey. It started with a single headline: Mysterious respiratory illness detected in Port Maxwell. Within days, similar stories crept across the country, quiet at first, overshadowed by routine politics and everyday noise. Then, all at once, everything changed. The virus, designated VX-73, emerged as a swift-moving spectre, triggering coughing fits that escalated into respiratory failure for many. In a matter of weeks, schools were shut, businesses locked their doors, and entire metropolitan areas were quarantined under what officials described as temporary emergency protocols. For Agent Silas Rourke, a 42-year-old operative at the Bureau of Federal Integrity, BFI, life became an endless string of directives and dispatches. His daily uniform was a crisp suit layered beneath a bulletproof vest and a standard-issue respirator mask that itched at his face. He'd spent over a decade tackling threats deemed subversive to national security, from financial sabotage to espionage. Yet no training had ever prepared him for watching entire city blocks fall silent overnight. He walked the corridors of the BFY with practiced composure, scanning the myriad bulletins pinned on corkboards. The walls hummed with fluorescent lights that gave everything a stark, sterile glow. Digital screens listed the latest infection rates, projected mortalities, and newly declared red zones where infections raged unabated. Over the PA system, a recorded female voice repeated the same instructions every half hour. Stay indoors, maintain social distancing. All citizens must comply with the National Stabilization Bureau's guidelines. The National Stabilization Bureau, NSB, led by Director Vance Halcor, had been formed to centralise the government's emergency functions. Some called it necessary response. Others whispered about the creation of an all-powerful agency with little oversight. Halcor himself was a tall, imposing figure who frequently appeared on screens throughout the BFI complex, delivering updates about mandatory daily biometric scans and the development of a new vaccine, Unity Serum. Silas had known Halcor only in passing, enough to catch glimpses of a man driven by unwavering conviction. He recognised in Halcor that sense of unstoppable momentum, as though the security of the entire nation hinged on following his blueprint. Silas tried to set aside his personal misgivings. He was a loyal agent, bound to uphold the Bureau's mission. If the vaccine provided the solution to stop VX-73, so be it. Then one morning, Silas was summoned to a high-clearance briefing. He expected a new assignment along the lines of standard public compliance checks. Instead, he found himself in a cramped conference room, facing a handful of BFI higher-ups who spoke in hushed, clipped tones. The gist was simple. Alleged disinformation campaigns were circulating, claiming that VX-73 was not naturally occurring but lab-engineered. These rumours, the brass said, were fueling panic, turning citizens against the government's measures. Silas's job was to investigate any potential insiders leaking such nonsense. At first, he believed the directive to be legitimate. Disinformation in a crisis could be lethal, prompting civil unrest and undermining official responses. Yet as Silas pored over digital logs and tapped into encrypted chat rooms, he stumbled across an unencrypted file labelled simply Project Paragon, Preliminary. The file wasn't supposed to be on the BFI's server at all. It appeared as though someone with high-level credentials had hidden it behind labyrinthine subdirectories. Intrigued, Silas pried open the document. Inside were sanitised references to VX 73 months prior to the earliest official detection date. The language read, "Field tests planned in controlled sectors, monitor subject compliance and social response." A chill rippled through Silas. The deeper he delved, the more he found that pointed to a private biotech lab with direct ties to the Department of Defense. Another set of documents discussed funding from major corporate donors, massive pharmaceutical conglomerates that had a vested interest in vaccines, testing kits, and biometric devices. Confusion turned to a subtle dread. If these partial records were real, then the official narrative was incomplete at best, or outright deceptive at worst. Silas secured the files on a flash drive. Over the next few days, he quietly cross-referenced the data, trying to confirm whether Project Paragon existed. He took caution, covering his digital tracks with proxy servers. Even so, he noticed the BFI's internal security channels seemed abuzz with mentions of an internal breach. Fear knotted in his stomach. Someone else was on this trail too. He found short references to a doctor, Liana Suresh, apparently a virologist who once worked at a biotech facility codenamed Cerulean Labs. Her name popped up in correlation with antigen research and compliance metrics. The wording was bizarre. Since when did a vaccine program revolve around compliance? Yet there it was. VX73 antigen trials show 62% compliance rate. Additional modifications required. The date? Nearly a year before the current outbreak. By the time Silas realised how incriminating his findings were, the hair on his arm stood on end. His imagination conjured scenarios he'd previously deemed paranoid. A virus unleashed intentionally. A vaccine designed not just to inoculate, but to control. He forced himself to remain calm. Conjecture was easy. Proof was everything. So he resolved to gather more. That night he left the BFI building with the flash drive tucked in the lining of his jacket. He tried to banish the creeping sense that eyes were trailing him. Outside, the city's main avenues lay deserted. Army trucks patrolled at intervals. Overhead drones whirred, scanning for curfew violators. Digital billboards displayed a single message across a black background. Unity Serum, your key to tomorrow. From a payphone booth, one of the last still standing, Silas called in a favour from a fellow agent he trusted. Someone adept at hacking behind the Bureau's firewall. The friend agreed to help, no questions asked, but Silas could sense tension in his voice. Everyone was on edge, unsure who was truly friend or foe. Silence had become a survival tactic. As he hung up the phone, the city's gloom pressed close, neon lights flickering across shuttered storefronts. In that moment, he wondered if the official explanation, the X73 as a random mutation, was a purposeful lie from the start. If so, then the so-called Unity Serum might be more than just a vaccine. A wave of dread consumed him. The next steps would determine whether he stayed a loyal operative or became a traitor to the system he'd served for half his life. At the next corner, a spotlight from a drone settled on him, scanning his face. He forced a neutral expression. The device beeped and swiveled away. Good. No red flag. Yet. As Silas ducked into the underground metro, he realised with grim certainty that he had stumbled onto something monstrous. For years he'd believed in the Bureau's cause, trusting that each operation served the greater good. Now he faced the possibility that the greatest threat wasn't the virus itself, but the hidden intent behind it. City by city, the VX73 infection soared. Once bustling centres of commerce turned into ghost towns, patrolled by uniformed enforcers under orders from the National Stabilization Bureau. Curfews became absolute. Violators risked detention at newly established health containment camps. The mainstream media hammered a constant drumbeat of fear. The virus was unstoppable unless every citizen complied. For those still resistant, a single solution was presented day and night: Unity Serum. On every channel, Director Vance Halcor appeared in a crisp suit, arms folded behind his back, proclaiming the vaccine's near-miraculous efficacy. Over 90% effective, his report said. a shining beacon of hope. Yet the rollout came with conditions. For public safety, those who refused the jab lost access to banks, public transportation, and official documentation. Within a month, entire swathes of the unvaccinated population found themselves in a twilight zone, forced to scavenge or rely on black market services just to survive. Amid the chaos, Agent Silas Rourke continued his secret investigation. By day, he donned his BFI credentials, working on official compliance enforcement tasks. By night, he devoured every new sliver of intel he could glean from that hush-hush file, Project Paragon. The deeper he went, the more horrifying the puzzle became. Encrypted references hinted at something hidden within the vaccine, the nano-emitter that lodged in the brain's limbic system. One internal document read, "Neurological regulation markers confirm mild sedation of aggression, increased docility, potential for broader cognitive modulation pending further trials." Silas felt physically ill reading these words. Could the government have hijacked a public health crisis to deploy a mind-altering device at scale? He needed answers. Over a secure channel, he messaged the elusive doctor, Liana Suresh, the scientist named in the files. She responded in short, coded texts, reluctant to trust him. Finally, after days of careful back and forth, she agreed to meet at an abandoned warehouse near the old docks. Silas arrived half an hour early, scanning the shadows for signs of a tail. No drones overhead, no suspicious vehicles. He waited under a flickering street lamp, the smell of salt water and rust filling the air. When Liana Suresh emerged, she wore a hooded jacket, her face partly obscured by a mask. Only her eyes were visible, tired, guarded, yet undeniably brilliant. She gave Silas a once-over, keeping a hand near her coat pocket. Possibly she carried a stun gun or pepper spray. Without greeting, she said in a hushed tone, "Why should I believe you're not with them?" Silas replied with the only currency that mattered, truth. He produced the flash drive and recited data from the files, his voice laced with quiet desperation. Liana's expression shifted from suspicion to grim acknowledgement. "I was part of the early design team for VX-73, she confessed. "They told me it was to protect against a future pandemic, some advanced deterrent that would strengthen national security. We manipulated certain genetic markers to ensure the virus targeted specific alveolar receptors, but none of us realized the real plan, to unleash it upon the public." Her words ignited a spark of horror within Silas. He asked about the vaccine's rumoured mind control aspect. Liana hesitated, inhaling a shaky breath. "It's not mind control, at least not in the sense of puppet strings. It's, well, it lowers inhibitions, fosters compliance, makes people more susceptible to suggestions. Over time, it can dull critical thinking. They want a populace too numb to resist." Tremors ran through Silas. Even with his suspicions, hearing it plainly stated felt like a blow to the gut. They spoke in hushed tones for another hour, Liana finally handing him a battered thumb drive containing her original notes, the unredacted version that proved VX-73's artificial origin and the presence of a compliance mechanism in the vaccine. "If they find you with this, you won't get a trial. They'll vanish you," she warned. From the surrounding gloom, a rat scurried across the broken concrete. Silas realised how precarious everything was, the squeaking rodent in the dark, the quiet lapping of the tide behind them, his own racing heartbeat. Danger lurked behind every shadow. Sensing they could stay no longer, the pair parted ways, promising to regroup soon. Back at the BFI, Silas carefully compartmentalised his roles: obedient agent in the daylight, clandestine researcher after hours. Meanwhile, the nation's capital sank deeper into fear-driven militarization. Propaganda played ceaselessly on loudspeakers. Stay safe, stay indoors, trust the cure. Curfew drones soared over empty streets, shining bright beams to catch anyone outside after sundown. Social media platforms became inundated with pro-government messages, while dissenting posts vanished, labelled as threatening misinformation. Those who complied enjoyed a semblance of normalcy. Restaurants reopened for vaccinated patrons, businesses resumed for employees who presented a scannable immunity pass. Yet they all seemed more subdued, less likely to ask questions about privacy intrusions or the ever-increasing powers of the NSB. It was as though a hush had fallen over society, as if curiosity had been collectively tranquilized. Within government circles, Director Vance Halcor emerged as a national hero. Public polls, at least those broadcast on official channels, showed near universal support for his bold measures. He'd saved millions of lives, the anchors repeated. He'd stabilised the economy. He was proof that unwavering resolve could defeat chaos. Not a single mention of the billions in profits the corporate donors raked in, nor a hint about hidden modifications to the Unity serum. As the days passed, Silas found it harder to hide the turmoil in his gaze. He saw colleagues in the hallway, wearing forced smiles, praising Halcor's leadership. He noticed how many had begun to project a certain eerie calm, like their personal anxieties had evaporated. Could it be the effect of the serum? Silas tested a co-worker with a subtle question. Ever wonder why the lockdown measures ramped up so fast before the outbreak peaked? The man's eyes glazed momentarily, then he simply shrugged. Doesn't matter, O'Rourke, they keep us safe. He returned to his desk, more convinced than ever that Halcor's master plan was in full swing. The virus was the perfect storm to usher in sweeping surveillance and push a mind-numbing serum to the masses. And the BFI was part of it, or at least complicit in bearing the truth. He could keep quiet, or he could do the unthinkable and blow this wide open, risking everything in the process. One evening, Silas found a sealed envelope slipped beneath his apartment door. Inside, a single typed line. This is bigger than you think. They see all. The bottom edge was marked with an obscure symbol, a circle with a diagonal slash, like a stylized zero. He'd seen it once in a classified file referencing an underground resistance network. If these rebels wanted to contact him, it meant they believed he might be an ally. The tension hammered in his chest. He was dancing on a razor's edge. His loyalty to the Bureau, his conscience the unfolding nightmare. Taking a shaky breath, he powered up his laptop. A series of pings indicated a new assignment in his BFI inbox. Track down a subversive known for smuggling contraband medical supplies. Silas realised with a jolt that the suspect's name had been flagged in Dr. Liana Suresh's notes. Another piece connecting the puzzle, and another reason the Bureau might soon brand him a traitor. He closed the laptop. Outside, the city lights glowed, reflecting off dark clouds pregnant with the threat of a new storm. If he hesitated much longer, it might be too late for everyone. The seeds of control had already sprouted, and every day they dug deeper roots into the world. Agent Silas Rourke watched from a distance as the unvaccinated families huddled together in the crumbling outskirts of Old Glendale. The press had labelled it a containment zone, but locals called it a human dumping ground. Living conditions were dire, sporadic power, limited sanitation, and roving squads of Unity enforcers scanning for anyone who might have hidden a child or avoided mandatory updates on vaccination status. The air crackled with dread. Days earlier, Silas had steeled himself to reach out to the symbol-bearing group implied by that cryptic envelope. If they were an underground resistance, maybe they could help him get the truth out. He had no illusions about personal safety. Once he exposed the deception behind VX-73 and Unity serum, the entire apparatus of the National Stabilization Bureau would come crashing down on him. But each time he pictured the slumped figures in these zones, cast aside for refusing a forced injection, his resolve hardened. Through a secure channel, he arranged a meeting with a contact who went by the codename Sparrow. The location, an old print shop with boarded-up windows, rumoured to have once published subversive newspapers. Silas made sure to lose any trailing drones or BFI watchers by weaving through side streets. He wore a hooded coat, his respirator mask pulled high to conceal half his face. Inside the print shop, the musty smell of ink and paper still lingered. Boxes of unused flyers leaned against dusty presses. A dim light revealed a short figure in a makeshift black scarf. Sparrow. Their voice was muffled but direct. "You're late." Silas exhaled, nerves crackling. I had to shake a drone. Sparrow nodded, then led him to a small back room. It was here Silas found half a dozen other figures, all clad in dark, worn clothes. A battered laptop sat on a folding table. A tangle of cables connected it to a generator. One by one, they introduced themselves with code names: Rook, Nightshade, Sahara, a clandestine cell of journalists, medics, and rogue programmers dedicated to fighting the government's stranglehold. "I have proof," Silas said, placing Dr. Liana Suresh's files on the table. "The virus was engineered, and the vaccine is rigged to manipulate behaviour." Silence fell over the group. The gravity of his statement hung in the stale air. Finally Sparrow spoke. "We've suspected as much. Over the past month we've been collecting testimonies, people complaining of unusual mental fog, the inability to feel strong emotions after receiving the serum. We even have ex-military sources who claim the NSB is funneling billions into a new wave of surveillance tech, but we needed a smoking gun. This might be it." Each set of eyes fixated on Silas. He handed them a flash drive, explaining how it contained Liana's unaltered research logs plus the Project Paragon blueprint. The group quickly scanned the data, verifying its authenticity. The sense of tension and excitement in the room was palpable. "We'll need to broadcast this globally," said Rook, a thin man with wire-rimmed glasses. "Not just post it. They have near total control over social media and mainstream outlets. We have to do something, Bligberg, something they can't shut down in seconds." Nightshade tapped a map pinned to the wall, indicating a location in the Sierra Mountains. "This is an old radio tower with shortwave capabilities. We can piggyback on a communications satellite if we rig the hardware just right. It's off-grid, but the area's crawling with patrols. If we can get there, we can push the entire data set to thousands of independent radio operators around the globe. Within minutes, it'll be mirrored 100-fold. Sparrow turned to Silas. "We'll need you, your credentials, your knowledge of infiltration routes. We can't pull this off alone. Are you in?" Silas hesitated only a moment, the weight of countless nights of doubt pressing him forward. "Yes," he breathed, "I'm in." They set the plan in motion. Step 1. Connect with Dr. Liana Suresh. She alone could validate the data on air, lending credibility to the leak. Step 2. Slip past the increased security net. The BFI had ramped up its internal manhunt for domestic threats, with Silas among the top suspects. Step 3. Drive cross-country using an underground route, flipping vehicles and forging new IDs along the way. Step 4. Ascend to the tower, circumvent security drones, and broadcast the files before the NSB realised what was happening. It sounded near impossible. Then again, they had no alternative. If they failed, the public might never learn the truth. The entire world could sink deeper into a docile acceptance of government decrees, enslaved by illusions of safety. Before dawn the following day, Silas discreetly left the BFI headquarters for the last time. He burned the few personal belongings that might link him to known associates. He carried only a go-bag stuffed with his essentials, a sidearm, extra ammunition, false IDs, basic medical supplies, and a small encrypted drive. Meeting Sparrow's team in a secluded alley, they set off in a nondescript cargo van toward Dr. Liana Suresh's hidden location. When they found her, she was in a state of near panic. One of her old lab colleagues had just been found dead, officially from VX-73 complications, though Liana suspected a targeted assassination. She greeted Silas with trembling relief, and after a brief rundown of the plan, she agreed to come. The group moved swiftly, forging through back roads, switching to new vehicles at safe houses. They travelled by night, resting in abandoned barns or shuttered motels. Each day brought fresh headlines about subversive infiltration, plastering Silas's BFI photo on every digital screen with the label "Wanted for Treason." One by one, the safe houses fell under assault. Word reached them that many in the resistance network were disappearing. The official story had exposure incidents, but they knew the truth. The government was eliminating anyone who dared challenge the status quo. Then tragedy struck within Silas's own group. On a rainy evening, they were ambushed by a special ops squad while crossing through a ravine. 3 of their companions, Sahara, Nightshade and Rook, were gunned down amid the blackened mud and pouring rain. Silas, Sparrow and Liana barely escaped with their lives, forced to leave everything behind. The heartbreak of losing them nearly paralysed the survivors, but there was no time to grieve. The mission had to continue. Battered and exhausted, the trio found refuge in a remote cabin belonging to an off-grid doctor sympathetic to the cause. They tended each other's wounds and mourned in sombre silence. Liana said in a trembling voice, "They died believing in something real. We can't let their sacrifice be in vain." Outside, the wind howled across the dark pines, as though the forest itself lamented the world's descent into madness. Silas stared at the flickering lantern light on the cabin wall, a single question echoing through his mind. Was it even possible to succeed against such overwhelming power? Only one path remained: press forward or let tyranny reign unchallenged. When dawn came, grey and cold, Silas Rourke, Liana Suresh and Sparrow prepared for their final push. They had enough fuel and supplies to make it to the Sierra Mountains, the site of the old radio tower. The plan was desperate: break into the facility, override the station's analog systems, and beam the unredacted Project Paragon files across multiple frequencies. If they managed even a few minutes of broadcast, it could be enough to spark a chain reaction of revelations around the globe. But the National Stabilization Bureau and the BFI were done playing cat and mouse. The day Silas had fled, DIRASIM Director Vance Halcor had activated something called the Silence Protocol, a draconian directive that authorized lethal force against any suspected misinformation agents. The official pretext: they threatened public safety and national security. That morning, the NSB seized control of the entire state media apparatus. They declared a level 2 lockdown in all areas believed to harbour conspirators. Through a stolen feed, Silas watched Halcor's latest broadcast. The director stood at a podium flanked by stern-faced officers. "We are at war against a virus, both biological and ideological," he intoned. "We cannot allow a small band of anarchists to undermine our unified response. The new protocol is for the safety of us all." In the background, the NSB insignia shone ominously, a stylized eagle clutching a syringe in one talon and a shield in the other. Undeterred, Silas, Liana and Sparrow set out. They avoided main roads, weaving through Forest Service trails and dilapidated back routes. Sometimes they passed small clusters of houses with boarded windows, the silent inhabitants too frightened to emerge. Overhead, the skies held the threat of storm clouds, as though nature itself braced for a final confrontation. Midway through their journey, they encountered an unmanned checkpoint with an automated turret. The device scanned for vehicle transponders that matched authorized vaccine IDs. Of course, their stolen car carried no such ID. The turret activated. Bullets shattered the windshield, forcing them to abandon the car. They scrambled for cover in the nearby woods. Although Sparrow took a grazing shot to the shoulder, they managed to disable the turret by hacking its circuit box from behind. Out of breath, pulse hammering, they continued on foot, forging a path through the thickening forest. By dusk, they reached the slopes leading to the old radio tower. The structure loomed on a ridge above the tree line, its silhouette like a jagged sentinel against the darkening sky. Silas knew from stolen schematics that the tower's broadcasting equipment still functioned, albeit on emergency power. The next challenge: the cluster of heavily armed drones swirling overhead. Huddled behind a large boulder, 3 conspirators surveyed the scene. The tower stood behind a chain-link fence lined with razor wire. A single guard post at the main gate bristled with sensors. Several black SUVs were parked by the facility's entrance. This was no ghost station. The BFI or NSB had anticipated their move. Lights glowed ominously in the windows. They'd walked into a trap. Sparrow's face, partially shadowed by a hood, was stoic. "We can't just walk away now. We'll never get another chance." Liana, her trembling hands betraying her fear, nodded. "I can handle the tower's interior systems. If you can keep them off my back, I'll get the broadcast live." Silas clenched his jaw. He could feel the weight of the fallen friends who had fought and died for this. "Let's do it," he said, chambering a round in his sidearm. They timed their approach to slip between drones, scaling a rocky outcrop behind the fence. Once in position, Sparrow used wire cutters to snip through the chain link. The alarm was immediate, a shrill fiend ripping through the air. Flashlights bobbed in the darkness, voices shouting. They sprinted for the tower's rear entrance. Gunfire echoed as the guard station unleashed a volley. Their hearts thundered. Slivers of bullet impact sparked off the metal scaffolding. Silas returned fire, not aiming to kill, but to suppress. A guard collapsed with a cry, while others dove behind cover. Liana, adrenaline coursing through her veins, ducked beneath a half-raised security shutter and slipped into the tower's main corridor. Inside, ancient wiring snaked along walls plastered with peeling paint. Flickering emergency lights revealed a central control room. Liana lunged at the control panel, typing frantically to override passcodes. She plugged in the flash drive, eyes scanning lines of code. Sparrow hovered by the doorway, pistol drawn, scanning for pursuers. Suddenly, a staccato burst of gunfire rattled the hall. Sparrow fired back, giving Silas time to slam a door shut and wedge a broken chair beneath the handle. Sweat poured down his temples. "Hurry, Liana," he gasped, holding his side from a grazing bullet wound. Her fingers danced across the console. "I'm uploading now, transferring everything to the shortwave frequency. We're pushing it to ham operators worldwide. They'll replicate it across data networks we can't even track." A swirl of static hissed from overhead speakers, punctuated by electric pops. Then it happened. A thunderous blow tore the door off its hinges. BFI soldiers in dark tactical gear poured into the control room. Sparrow fired once, twice, but was tackled to the ground. The muzzle flash illuminated Director Halcor himself, stepping through the smoke, flanked by heavily armed agents. His cold, piercing gaze found Silas, as if marking a final betrayal. Liana managed to press one last keystroke. "Transmission at 90%!" she shouted, triumphant desperation in her voice, but in a flash a bullet ripped through her chest. She staggered, gasping, blood staining her clothes. Silas, consumed by fury, raised his weapon. Before he could steer, a bullet tore into his shoulder, spinning him to the floor. Blood roaring in his ears, he saw Halcor approach. "You should have stayed loyal, Rourke," the director said softly, pistol aimed. "Look at the chaos you've caused. All for what? Lies. You think you're saving them from fear, but fear is what binds society together. Without it, we have anarchy." Across the console, a blinking message glowed. Transmission completed. Silas let out a ragged breath. It was done. The world would see. He glimpsed Liana's form crumpled on the floor, eyes fluttering closed. Soldiers pinned him down, muzzle pressed against his head. Darkness danced at the edges of his vision, cold seeping through every nerve. Yet he clung to a single thought. At least the truth was out there now. Whether or not it would matter, no one could say, but for a moment he felt a faint glimmer of hope, overshadowed by the sting of betrayal and the stench of blood. Then came the shot, and everything went black. Morning broke over a city in turmoil. Media outlets across the globe received a sudden influx of bizarre files labelled Project Paragon. Blueprints, memos, emails exposing the orchestrated nature of the VX-73 outbreak and the manipulative design of Unity Serum. For a few breathless hours, independent stations and citizen journalists shared the trove, appalled at the revelations. Social media feeds erupted with shock, anger, and confusion, but the official response was swift and merciless. Government spokespeople denounced the leaked materials as AI-generated misinformation designed to sabotage public health efforts. Fact-checkers from major media networks, many owned by the same corporations complicit in the scheme, released scathing articles questioning the authenticity of the files. The NSB dismissed the entire broadcast as a last-ditch effort by domestic terrorists, claiming the real objective was to discredit life-saving measures and sow chaos. Director Vance Halcor made another nationwide address, insisting that the virus was real, which it was in a way, and that the vaccine remained humanity's only hope. He claimed that unscrupulous actors, like Silas Rourke, had exploited the crisis to promote anti-government hysteria. Screens across the nation showed Silas's face next to the words, "He lied to protect you." The tagline implied that Rourke's so-called evidence was not only fraudulent, but a dangerous attempt to undermine everything the people had sacrificed for. Within hours, mainstream platforms scrubbed all references to Project Paragon. Accounts that posted the files were suspended or banned. The media repeated a unified refrain: the single source of truth is the NSB. Large swathes of the public, already terrified and half sedated by the vaccine's compliance mechanism, swallowed the official line. Protests flared in a few cities, but they were quickly quelled by an emboldened security apparatus. Drones circled overhead, delivering gas canisters that dispersed any crowds. Some corners of the internet, especially fringe communities in the dark web, continued dissecting the files, finding them alarmingly consistent with known events. A handful of renegade journalists tried to publish stories or host live streams with doctors who'd seen the side effects firsthand, but each digital channel soon vanished, labelled a threat to national stability or hammered by bot armies that drowned the truth in spurious disclaimers. Meanwhile, in the hush of a suburban neighbourhood, a woman wearing a black armband stepped out of a government vehicle to deliver condolences to Silas's next of kin. The official story: he had died in a terrorist shootout while attempting to sabotage vital infrastructure. No mention of the bullet that ended him with Director Halcor standing overhead, or of the battered body of Dr. Liana Suresh found nearby. The Bureau of Federal Integrity updated its internal logs, listing Silas Rourke as deceased, traitor to the state. And that was that. The world churned on, battered by more virus mutations. The vaccine was rebranded with updates, Unity Serum Plus, promising an even safer tomorrow. New mandates required that all children receive the serum upon turning 5 years old. Biometric scanners became ubiquitous. One needed only a palm scan or retina check to buy groceries, open bank accounts, or pass through transit gates. Privacy, it seemed, was a distant memory from a more innocent age. Yet pockets of doubt refused to be extinguished. Whispers spread in the hush of hidden gatherings, in hushed basement chats or encrypted group threads. Some had witnessed the brutal arrests of those who dared question the system. Others recalled loved ones who changed after taking the serum, becoming pliant, losing the spark of curiosity. They recounted flickering glimpses of the Project Paragon files before everything was shut down. The question lingered: had Silas Rourke and Dr. Liana Suresh exposed the greatest deception in modern history, only to be discredited by a well-oiled propaganda machine? In a small classroom on the outskirts of a major city, a teacher stood before rows of young students, all wearing mandated masks. Posters on the walls depicted a bright, sanitized-toned future, each featuring the NSB emblem and the phrase, "Order through unity, safety through silence." The teacher's gentle monotone instructed the children on the virtues of cooperation and the dangers of subversive thought. She tapped a touchscreen that displayed short videos praising Director Halcor's heroism against the dreaded VX-73. At the back of the classroom, a quiet child named Elias fiddled with the corner of his desk, glancing away from the screen. His gaze settled on a faded poster peeling off the far wall, an old public safety bulletin featuring Silas Rourke. The words "he lied to protect you" were stenciled across the man's stern face. For reasons Elias couldn't articulate, he felt a pang of curiosity. Who was Silas Rourke, really? Why did the man's eyes in the poster look so determined, even beneath the scrawled condemnation? The teacher never mentioned him except to parrot the official line, "He sowed confusion, he endangered our unity." Yet Elias felt an inexplicable sense that there was more to the story. The child blinked, shifting in his seat as the teacher droned on about national heroes. Outside the window, the sun shone on a row of silent drones passing overhead. The hush of compliance blanketed the world, broken only by faint echoes of those who once cried out for truth. Did Silas Rourke really lie, or was he telling a truth too dangerous to be heard? At recess, while the other children lined up for their biometric scanning, Elias lingered by a worn patch of grass, letting the sun warm his face. The wind whispered across the playground, carrying with it the ghost of a question. He closed his eyes, imagining for a moment a different world, one shaped by the knowledge rather than fear, connection rather than silence. The fleeting vision vanished as a safety officer called his name, scanning a code on his wristband. Then the moment was gone. Far away, in a government archive warehouse, the battered remains of Silas Rourke's personal effects lay sealed in a box. Among them, an encrypted data drive that no official had bothered to open. It held echoes of a man's last stand, his unwavering conviction that the public deserved to know the truth behind VX-73 and Unity Serum. And maybe somewhere, somehow, those echoes might still resonate in the hearts of the few brave souls who refused to let doubt die. Years later, in the quiet gloom of a shuttered radio station deep in the mountains, a teenage boy stumbled upon a dusty crate marked with faded letters. SR. Inside, he found an old laptop and a series of scribbled notes. When he booted the machine, surprisingly still functional thanks to an ancient generator, a final video file blinked onto the screen. Silas Rourke appeared, face drawn, eyes resolute. His recorded voice spoke like a message in a bottle from a lost era. "I'm not sure if you'll ever see this, but if you do, then you know the official story about VX-73 and Unity Serum was a lie. We tried to warn the world about the real agenda, not just to cure a pandemic, but to tighten a grip on every aspect of human life. And if you found this, you might be willing to stand up where we fell." Static crackled across the screen. Silas continued, quieter now. "You were never supposed to know, but now that you do, what will you choose?" The video ended abruptly, leaving the boy staring at the final frozen frame of Silas's determined face. Outside, the drone of wind echoed along the ridge. Clutching the notes, the teen took a trembling breath, feeling the weight of a legacy that demanded courage. He glanced at the peeling label on the crate. Project Paragon Files. A spark of possibility flickered in his eyes, hope that maybe, just maybe, truth could yet break through the silence. And so another story began.